going on over the last year, the direction of travel of the office, and just give you a few pointers. Some of the content on here will be relevant to some people. If it's not relevant to you, I do apologise, but hopefully you'll enjoy it all the same. They've given me a clicker, so I'm going to tech. These guys at the back, by the way, these guys are excellent. Give them a round of applause. So there's Scotland, obviously, on the one day a year it's sunny. So obviously hashtag Scotland is now. We spoke about that a little bit last year. This is our marketing campaign to promote Scotland through the one model. It's basically a partnership of public sector bodies in Scotland, the government, Visit Scotland, Scottish Development International, Creative Scotland, University Scotland, and we're all using this hashtag to try and take Scotland's message across the US and across the international community. I mentioned last night that I'm now 15 months into the job. I've learned a lot has changed, and the office itself is repositioning itself to try and drive forward greater progress, but make sure that we're taking you guys with us along the way. Obviously, amongst the politics of the day, the relationship with the Scottish community continues to grow and develop, and I'll offer some wider context on that direction of travel as we go through the presentation. As Gus said, unfortunately, I am having to dip out just before lunchtime. I am in week 2 of an 11-week travel schedule, so I need to go back to DC, empty my suitcase, refill it, and go back out on the road. But there's people in here that have my contact details, so if you do have any questions or anything that I can help with after the fact, they will let you have my email address and you can get in contact with me. I'm pretty good at responding to emails. Okay. So much like last year, I want to just give a quick flavour of who we have in the North American team. Some people remain the same, some people have changed. So starting with my office in the US, Joni Smith continues to be our councillor. I continue to be the Second Secretary for Scottish Affairs. We have Natasha Weinstein, who actually joined us just at the point of this conference last year. Natasha's role is primarily to work in comms, and she also does all our project management for every event that we put on. So for those of you who come to us on an annual basis and ask for some money to support the events that you're putting on, Natasha will work with you once that application is granted to make sure that our branding is included, and she has a lot of experience of working with Scottish events, so she also can help provide guidance. Becky Norris is a new addition. So Becky is English. She's lived in the States for about 10 years. And after having 2 kids, she decided that she needed out the house and wanted to come back and work. So she joined us in May and really is the person in the office that keeps everything ticking over. She will be the person that a lot of you will correspond with on a day-to-day basis, and she processes the checks. So a very important person to know. And in actual fact, there's one person missing off of my team. Taylor Berlin is an intern at American University, and she's on a 3-month contract with us. She's doing some political mapping of Congress. An angle to that is to map who in Congress actually has ties to Scotland in terms of the ancestry. So that'll be an interesting piece of work, and hopefully I can share some of that work as things move on. Turning to our Canada office, so the Canada office has really changed direction. So for those of you who are not aware, our Canada office used to be 1 person based out of Toronto, and we're now at 3. So in the last year, Kat Little has come in as the first secretary, doing a similar job to Joni. She's the leader of the Canadian office, and she's actually based out of the High Commission in Ottawa. Kerry Dixon, who is my counterpart in the Canadian office, is a new addition. She's actually not joined the team yet. Chris Maskell is departing shortly, and Kerry is expected in market at the end of October. So look out for her. And then Kerry Marriott, much the same as Bex and Natasha in my office, does a lot of the office management and comms stuff for the Canadian team. Any people here that you would like to get in contact with, I'll be happy to pass their email addresses on. Just grab me at some point. Moving on, so last year I spoke a little bit about why the Scottish Government had a presence in both the US and Canada, and amongst other things, it's basically driven by these 5 pillars. So I'll just quickly run through these. I'm not going to give any practical examples because it kind of does what it says on the tin. Scotland's international reputation is improved. Well, you guys all contribute to that on a daily basis, so I thank you for that. Investment to Scotland has increased. There's a wealth of stats and figures that come out on an annual basis to highlight that to you. Scottish businesses are trading internationally and more effectively. A lot of you will be aware that we have trade and investment specialists in hubs across the US, based out of Boston, San Jose, Chicago, Houston, and an office in Toronto as well. Scottish research and innovation capability is promoted and further partnerships and funding secured. So in the education and research and development space, we are working to keep building partnerships. A practical example of that is that we've recently capitalised on an opportunity to partner with Stanford around some of the climate change agenda that obviously Scotland has a successful story to tell. And then Scotland's interests in the EU and beyond are protected and enhanced. That one, as you might expect, the wording of that might change moving forward, but obviously for the US and Canadian markets, it's again, it does what it says on the tin. We want to keep promoting Scotland. We want people to have the appetite to learn about what Scotland has to offer the world. Moving on. So under our Scotland is Now banner, we have always worked with these 5 pillars. So promoting Scotland as a place to live. It's great. It rains. A place to work, the opportunities that are there. A place to study. Obviously, we have world-renowned universities. I'm sure that everybody in the room has either visited one or knows somebody who is currently studying at one. It's a great place to invest. So outside of London, Scotland is the place in the UK where most foreign and direct investment goes to. There's a lot of factors, but access to talent, proximity to air routes, these things are all factored in when companies are looking to invest in the UK. Obviously, that will probably change over time, with Brexit around the corner. And then the one that everybody will be familiar with is Scotland's a great place to visit. Golf, whiskey, castles, genealogy and ancestral tours. Okay, so I just want to give a flavour of what we've been up to in the US, and then my colleagues furnished me with some material from what they've been doing in Canada. Again, some of this may be relevant to you, some of it you might have seen, some of it you might not actually be too interested in, but we're going to go through it anyway, and I've got a couple of nice videos to show you along the way. So, Tartan Week 2019, for those of you who don't know what Tartan Week is, although I think most of you will, Tartan Week is the week leading up to the Tartan Day Parade, which occurs on the 6th of April each year. As an office, we've supported the parade in New York year on year, but in 2019 partners decided, and when I say partners I mean Scottish Government, University of Scotland, Visit Scotland, Scottish Development International, came together and decided that it was time to try and capitalise on the captive market that Manhattan presents that week. Everybody's eyes are on Scotland anyway, so how do we maximise that opportunity? So what we decided to do was to take over a venue and have what we were calling a pop-up Scotland House, inverted commas. That enabled us, rather than being based out of a hotel suite or moving around from function suite to function suite in terms of the events to do, we had a one-stop shop to drive footfall and to drive activity through our Scotland House. We branded it with the Scotland is Now banners, and we were able to host business forums, tourism forums, education forums. We hosted our diaspora breakfast there, and it also gave the opportunity for some of the travelling Scottish businesses to have a quiet place to be able to do some more of the serious day-to-day business stuff that they needed to do in New York. The model wasn't perfect, but it was a step in the right direction, and there will be more in that space in 2020. We are currently looking to bring on additional partners and to try and grow that presence in New York that week. The model itself will be one that will also be rolled out to other key markets in the US, so don't be surprised if you see advertising saying that there's going to be a pop-up Scotland House in a city near you. Keep an eye on it. They're an amazing mechanism. As I said before, there's the appetite for people to want to engage, so we're just giving them the platform and the forum to be able to do that. One that's very close to home for me. Unfortunately, my rugby career came to an abrupt end when I moved to America, partly because of injury, partly because I wasn't very good. But we've worked with the Scottish Rugby Union. Both I actually worked with them a little bit back home when I was working in Scotland, but year on year they try and grow their presence in the US. Some of you may have seen that the Scotland international rugby team has actually visited the US to play against the US Eagles. Quick anecdote about I think it was the first event that I officially did in my job, was to host the Scotland team in Houston to play the US Eagles last June. Houston, 105 degrees, Scottish rugby team. It was a recipe for disaster. But that actually, the night before at the business dinner, I made a joke about how I'd watched Scotland 16 times live in person and I had never seen them lose. I'd seen us beat South Africa, I'd seen us beat Australia, I'd seen us beat Wales, and then went out the next night and the USA Eagles beat us. So we'll not dwell on that too much, but we recently were approached by the SRU, who, as part of their agenda to grow the awareness of rugby, but also to grow Murrayfield, which is their stadium, as a venue to host. They continue to do very innovative things to make sure that they're at the front of that sort of rugby and business community. One of their clever strategic investments was to identify that the US market is potentially going to boom in terms of rugby teams, so they've actually invested in one of the new professional rugby teams that are going to be based out of DC, convenient for me, Old Glory DC. That was launched earlier this year. The team will join the professional league in February. They will be travelling around the country playing other professional teams, so keep it interesting. And now I just want to show you a video that the SRU produced to sort of give a flavour of where they've come in recent years and the direction where they want to go. Over to you guys. Turn it up a little bit.
This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me.
That's against England. So obviously that's quite cool, and I don't know if there's rugby fans in the mix, but rugby itself is great, but it's also an amazing opportunity. So I was able to host some of our key business contacts at the launch event earlier in the year. So it's again moving back into that soft power space and being able to use it as a tool to benefit Scotland on a wider scale. Keep an eye out for it. Keep supporting Scotland in the World Cup. I know that we're in a little bit of a dodgy position just now with the Japanese being so good. So I just want to keep moving down this list because I don't want to take up too much of your time. So last year I spoke about the amount of travel that the office is doing, and in the last year we've also made journeys to Utah, San Francisco and LA to start building the relationships in that space. On alumni, so alumni is probably one of our stakeholder groups that's the most untapped and has the most potential. So we've been doing some outreach to that, both at Tartan Week, but also at the North American Education Conference, which happened again to be in DC. I know, convenient for me. So we're going to keep working in that education space to try and allow people who go to Scotland to study and come back, and also people who have studied in Scotland and come out to the US to remember their Scottish roots and to stay connected to the Scottish communities. In February we had the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, out for a 5-day trip. We spent some time in DC doing some business and political engagements. We then visited New Jersey, where there was a cooperation agreement signed with the Governor of New Jersey in the green energy and climate change space, recognising the issue that we face. And then she went into New York to continue her business engagement. The Friends of Scotland caucus on the Hill, where's John? As John's aware, this has been a work in progress for a while. After the midterms, we needed to recruit new co-chairs. In the House, we now have Representative Aderholt from Alabama and Representative Cohen from Tennessee signed up to be our new chairs in the Friends of Scotland caucus, with a launch event likely to be in the next couple of weeks. So that will be great to have that influence and friends back on the Hill in DC. If you are ever talking to any of your reps in your district and they want to join the caucus, you can absolutely put them in contact with me. Actually, I'll go one step further. If you're talking to them, tell them to join the caucus and put them in contact with me. And then the final bullet point there is called Scotland Leads the Way, or as I like to call it, Rory Went Viral. So I just want to share with you a couple of our small but important success stories over the last year. So climate change speaks for itself. The partnership that we have with the New Jersey Governor is obviously one which is great. It's got an economic benefit to Scotland, and already there's been an inward mission, but I'll not dwell too much on the business side of things. Hands up if you know what the baby box is. Okay, I'll explain. So the baby box is a policy initiative in Scotland that was rolled out in 2017, that every expectant mother in Scotland would be given a free baby box with up to 40 items in it, which helps with bringing a baby into the world. Everything from the narrative around what a mother and a father have to do, all the way to the practical elements of thermometers, and then the box itself actually acts as a crib. It's the safest place for a baby to be from 0 to 9 months. Why am I telling you this? Well, Representative Vesey from Dallas, Fort Worth in Texas reached out to us recently to say that he wants to bring legislation to the floor of the House which incentivises states to copy Scotland to roll out the baby box for low-income families, which I think is an amazing initiative. The best thing about the baby box is, in order to qualify for one for free, you actually have to register with a nurse, so that you know even before the baby is born that the mother's getting all the care that she needs. So that's an amazing success story. There's more to come on that. It's about it. I think it's been introduced to the floor now, and will go under the usual scrutiny that the House gives it. But amazing to know that Scotland's policies are leaving a lasting footprint on an international stage. And now the story about when Rory went viral. So it'll come as no surprise that Scotland values its equality policy agenda, and we are avid supporters of the LGBTIQ plus community, and we participate in Pride events. Our DC Pride event, actually the one that happens in June, so the very first day I arrived in this country, the very first thing I did was walk in the DC Pride event, and it was excellent. This year I took a more active role and was able to bring on a Scottish social media influencer, we'll call him, a guy called Finlay Wilson, who, for those of you who don't know, does yoga in a kilt. You can imagine how he went viral the first time. However, he was travelling with his partner, and I reached out to him and asked if he would come and participate in the float. Finlay is a massive advocate for the LGBTI plus community, and a couple of weeks before the Pride Parade, he reached out and he said, "Rory, I want to be able to showcase to the biggest audience possible how much Scotland values our community. So I want to propose to my partner." I was like, "Okay, give me another headache, why don't you?" So he said, "I'm going to be on the float, people are going to be watching me, what can you do?" So one confetti cannon later, one microphone and 50,000 people, he was able to propose during the Pride Parade. Just before it, he said, "You need to make sure that you get this on video." So I got it on video, and 4 days later it had been viewed over 1 million times. It was running on French TV, British TV, US TV, and various different publications. And that was Finlay saying to me he wanted to use his own personal situation to showcase what Scotland does in this space to the world. And it's an amazing thing. He then came back to the US to participate in the World Pride event in New York. And I know that he's actually speaking to various different groups across the country in terms of going along to their Highland Games. If nothing else, a guy upside down in a kilt is actually super impressive. So yeah, I'm just going to quickly move on to what Canada has been doing. So I spoke a little bit earlier about the fact that the new Ottawa office has opened, and indeed when the First Minister was out with us, she spent some time in Canada opening the office. Policy expert exchange. So our Canadian colleagues have been focusing on transatlantic policy expert exchange, so bringing people from Scotland to Canada and taking them back. Issues that they have brought people out to focus on: Scotland's culture, education, tourism, trade and investment. We've had experts on domestic abuse, social enterprise and culture come and engage with policy experts in Ottawa and Toronto. They are also growing their diaspora engagement. In the past few months, they've partnered with Montreal St Andrews Society on their Highland Games. They've worked with Visit Scotland on a market visit from Scottish tourism leaders to Vancouver, and will shortly be doing the same in Toronto. And in 2018, much like we've just seen with the rugby, they had partnered to give the Scottish Rugby Union the exposure on Canadian TV that it deserves. Trade and investment showcases. They've been working with our Scottish Development International colleagues. They've also had a couple of other ministers in market, including our current Finance and Economy Minister. You'll not be surprised to hear that where there's showcases, there's food and drink. It's obviously our biggest export, so there's always whisky and tariff-free whisky involved at this stage. And then Education Roadshow is a model that they've been practicing for the last couple of years, and something that we might try and emulate in the US market. But basically it sees 14 of the Scottish higher education institutions coming out to Canada to showcase what Scottish education has to offer. Okay, so where are we heading? So we're heading fast to the year of coasts and waterways. And well, I'll come back on that in a minute to just share a little bit more about what we're doing. We are strengthening relationships via our winter festivals. So when we talk about winter festivals, we're talking about St Andrew's Day at the end of November and then Burns at the end of January. I know that you guys will all be running events for that. Pop-up Scotland House, again, we will be looking to roll that model out back in Manhattan in early April. If you are there and you want an invite to any of our events, let me know. And of course that model will be going to other cities. And then economic focused events. So this is around us using our soft power, using that love for Scotland, but actually once you have the people in the room being able to talk about what Scotland has to offer in a whole range of issues, it will come as no surprise that economic benefit underpins a lot of the work that we have to do whilst we are operating out here. So I spoke a little bit about the year of coasts and waters in 2020. There is actually a website along the bottom of there which is not helpfully coloured very well. Blue on blue, disaster. So a big focus for the coming year, not just for Visit Scotland, but for travel and tourism businesses and residents and visitors, will be obviously the year of coasts and waters. There'll be a year-round programme, and there'll be more information to follow on that around our stunning coasts, our rivers, our lochs, our canals and our waterways. It'll branch out a little bit, and it'll become as no surprise that whisky will feature significantly in the year of coasts and waters. Castles, attractions, our fishing industry, unusual places to stay such as the lighthouse. And I've actually visited one of those lighthouses in Shetland. It's a very cost-effective and really cool way to spend part of your vacation when you're visiting Scotland. The Edinburgh festivals will also have a year of coasts and waters dimension to it. It will focus on Scotland's shores, and it will feature classic film screenings that focus on the sort of coastal and outdoor experience. The National Theatre of Scotland will deliver fairy tales. Do you see what they did there? It's a production that will be celebrating Scotland's surrounding waters and journeys by the thousands of tourists that visit. Obviously, there's thousands of tourists that also visit from the US year on year. I'm sure you guys are all of those. Other Visit Scotland priorities. So I am acting as the Visit Scotland proxy, obviously, because they don't have anybody currently based out here. So I'll just, excuse the pun, fly over some of these. So priorities, airline partnerships. Obviously, we work hard round the clock to make it as easy as possible to visit Scotland. This year we launched the Delta airline route from, which I think I spoke about last year a little bit, from Edinburgh to Boston, so that's obviously helpful. In the travel trade space, there's continued partnerships to promote everything there is about being able to go to Scotland and what people may or may not want to be doing. The Only in Scotland campaign, a new campaign which is just launched. It's the Only in Scotland campaign, which will highlight special experiences that can only be done in Scotland. For example, it's the only place in the world that you can ride the first and only rotating boat lift, which is the Falkirk Wheel, for any of you that have visited it. Scotland Week, obviously I've already touched on that, but we will have a heavy presence in Scotland Week. For those of you who may have seen the photos, Visit Scotland managed to decorate a Mercedes van as a Highland cow and drive it round Manhattan for a week. Actually, the kilted yoga guy done kilted yoga on top of the Highland cow outside Madison Square Garden. It was actually really pretty cool, and for all the tourists walking back and forward, they stopped. They wanted to know what was going on. A big thanks to Camilla, who sorted all our permits for this van. But look out for it, because I'm sure it'll be making another appearance. And then we're also trying to engage the sort of younger demographic to visit Scotland as well, and we're doing that by again looking at social media influencers who can almost put what we are calling a cool spin on some of the more traditional elements. And with that, I want to show you another video of one of these social media influencers, just to give you a flavour of some of the marketing that's going on at Visit Scotland.
What's up, everybody? I'm Wade Hall, an adventure personality, content creator, and wild travel dude. I'm back here in Scotland, home of my great-great-great-grandfather to experience this beautiful country. But there's nothing old with what we'll be doing here. I'm here to see how Scotland is now. And you damn well know I've been wearing this kilt the entire time. So buckle up, let's do this! Woo!
No matter how much you love whiskey or how good your whiskey's going to be, It's got to mature for minimum 3 years. Well, gin, the beauty is it's distilled and it's ready. You can develop your recipes quicker. It's a gin, really.
It's a Scottish gin, I guess. There it is.
Hey man, can you maybe help us out?
Yeah, come on in. We'll try something different.
Thanks, man.
All my kilts are made by individual kilt makers that are very highly skilled.
3, 2, 4.
There we go. Do you swing for us? See how much fabric's in it? There we go.
Winterland, you're my sailing ship. Guiding when you head for your trip, right out of this wicked black and into bright sand, straight towards the warm sun and into his hands. When I get there, I let my feet roll. When I get there, I'll break in your arms, I'll lose control. When I get there, I'll know the answer.
All right, guys, we're here in St. Andrews at Tail End, and they tell me we're going to be doing some land yachting next.
Wait, what's land yachting?
No idea. We're going to go find out.
Winterland, whisper in my ear, make my troubles all disappear. Way on this wicked black, I'll feel the soft side, right under the warm sun.
What's up, guys? I thought you didn't even know you could wakeboard here in Scotland. I got 2 wetsuits. Oh my God, it's 3 degrees in the water, and it looks like an absolute sun mission. Let's do it.
I'll break in your arms, I'll lose control. When I get there, I'll know the answer. Let me know when I get closer. When I get closer.
So we just popped into Glasgow. I heard the music scene here is super rad. I'm with Fiona from Glasgow Music City Tours.
So here we are in the Barrowland Ballroom. This is the best loved music venue in Glasgow, not just loved by the people who come here, but by the bands. Oasis, Metallica and LCD Sound System have all said this is their favourite music venue to play in the world.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Are you getting emotional?
I am getting emotional.
I'll know the answer. Let me know when I get closer. When I get closer. Will I get closer? Will I get closer?
So as I was saying, obviously we are using different marketing material to try and encourage the younger generation to also want to visit Scotland. That campaign video has actually been a huge success. It's been viewed over 1 million times. I want to pick up on 2 things that you saw in there. First was the guy who was making the kilts, 21st century kilts, is Howie. He's been heavily involved with the Tartan Day Parade in New York for years. He pioneered pockets for kilts, which actually come in super helpful. And he was also responsible for designing and making Sir Billy Connolly's sort of pink tartan that he wore in the Tartan Day Parade this year. The second thing I want to pick up on from that video was the V&A Museum, which recently opened in Dundee and has already smashed its visitor numbers. A nice little story is that we were asked to partner with Carnegie Hall around their youth orchestra because they were visiting Scotland for the Edinburgh Festival, playing Usher Hall, and we arranged with the V&A for some of those musicians to go into the V&A and do sort of pop-up busking. So you had little cohorts of a US-based orchestra just breaking out into music in the V&A, sort of unadvertised, but I'm sure it was a spectacle. In fact, I've seen the videos. I'm sure it was a spectacle for those visiting the V&A that day. Just moving on quickly because I'm conscious that I'm taking up a lot of time here. The conference topic, so Scottish North American diaspora, ancestral roots and cultural pathways. It continues to be a priority for Visit Scotland. There's obviously over an estimated 50 million people outside of Scotland who are of Scottish ancestry, and nearly 15 million of those are in the North American market that myself and my colleagues in Canada look after. We know there's been a huge rise in interest recently, and I know that there's a debate around things like 23andMe, but it is actually just driving the awareness and the willingness to want to investigate ancestral roots. And naturally, we want to use this tool to encourage as many people to come to Scotland as they possibly can to trace their roots and to experience what Scotland has to offer. And then there's just a little bit of a map there. And then here's some of the recent and planned ancestral activity. So there will be an update on the Visit Scotland website that you can visit. A development of a dedicated ancestral tour to Scotland in partnership with Go Ahead Tours. I know that Bart has done something similar with his clan, so I hope this is welcomed. There are some ongoing discussions with Ancestry.com, the inclusion of ancestral messaging in Visit Scotland campaigns and channels, and a programme of e-newsletters. If there is anything that you ever want to feed into it, I'm sure in the wash-up session tomorrow there might be some really good ideas about what we can do to work with you to help with this theme. Be sure to let me know, and I'll make sure that it's passed back to the people at Visit Scotland who are responsible for looking after it. Okay, so you'll be happy to hear that this is pretty much my last slide. So, reflections and direction of travel. So, again, on my long car journey down from Chicago over the last few days, I was thinking about where we are, what tools we have, what resource we have, the asset that we have in you guys, and how we can work together to make sure that we keep building year on year. So, first and foremost, our Scotland is Now campaign. So this is actually a toolkit. You can access it online. The material is free to use. When you download the images or the videos to laptops and stuff, all that it asks is to tick a box for what you're using it for so that we can collect that data. Some of the stuff is really, really cool. I would encourage you to check it out. We use it in almost everything that we do, including presentations that you have to listen to for first thing on a Saturday morning, if nothing else. The toolkit is great. There is constantly content being added to it. If there's ever anything that you want that isn't on it, you can ask us and we will create it. And in a minute, I'm going to show you a video about what some of the stuff that we do. But you can use it for displays. We have videos running on loops, either with sound or with not at events, and it just gives that visual of what Scotland is, and some of the visuals are really something. So before I go on to my last 2 points around boringly economic outputs and raising awareness, I'm going to hand over to the guys to just watch the third video, which is a minute long, and I'm sure you'll agree that some of these visuals are incredible. This is available on the toolkit. So I'm sure you can all agree that some of the visuals there are amazing. Who wouldn't want to visit? That's just a very, very small example of some of the content that we have on the toolkit. I'm sure you can agree that at events where you're trying to promote Scotland, having something like that running in the background, even without the sound, it captures people's attention. There is lots there. There are people explaining about how they came to live in Scotland, what their businesses do. There's the tourism aspect of visiting the different places around the country. There's stuff around tech. There's stuff around studying in Scotland. There really is videos and photos and infographics for pretty much anything that you want. So I encourage you, as I say, to have a look at that toolkit, and if there is anything that you want or can't find, then just let me know. So I just want to focus on the two last points here, and then I will open the floor quickly for questions. Do I still have time for that? I'm looking for John's over there. We'll say yes. Where am I? So it'll come as no surprise, and it's a recurring theme, and it's a recurring message that I carry, that our friendships, you guys, our networks, they run strong, they run deep, and it is a pleasure to work with you. I'm 15 months into the job out of a 4-year stint. It's been great. I look forward to working with you all going forward. But I mentioned earlier that the office is changing direction a little bit, and that's where the bullet point comes in terms of a renewed focus on economic outputs. So that's factoring into everything that we do to make sure that there's an outcome or an output. So essentially, what is our time and effort giving us? And by us, I mean Scotland, not me, in return for supporting events. So making sure that you guys know what our messages are and that you're happy to go away and carry them with you. It'll come as no surprise that because we're a small team, we cannot do everything. And it'll also come as no surprise that every person I speak to tells me that their event is the one to do. I promise that we try and spread ourselves out as much as we possibly can. I was having a conversation last night, I can't remember who was involved, but between myself and my boss, we managed to tick off 9 burn suppers in 6 locations over 7 days. It really was pushing us to our limits, but we're more than happy to do that because we want to be seen, we want to be supporting. So what I would say is if you can avoid Burns, St Andrews Day and Highland Games, then the rest of the year we actually have some time, so it would be great to get along and support as much of the stuff as you possibly can. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit because unfortunately I need to catch a plane back to DC, but I know that tomorrow there's going to be a quick wash-up session, so I'm just going to throw into the mix very, very quickly some reflections from my side of things which you may or may not agree with. What I would say is that SNALC is it's an amazing model, and credit to the team and the people who founded it and continue to work with it. And I can see even in the year that I've been here that it's going from strength to strength. As the vehicle for keeping our direction of travel moving forward, I would like to offer 3 points that hopefully can be discussed in the wash-up session tomorrow, and I do apologise I won't be around for that. So from the Scottish Government standpoint, I'd love to see increased membership or increased ticket numbers. I want to see every seat filled. I want this room absolutely packed out. Factor in wider groups from a range of different geographies, so I know that those of you who are aware, Nicola, for example, travelled quite far to get here, but I want to encourage as many different Scottish communities to buy into this concept, because I think the more people that you have coming to the table with ideas, it can only be a good thing. Keeping it fresh and modern, so how do we take all the amazing work that's been done in how many years, Camilla? In 17 years, to draw on it, to make sure that we know what Scotland has to offer in 2019 and 2020, to keep it fresh, original and in line with the Scottish values that we have. And to make sure that you guys, as one of our strongest assets, are aligned with our messaging in that space as well, and that we're all on the same page or singing from the same hymn sheet. And then the third bit that I would want to offer is around engaging the youth. So I find myself in forums talking about how we bring on the next generation of Scottish diaspora. Now, it's a difficult job, and I don't have the answer to it. The information that I get when I talk to people is that basically they don't have the time to do it, and I completely understand that. But targeting groups like alumni who want to stay connected to the Scottish community, we can do it. and hopefully, even if they buy into 1 or 2 events a year, over time they will then become in charge of some of the events, and they will continue to sort of carry that message as our informal ambassadors. I think I'm just going to end there because John's lingering here, so I've probably ran over time. I do apologise. I know that there's people Skyping in. I want to be part of this conversation. I hope that you want me to be part of this conversation. I want to keep helping you guys, but I also want you to keep giving us your help as well. And just a massive thanks to John and the team here, the team who put together the conference year on year, everybody for travelling to be part of it, the IT guys at the back who are always great, and yeah, I'll end there. Now I was going to ask if anybody had any questions. I think he's going to tell me no. All right, no worries. No questions, great.
Thank you very much, Rory. That's a picture of what Scotland is about to engage in, and what we can partner with as we move forward. Now we're going to get into the direct program, and we saw last night some of the artistic investments that the St. Andrew Society of Detroit has made. While we've done that, we too are engaged in our library and our genealogy. And so I want to introduce to you and bring to the podium the genealogists for the St. Andrew Society of Detroit, who will kind of help shepherd this morning's program. Derek Blount.
Morning. I started my adventure in genealogy about 31 years ago. Took over from my grandfather who had 25 years of genealogy that he started back in the 1940s. And he left me an interesting batch of material to work with. His charts look like this. Okay? He would take a sheet of paper and type on it, and then he would take strips of other paper with other people's names on them, staple them on, or tape them together, and those were his charts. That's how he started. For the balance of the day, be sure to turn off your cell phones or silence them, please, and any other electronic devices that you might have. I'd appreciate that. We're going to talk a little bit about Scottish genealogy, and we're going to talk a little bit about how I got into it and about some of the things that you're going to see today. I grew up in a period of time when, we had a centennial for the Civil War, so there was a lot of interest in history. So my grandfather fed me history until it was coming out of my ears. And during that period of time, he was doing all of his genealogy work from the 1940s all the way through the 70s until he passed away. And then he passed it on to me. Well, he passed on a lot of material to me. And so the first thing I thought, well, I'm going to have to get birth certificates, I'm going to have to get death and marriage certificates, I'm going to have to get the census records, church records, baptism, all of that. I'm going to go out and dig up some ancestors and some cemeteries. Not literally, of course, but I got my grandfather's records. I got a 4-drawer file cabinet filled with paper. Everything you could think of. My grandfather was a pack rat. He saved Christmas cards, postcards from people's vacations, all their letters, their notes, scraps of paper like this, and that was all in that 4-drawer file cabinet. He also left me a book of about 200 or 300 pages of pedigree charts. My beginnings began like this, stacks and stacks of paper. The pedigree charts look like this, hundreds of pages, and none of it none of it sourced. So I began 31 years of sourcing and citation everything that I could possibly do and putting it into a computer. Oops, sorry. Back that up. So the first thing we had to go through were records and records and records. What were we going to have to collect? What, where, and why? Because he didn't collect a lot of the records. He collected words from people about what they did or what they knew. But where do the records come from? They come from treaties. They come from laws, rules, regulations. Those are the things that create the records. So we need to know something about history. History matters because everything that happens in history, from politics, the conflicts, immigration, all the other things that go on, all of that matters because that's what's driving your records for you, to find those things. The culture, the religion, and the traditions also are a piece of it. A lot of genealogists forget about that until sometime later after they got the whole thing put together and they said, wow, this is really dry. And nobody in the family wants to listen to this. But you need the stories to go along with it. So the culture, the religion, and the traditions matter a great deal. We'll talk about a lot of that today. The people in their communities matter. Everything that's going on locally is just as important as it was nationally. So when you look at the history, you've got to look at the local history as well. What's going on? Why are people doing things that they're doing? Why are collecting the records that they're collecting? Without history, there's no treaties, there's no laws, rules, and regulations, and we have no records. So the history drives the creation of these. The culture, religion, and traditions color our history and our genealogy and add richness. It adds contrast to our basic facts of birth, marriage, and death. It allows us to paint a picture of our ancestors against the backdrop of their circumstances. And all of this assists the imagination and promotes understanding. Our ancestors come alive in our minds and begin to understand who we are and where we come from. DNA adds a new dimension to genealogy, and you'll hear about that today as well. That full file cabinet, full of content, that's the meat that goes on the bones of genealogy. We don't trash that. We keep it and cherish it. We are the chosen. Each family, there's one who is called to find the ancestors, to put flesh in the bones and make them live again, to tell the family story and to feel that somehow they know and approve. Doing genealogy is not a cold gathering of facts anymore, as it was at one time, but instead breathing life into all who have gone before. We are the storytellers of our tribe. Celebrate your Scottish family. Every family has a history, so what's yours? Today, you're going to hear about a lot of the history. You'll hear about some of the traditions, and you'll hear about some of the DNA that is now coming into genealogy. We'll talk about a lot of that today. So, with our first speaker, who will be up in a few minutes here, we're going to hear something about the snapshots from the Scottish Migration album, the expectations and experiences in the United States. And so that's going to be coming out here in our first speaker, who will be Professor Marjorie Harper. Marjorie Harper is a professor of history at the University of Aberdeen and visiting professor in the Center for History, University of the Highlands and Islands. Her research focuses on British immigration since 1800, particularly from Scotland. And without any further ado, I'd like to introduce Professor Marjorie Harper.
Marjorie, hello. Hi, Marjorie. This is Gus. How are you? Very well, thank you. I'm representing a room full of people here, so I don't know whether you can see the room. You can? Great. Well, we're delighted to have you beamed over from. Are you in Aberdeen right now? You.
Scottish emigration.
Fantastic. Well, I've heard your presentation when you were in Chicago and thoroughly enjoyed it. It's given us all lots to think about, and your presentation still resonates with us in Chicago to this day. So I know that we're all eager to hear you today in Detroit and online across the Scottish community. So can I hand over to you to talk to us, Professor Marjorie Harper?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So I have 20 minutes, is that correct? 20-minute slot. Okay, well, hello everybody. I'm really pleased to be talking to you. It's quite a new experience for me to be talking across Skype to an audience. It would be nice if I could be there with you in Detroit, but I hope everybody can hear what I'm saying and will be able to see the presentation. So I think without more ado, we'll just call up the first slide if we could. That slide about to appear. At the moment, you can just see. Can you see the slide? If you can see the slide, nod at me, and if you can't, shake your head. Or the screen has frozen. I can see myself.
Marjorie, we can see your presentation. We can also see you on another screen, so we are lucky on two counts.
Okay, I can't actually see my presentation, so I'll have to guess what I'm going to be speaking about. I was going to use my PowerPoints as prompts, but I'll maybe have to just look at a bit of paper instead. So at the moment you can see an introductory slide, can you? That says something like
snapshots from the Scottish Migration Album.
Okay. Right. Could we go on to the next slide then, please? That's just an introductory slide. The next slide up?
Yes.
Okay. So it should say, why did Scots emigrate?
Yep.
Right? Yep. Okay. Again, as I say, I don't have the PowerPoint itself. So if I went, actually, I'm going to go on to my PowerPoint. Can you still see me?
Yes.
And you can still see the shot. Okay, well, I've got up on my computer now the actual PowerPoint, so I just was a bit worried that might take the. I can see that small screen in the corner. Okay, so the route map for today is I want to look a little bit at why Scots emigrated, why they then emigrated to the United States, look a little bit at their settlement patterns and behaviours, and say a little bit about heritage and culture and genealogical tourism, a word or two about sources, because I think a lot of you will be interested in how to find out more about your Scots ancestors, and then maybe at the end mention the Scottish Heritage Programme, which I coordinate at the University of Aberdeen. So is that the, have you got a slide that says at the moment, why did Scots emigrate? Have you got one that says route map?
It says route map, and then a bullet point says, why did Scots emigrate?
Okay. Can we go on to the next slide then, please?
This one says, why did Scots emigrate?
Okay, so just to unpack those 5 bullet points a little bit. Scots had always had a wanderlust. I mean, since medieval times, they'd gone to Europe. They had gone as peddlers and soldiers and scholars and mercenary soldiers. But their eyes began to turn westwards after 1707, after the Parliamentary Union made it legal to trade with and settle in what were then the American colonies. So the impact of the 1707 Union was incredibly important. It turned Scottish eyes westwards. And there were various reasons for Scots going across the Atlantic. Some of them were negative reasons. You'll see in the third bullet point there, it said banishment, Jacobitism, and kidnap. Well, there was a traditional method of punishment in Scotland, which was to banish people not only from the parish, but to banish them overseas. And colonies like Virginia and Georgia in the pre-revolutionary period were recipients of Scots who had been banished overseas because of criminal convictions. Then in the 18th century, as a consequence of the Jacobite rebellions and the defeat of the Jacobites in those rebellions, around 600 Jacobite prisoners were transported to the American colonies after the two major rebellions, the 1715 rebellion and the 1745-6 rebellion. And most of them were sent to the Cape Fear River area of North Carolina. Fairly small numbers, but they joined a small nucleus of really Highland settlers who were already in that location. Then, third point under banishment, Jacobitism, and kidnap was this rather extraordinary mechanism of getting Scots overseas, which was a way that some municipalities, or Aberdeen in particular, as it turned out, saw a way to relieve pauperism in their communities by having people kidnapped off the streets and transported across the Atlantic. And one particular example of this, it's actually a very famous example because the victim ultimately came back to Scotland, wrote a book about what had happened to him, and sued the people who had it done to him. And you've maybe heard of this example, was Peter Williamson, who was a 12-year-old boy, came into Aberdeen to visit his aunt, happened to be down playing on the quayside and was kidnapped, put on board a ship and transported out across the Atlantic, was disembarked at Philadelphia and was then indentured to a farmer in that area. After various adventures, he participated in what we call the 7 Years' War, but I think we call the French Indian Wars, was wounded, eventually found his way back to Scotland, wrote this book and sued the magistrates of Aberdeen for having had him kidnapped in the first place. There's a book called The Life and Curious Adventures of Peter Williamson. So those were some of the examples of people who were sent across the Atlantic to what became the United States under duress, not of their own volition. The fourth bullet point there says socioeconomic push and pull in the 18th century. Well, what I mean there is there were various factors that pushed people out of Scotland and also simultaneously attracted them to overseas locations, particularly in North America. The push factors were generally to do with the economic climate, and particularly at that era in the Highlands, where particularly from about 1767, 1770, the economy was deteriorating. There were years of dearth, years of famine. There was cattle disease. The cattle prices dropped. In fact, everybody will have heard of Flora MacDonald. Well, one reason why Flora MacDonald and her husband emigrated to North Carolina was because they had lost 300 head of cattle from Skye, where they lived in the 3 years before they emigrated. And they just felt that things were not going to improve back at home. So there was a lack of food. There was it wasn't famine. It wasn't that people were actually on their uppers at that point, but they feared becoming destitute. Yes, when we get to the 19th century, there were a number of Highlanders who were absolutely destitute. In the 18th century, it was more the fear of becoming destitute that propelled people across the Atlantic. And at the same time, they saw opportunities to do better for themselves as a result of letters and information in newspapers, information that was coming back across to them in Scotland. So you always have this interaction of push and pull of the things that are driving people away, the things that are attracting them overseas. And unless you were a Jacobite prisoner or a criminal or somebody who was kidnapped, there's always that element of positive and negative in the decision to go. The balance might change depending on economic and social circumstances, but there's always that element of choice. So there was an economic push at the time. There was, but more important than that, especially in the Highlands, was the social changes that were taking place, the very dislocating social changes. Because I mean, I do a couple of hours to explain this. I'll try and do it very briefly. Highland society was undergoing major cultural changes in the 18th century, partly as a consequence of the Jacobite rebellion and the defeat of Jacobitism. But the traditional society was being undermined, and people in the Highlands many people were very uncomfortable with that, and they chose to emigrate, to vote with their feet, to get across the Atlantic in the hope that on your side of the Atlantic they could reconstitute the kind of society that they felt was being eroded at home. So at the same time as they felt they were being pushed out from home, they saw in the colonies, in the American colonies, the opportunity to reconstitute the traditional Highland society from which chieftains and clansmen were disappearing, but they would be they would be able to reconstitute it in the traditional way. And the other sort of pull factors were things like letters coming home saying, out here we have no trouble earning our bread, we have no trouble putting food on the table. And so there was a sense that life was better, it wouldn't be such a struggle across the Atlantic. And the final bullet point there, I think everybody will have heard of Samuel Johnson, the lexicographer, and his biographer, James Boswell. And they toured the Highlands and the Hebrides in 1773, and both of them wrote a book or journals about their travels. And they visited Skye, and Boswell, well, they both talked, in fact, about the dance called America. And this was meant to represent how the fever for emigrating got hold of a whole district, and for everybody, as they described it, was set afloat. And it actually became easier to go than it did to stay. And people who were left behind, that the board to go or the ships were full, were, Johnson and Boswell said, absolutely distraught that they couldn't go. So there was this sense of precedent, the sense that there was already a nucleus of Scottish settlers out in America, and this was a great incentive to join them and increase the size of that nucleus. So that's why Scots emigrated. I could say a lot more about that, but I'm looking at my watch and I see I've only got about 10 minutes left or 15 minutes left. So let's move on to the next slide, if I could. Have you got that one up? It should say, why do Scots emigrate to the USA?
Yes.
Okay, well, now we're moving on to the post-revolution era. Now, in that era, the Scots who emigrated to the United States were swimming against the tide of advice. I should have said when I was talking about the previous slide that one key way in which the eastern seaboard, what became the United States, was settled was by indentured emigration, and many Scots took part in indentured emigration. And that's a different way of settlement, pattern of settlement from the way the Scots settled in Canada. Indentured emigration was like a type of extended apprenticeship, and many of the Scots did settle in places like the Carolinas, Virginia, Georgia, as indentured settlers. So that had pretty well come to an end by the end of the 18th century. And by the early 19th century, indeed, as soon as the War of Independence was over, the publicity that was generated by governments and newspapers and commentators was all anti-New Republic. So those Scots who emigrated to the United States were, as I say, swimming against the tide of advice. And the sort of advice that was being given was, you don't want to go to a place that's rebelled, you don't want to go to this dangerous republic, you want to go to the part of the world that remained within the imperial family. So that's the second bullet point there, really, that the publicity was promoting the imperial family, go to the Canadas. The subtext there was the idea that if Scots settled what remained of the frontier, the British-American frontier, they would provide a buffer against American encroachment, because there was this fear that new United States was going to extend its boundary northward. So there's this idea of settling the frontier. But of course, third point, the messages were very mixed, because at the same time as the government and newspapers and commentators were saying, no, don't come out to this against the Republic, the messages that were coming back in correspondence from those who had gone were saying, this is a land of milk and honey, this is a wonderful land, and actually promoting the idea of a republic. You will have no landlords, you will have no tithe, no taxes, you'll be able to pretty well to do as you like. So there was all this encouragement and personal correspondence at the same time as the government was saying, no, don't go there. In terms of actual numbers, what we now call Canada, remained the favourite destination of the Scots right up until 1847. For the British Isles as a whole, the United States became the prominent destination in 1832 and remained so until the beginning of the 20th century, about 1909. But with the Scots, it was 1847 before they switched their allegiance, or before the pendulum swung from Canada to the United States. And then the United States did continue to take the vast numbers, the main numbers of Scots until about 1909. The final, what have I got on the pictures you've got there, just to explain why I've got those pictures. So that all the publicity was saying, come to Canada, rather than the United States. And that continued right through into the early 20th century. That picture on the left is the railway company maybe kind of promoting settlement on the prairies. This is right at the end of the 19th century, because the Canadians were very worried about the porous border and about people who'd settled in the Canadian prairies moving south to the United States, and people from the United States moving north to the prairies, and the prairies being kind of by default taken over as American areas. The picture on the right is just to I might not. Well, I'll just say briefly what it was. In 1923, there were 600 people left the Outer Hebrides in a single week, and that was quite extraordinary. They were actually going to Canada on cruise ships. This particular picture, I don't know if you can see it well enough, but it shows you the quayside of Stornoway in Lewis. And it definitely shows you that emigration wasn't something that people weren't interested in. That's the crowd that saw the emigrants off when they left. 300 of them from Stornoway. In the same week, another 300 from Loch Boisdale in the Isle of South Uist. And the South Uist people going to Alberta, the Lewis people going to Toronto. But the point I was going to make was that many of those people who went out, particularly on the Metagama from Lewis, ultimately crossed the Great Lakes, crossed the border, and entered the United States as illegal immigrants. And that picture in the middle of the Statue of Liberty with the big stop sign was, the reason they went to Canada was because many of them couldn't get into the States under the quota system in the 20s. So the way they did it was to kind of do it through the back door by going to Canada and then crossing over the lakes. Now, the fourth bullet point there, as we move on, is the point about personal persuasion. It was all very well to get to read things in newspapers and see pamphlets, and of course the part of the United States were putting out publicity about their attributes, but it was personal persuasion in letters and from individuals that really counted. And this is where I want to move on to the next slide, which I think is just a picture at the moment. I think hope you've got it there, and it should say Agnes Laurie. And Agnes Laurie pictured on the left there, and in 1930, and on the right, 3 weeks before her 101st birthday. And that's when I interviewed her, 3 weeks before her 101st birthday, and she was so enthusiastic about the time she had spent in New York in the 1930s. And I'm going to come back a little bit later on to let you hear something of her experience. But she went because she was in domestic, from southwest of Scotland, from near the English border. She was in domestic service, and she had a friend who had cousins in Connecticut. And these cousins had written home to their cousin in Scotland and said, "Why don't you come to America? We can't understand why you're working for such a pittance of a wage actually it was in Liverpool, but we moved across to England. Why don't you come out here?" So this friend, Gladys, and Agnes Laurie, both put their names on the waiting list so they could get onto the quota, and they emigrated in 1930. We'll come back to Agnes a little bit later on, but the point there is that she really was persuaded by a friend, by the encouragement of a friend. Now, the next slide, I'm going to just tell you a little bit about it before we see it, because when we see it, I think it's automatically going to play an excerpt from another interviewee, a lady called Annie Matheson, who became Annie McRitchie a year after she landed in Detroit, came to Detroit in 1953. And I wanted to include her partly because she is in Detroit. She's still in Detroit. I mean, for all I know, she might be in the audience today. It might be wonderful if she was. But I met Annie at a conference in Paris, the Isle of Paris, a few years ago. I interviewed her first over the phone and then met her in Stornoway, where she would come to visit her sister-in-law every year. Now, Annie Matheson emigrated to Detroit in the 1950s because she grew up in a small village in the Isle of Lewis, and she said she knew so much about the United States growing up because so many people from that very small community had emigrated to the States. So rather than me explain, let's actually hear what she has to say.
I never wanted to leave Lewis except unless I would go to America. I didn't want to go to Glasgow or London to work. I'd rather stay here and look at America was first. Oh, everything was better than I could ever imagine. I can't think of anything that was. I thought the American accent was so lovely.
And I wanted you to hear Annie. I mean, her final point is, I thought the American accent was so lovely, but I don't know if you would agree with me that she hasn't picked it up. She has been in Detroit since 1953, but to me, to my ear, she sounds as if she's still off the boat, just off the boat from Lewis. And we'll come back to, I think maybe come back to Annie a little bit later on, or maybe, oh yes, we're going to hear another comment from Annie now, because I'm going to move on, and I'm very aware that time is moving on. Move on to first impressions. We've looked at why Scots emigrated, looked at why they went to the United States, it's all to do with the West. But I want to hear the next point.
Here she is. I arrived in New York Saturday evening, early evening. There were the 4 tugs came to pull the boat. It couldn't get into the Barber on the Soul, so there was 4 tugs pulling it in. But I can never forget is the bridge. I don't know, it would be the Brooklyn Bridge with all those cars, every colour under the sun. And I was used to seeing just black or grey cars.
Now that's another interesting point that Annie makes, and I've made this point in the recent book I've done, Testimonies of Transition, which just talks about the diaspora and uses about 100 quotes from about 100 of my interviewees. And in the 1950s, many interviewees were really disillusioned with life in the UK and not least in Scotland. And they talked about how drab everything was, the clothes were drab, the people were drab, the weather was drab, and grey was the word that came out most frequently. The other thing that Annie talked about was the abundance of food on the boat. Because of course, after the war, during the war and after the war, Britain was subject to rationing. And rationing continued until 1954. So when Annie got on this boat, this liner to cross the Atlantic, she said, we saw food like we'd never seen in our lives before. It was apples and oranges and all these things that she'd never seen growing up. And she said the clothing was so much better when she got to America because they were on rations, coupons for clothing. The wages were so much better. And she got off the boat in New York. She was so struck by how colourful everything was. Her fiancé met her, and they took the train to Detroit. And she said it was just like being first class. She said we weren't travelling first class, but it was like first class would be in the UK. So I'll come back to Annie very, very briefly towards the end, because she went into domestic service in Detroit, and she had an interesting comment to make about that. But let's move on to the next slide. How am I doing? We've got maybe five minutes or so. And it should say settlement patterns and behaviours, a selection. Well, I could spend days talking about settlement patterns and behaviours of people, of Scots who went to America. But I thought I would just hit on 4 of them and speak very briefly about these. Way back in the 18th century, one way that the Scots became very aware of opportunities in what became the United States, but at that time were the American colonies, was through the colonial tobacco trade. And this was very much linked with the city of Glasgow. I mean, the rise of Glasgow as the second city of the empire was really based on the 1707 Union and the way that union opened up opportunities for trading with America. And a big element of that trade was the colonial tobacco trade. And in Virginia in particular, I think there were 50 firms with Scottish factors or Scottish managers. And most of those who were employed, about 2,000 people who were employed in the tobacco trade in Virginia in the mid-18th century, were Scots. And the way that there was this interrelationship developed was that the tobacco was sent back to Scotland And as part payment, then the manufactured goods would be sent out from Scotland. So a two-way trade developed. And that was a different way of organising the trade from the way it was done in England. That's a kind of 18th century element or manifestation of settlement capital. I should maybe mention it's not one of the bullet points, but another very prominent way in which Scots settled in America in the 18th century was they came in as a kind of colonial elite. After the Union, those who were scrabbling for the best jobs tried to get those jobs in London, in England, and those who didn't manage to get a job in England very often found jobs as colonial administrators, governors, lieutenant governors in the American colonies. And I think there were about, in the first half of the 18th century, about 30 governors and lieutenant governors of Scottish birth in the colony. But just to move on very briefly again to the late 19th century, we're jumping ahead a century or so, granite tradesmen, particularly from Aberdeen, I thought I'd mention the Aberdeen connection because that's where I'm based, went out particularly to New England to cut stone mainly for memorials and post-Civil War statues. I'm going to move on to the next slide now. I'll talk about remittance men and domestic service later. Those are the two other bullet points. So if we could move on just to show you some of these pictures of the Aberdeen granite masons and quarrymen. They came mainly from the city and the surrounding area where there were granite quarries all over the county. And every spring there would be an exodus of about 200 or 300 granite tradesmen across the Atlantic, mainly to the quarries and the stone yards of Barry, Vermont. That was the centre of the Aberdeen industry, and that picture there is Rock of Ages quarry in Barry. So we move on. Leave that for a minute. I'll just say a little bit about Barry. There were three ways in which they manifested their emigration. Some of them crisscrossed the Atlantic every year because they could earn such high wages in the American quarries and stone yards that they could come back to Aberdeen in the winter when the quarries closed down because of the weather, and they'd made enough money to just spend the winter in idleness, and then they would go back to the States in the spring. Now, some who were a bit more far-sighted would stay on for a few years, save up the wages, and then come back to Aberdeen and open their own stone yard in Aberdeen, and they used the contacts they'd made when they were in the States to create orders, create business for the businesses they'd established back home. And the third method that they used was to emigrate permanently to New England and then set up their own yards eventually, and then those yards would become a focus for the employment of successive waves of guys who came out from Aberdeen. So that's the story of Barry. Then if we move on to the next slide, that is what happened to the old Capitol building in Austin, Texas in the early 1880s. And if we move on to the next slide, the construction or the cutting of the stone for the new state capitol was the task that the syndicate that was employed, that was given the job of building the new capitol, employed convicts to cut the stone. The American Granite Cutters Union went on strike in protest at the use of convict labour, because of course they weren't getting wages and it was pulling down wages for men in the union. So the syndicate had a time penalty. There was a penalty if the job wasn't finished by the set date. So they were panicking. So in 1885, they sent an agent to Aberdeen to recruit Aberdeen men to go out and cut stone, because the Aberdeen men had such a good reputation for doing that. What the agent didn't tell the 100 men who gathered in a public hall in Aberdeen was that it was strike breaking. He told them that they were going to a clean job in a wonderful climate. And when they got to Austin, of course, it wasn't actually Austin, it was a place called Marble Falls, 70 miles away. They found that they were working it was May, it was 115 degrees, and they were working in no shade. Next slide, please. And it's what my surprise, only 3 of them died, and that's the memorial stone, or the inscription on the memorial that was erected for the 3 men who died by their fellow workers. And then if we go to the next picture, it's just a picture of the memorial in the cemetery at Burnett, which is near Marble Falls. Next slide is the finished Capitol building. They had been promised 2 years' work at good wages. What they were not told was that the wages would not be paid until their transatlantic fare had been clawed back for the syndicate. Also, the work ended after 18 months. And in fact, by the time it ended, as soon as they got there, their names had been circulated to branches of the American Granite Cutters Union saying they were blacklegs and they were not to be employed elsewhere in America. So they really had a pretty tough time. Very briefly, we change slide again, the two other bullet points that I was going to mention about experiences and behaviours in America. I wanted just to say a little bit about remittance men. I don't know if you're familiar with the term remittance men or gentlemen emigrants. These were this is the end of the 19th century again, generally the redundant products of British public schools who couldn't find a niche at home. They were too, they didn't want to go into the church. They were not generally bright enough to go into the law and not generally competent to go into the army. And those were the three main areas for getting rid of your younger sons from gentry families. It's sort of the Downton Abbey younger son syndrome, if you like. Anyway, these men they straddled the Canadian border. I mean, many of them were in Canada as well as the Western United States. It's mainly the West we're talking about here. Areas like states like Colorado, Wyoming, Idaho, and then out in Canada, it would be British Columbia and Alberta. The two guys that I've got on the screen there were, on the left, Archie Marshbanks, and on the right, his brother, Coots Marshbanks. Now, they were the younger brothers of the Marchioness of Aberdeen. And the Marchioness of Aberdeen and her husband, Lord Aberdeen, ended up having a ranch in the Okanagan Valley in British Columbia. Lord Aberdeen was Governor General of Canada for about 5 years in the 1890s. But Lady Aberdeen made her first trip to North America, to the United States, in 1887 to visit these two brothers who were managing ranches for their father, Archie in the Texas Panhandle and Coots in North Dakota. But neither of them were making much of a job of it because they were the archetypal remittance men who really just wanted to play. They wanted to go out to the West with their tennis rackets and their hunting rifles and their fishing rods, and they didn't really want to buckle down to being managers of economic enterprises. I mean, the 1880s was a time when there was huge investment in cattle ranching out in the West by syndicates and individuals back in Britain, not least in Scotland. And their father, Archie and Coots' father, Lord Edward Marshbanks, had invested in a big way in these two ranches. And there's another story what happened to them. There isn't time to go into it today. But I thought I would just mention the remittance men. I could say a lot more about them, and there's various books been written about them. Now, I think the next slide was taken. Oh no, it isn't. Let's go on to the next slide. This is what Agnes Laurie, remember Agnes, the 100-year-old, said when she was working in New York.
I went there, and then I sent my brother the address right away, and he wrote back and said, "What are you playing at? This is the 4th address you've had in 2 years. Why are you not staying in your job?" But that was me. One had to stay on duty until 10 o'clock, and you could do as you like after that because you got your key. Well, I went to more musicals and more theatre and more everything.
Well, I hope you can detect from Agnes talking to me a few years ago that even at the age of 101, she still took enormous pleasure in remembering her time in New York. Her emigration was done it was done for pleasure. She went there to have fun. Taking a job as a domestic servant was a means to an end, and her end was to be able to have enough money to have fun. And she and Gladys would walk up and down Broadway and engage in people watching. And the jobs she had were all in Long Island. And the way she described what she was doing, it reminded me of reading The Great Gatsby. That sort of atmosphere. She eventually came back to Scotland because on one of her trips home for a holiday, she met the man who was to become her husband. He was an engineer on one of the Anchor Line ships, and they got married in 1939. And she was going to stay out in New York for another year and earn a bit more money, but of course the war intervened, and she came back in a convoy in October 1939. Now, I think I was going to include the slide of Annie Matheson talking about her experience in domestic service in Detroit, but the quote was too long, so I think we've actually omitted that slide. But I'll just tell you a little bit very briefly about Annie, because what she did was she came to Detroit in 1953, and she went to work for the Studebaker-Packard family, the car people, and she said she had an amazing time. She learned so much about American customs and ways of cooking and setting tables and just life in general. She said if she hadn't lived with that American family, she wouldn't have learned those sort of things. And she said she remembered Henry Ford coming to dinner, and Henry Ford's wife, she said, be like a China doll. She'd never seen anybody as much like a China doll as Henry Ford's wife. So Annie did that for a year, and then she got married, and she's been, as I say, in Detroit ever since. And the man she married was somebody who also came from Lewis, and he worked on he worked in the car factories. People who came from Lewis to Detroit either worked in the car factories or on the Great Lakes. Now, I think the next slide I'm going to show you, before we move on to it, I just want to check if it is the right one. Yeah, just before we go on to that, explain what this is. Many people who did this kind of work on the Great Lakes came back to Lewis eventually. And you're going to hear in a minute from Norman McCrae, whose father worked on the Great Lakes in the 1940s. Norman was born in Detroit in 1941. His parents had both gone out on the Metagama, that big ship that went out from Lewis in 1973. They met in the Lewis Society of Detroit, and then they settled down in Detroit. But then Norman, when he was 6 years old, was brought back to Lewis by his mother because his father's parents were ill, so the mother had to look after the parents. Anyway, listen to Norman. Next slide, please.
Of course, the lakes froze over in the winter time, and he used to come home to Lewis round about the beginning of December, and would be home until March, when he'd get a telegram that the lakes were de-icing, and off he would go again for another 9 months, leaving my mother to look after my grandfather. My grandmother had died only 6 weeks after we returned to Lewis.
And the reason I've headed that slide, Ships, Cars and Fleecing, is, as I said already, that the Lewis people who went out to Detroit worked in the Great Lakes or in the car industry. But Norman, when he grew up, became a policeman in Strathclyde in Glasgow. And as part of his job, he actually went out to Detroit to see how drug policing was dealt with. So he told me some interesting things about that in his interview. But time's going on, so let's move on to the next slide, which is heritage and culture. And how did the Scots demonstrate their Scottishness in America? Well, the first bullet point there is a quote from Samuel Johnson. Remember, we talked about Samuel Johnson at the beginning. And he said that when Scots emigrated across the Atlantic, they, quote, changed nothing but the place of their abode. In other words, they took with them their Scottish identity and their Scottish folk ways and ways of life. We could debate that if we had more time, but we haven't. Second bullet point there is multiple identities and what are called identifications. And the reason I use those two words is I think identity is a more or a less malleable word than identifications. Identification is something that you put on and off as the circumstances dictate. And most Scots, I think, were and are people of multiple identities. They could be British when it was necessary to be British. They could be Scottish when it was necessary or in their interest to be Scottish. But they also became American. And the terms that are usually used to describe what happened, and still are to describe what happened to people, would be, did you adapt, did you integrate, or did you assimilate? And I think that which category the Scots fell into really depended on their own personalities. It depended on the type of employment they went into. It depended on the type of people with whom they associated. And that leads on to the third bullet point there, which it's a phrase which has come into vogue in the last decade or so, associational culture. And all I really mean there is Scots associating with each other in various ways. Now, in the early days of emigration and settlement, the key ways to do that, the key pillars of Scottish society overseas, would be the church and the school. There were also secular associations, of course you'll be familiar with many of them, Burns clubs, and as the very organisation that you're involved with, St Andrews societies. So you get Burns clubs, St Andrews societies, Caledonian societies, Highland games, but then the church and the school were the kind of cementing factors within the community. In Detroit itself, of course, there was the Lewis, although yes, there was, I think still is, the Lewis Society of Detroit, the minute books of which have recently been repatriated to the Isle of Lewis, and I've actually seen some of them. And those societies, like the Lewis Society of Detroit, they weren't just social clubs. For example, during the Depression, the Lewis Society of Detroit raised money to repatriate people who had fallen on hard times, including some people who were terminally ill and wanted to return home but couldn't afford to do so. So they did have a philanthropic function. And going right back to the 18th century, many of these societies had a philanthropic function as well. And then, of course, in terms of Scottish heritage and culture, we've got the whole huge area of genealogical tourism, which I think I've gone over my time, so I'm not going to go into now. But the picture at the bottom of the slide there is of Grandfather Mountain Highland Games in North Carolina, which was one of the things that really kicked off the interest in genealogical tourism. I think it was kicked off partly by Alex Haley's book on roots and the televised version of that. But it's something, well, actually, it goes back further than that, because in the 1920s and 30s, the Scottish American societies were bringing across biennially to Scotland large numbers of genealogical tourists who would be visiting places of their heritage and also places of tourist interest like the Trossachs and Burns Cottage at Alloway. And that was done really, well, actually, particularly in the 1920s and 30s. But that's another story. So if we move on to the next slide, I was just going to finish by talking about roots to the roots. How do you trace your emigrant ancestors? Well, many of you will know more about this than I do because you'll have done it. But I just thought I'd mention a couple of things. The Ellis Island, well, the archive at Ellis Island, but also the Oral History Archive at Ellis Island, tremendous repository of material. And I've been privileged to listen to some of those interviews. And of course, we can link up the interviews with sometimes with material that we can find at this end, this end being my end. Now, one of the things I was going to talk about, but there isn't time to do it, was, in terms of experience, the difference between rhetoric and reality. Robert Louis Stevenson crossed the Atlantic in 1879 in pursuit of his lover, Fanny Osborne, and he landed at New York, and then he took a train across to California. And he said of his fellow passengers on the SS Livonia, there is nothing more, I've forgotten it, something like nothing more optimistic to picture and nothing more pathetic to behold. In other words, he said, we were a ship full of failures. And he said they were all expecting America to be wonderful, and he said they got there, and as they were traveling west on the train, they were meeting trainloads of people coming east saying, don't go out west. Because it's not as the promotional pamphlet painted to be. And some of the people who came into Ellis Island, particularly when they were children, I remember one interviewee whom I listened to saying, we thought, we'd seen all these silent movies and we expected the streets of New York to be full of cowboys. And they weren't, and we were terribly disappointed. So, we all have our kind of stereotypes. And going back to the genealogical tourism, a lot of the genealogical tourists maybe came to Scotland thinking that there was going to be a certain image of Scotland that they were going to that was going to be reality, like Brigadoon. The famous comment about the first film Brigadoon, where the producer came to Scotland and went back to Hollywood disappointed and made Brigadoon in Hollywood, and he said, I came to Scotland, but I could find nowhere that looked like Scotland. Anyway, Ellis Island. The other thing that the other source I was going to mention, it's a very small source, but it's something I was involved in, and it's called the Scottish Emigration Database. And sometimes you can link up people who you find in the database with people who then pass through Ellis Island. It's only about 21,000 entries because we ran out of funding to carry it on. But what it does is it gives, if you move on to the next slide, it just gives you, it's digital photographs which we've uploaded of people who emigrated really mostly in the first 4 months of 1923. And that was 1923 was the most dramatic year in the interwar period for Scots leaving. 89,000 Scots emigrated that year, and in the 1920s as a whole, the population of Scotland dropped because of the number of people who had left, and a lot of that is to do with the post-war problems. Next slide is just a highlighted version of that. And I know I'm run out of time, so I'm almost at the end. And if we move on to the next slide, I just wanted to mention this is the commercial bit. All I've done today is, well, I know I've gone over time, but I've tried to give you an overview of the story of Scottish emigration, particularly to the United States. One of the things I'm doing at Aberdeen at the moment is coordinating something called the Scottish Heritage Programme, which is a distance learning taught master's degree, which gives people an overview of, well, it's not just Scottish history, it's Scottish heritage. It's at the moment 5 courses. We have one on Scotland's millenniums, or 1,000 years of Scottish history. We have one on Scottish art history, Scottish philosophy. We have a research methodology course. But we also have a course which I teach on the Scottish diaspora, which isn't just the United States, it's the Scottish diaspora as a whole, a 12-week course. But that programme is fully online, it's flexible study. To say it covers Scotland's history, art history and philosophy. There's more to come. We've got a link there if you're interested in finding out more about it, and it includes the course on the Scottish diaspora. And I think that is, according to what I've got on the screen here, the last slide. So I'm going to close down my PowerPoint and just say thank you very much. And I don't know if there's time for questions, or I've gone so badly over time that you have to go and have your lunch or whatever. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We might have just a couple questions from the floor, if you don't mind, and we'll try to do that. John Belisai has the mic, and are there questions? Take 2 questions.
Any questions for Professor Harper or for Derek Blunt? We have time, maybe 2, 3. Anybody? Okay. I'm going to pass the mic to this gentleman.
Can you hear me?
I think so. Yes, carry on.
Okay. In the 18th and early 19th century, an awful lot of Scots came over and ended up in the southern U.S., where many of them were able to and did own slaves.
Yeah.
A lot of them fought on the Confederate side of the U.S. Civil War. How much of that were the people back in Scotland aware of? And was that an attraction to getting people over?
I don't think there was a huge awareness that Scots were slave owners at the time, except obviously in the within the families that owned whose emigrant members owned the slaves. Certainly, in recent years, the historiography of slave-owning Scots has become a big part of the study of the Scottish diaspora. So nowadays, there is certainly a huge awareness that this happened, not just in the southern states, but also in the Caribbean. And when slavery was abolished in the British Empire, there was a register, what's it called, a Scottish slave compensation register compiled. Now you'd think from the title that might mean it was the slaves who were compensated. It wasn't. It was the plantation owners who were given compensation for having lost their slaves. But I think at the time there was not an awareness. When the Civil War, at the time of the Civil War, there was. I mean, there's been students at Aberdeen done PhDs on this. In the newspapers, a lot of abolitionist editorial input. So I haven't made a particular study of it, but I think at that time there would have been yes, an embarrassing awareness, but not until a lot later.
Thank you, Dr. Harper. We have time for maybe two more questions.
Just one more. Just
One more question. Burning question. Don't be intimidated. Gentleman over here. Come up here if you would, please.
Thank you. For those of us out west, I'm thinking San Francisco in particular, is there any interesting or much Scottish history, immigration history to be sussed out of Angel Island rather than Ellis in the east?
No, I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I'm not a genealogist, so I've never done a particular study. But I think the Scots coming in, just for sheer reasons of geography, they came in through Ellis, and even then, if they were first class or second class passengers, they didn't have to even go through Ellis Island. So I'm not aware of a similar source on the west coast. You get the west coast settlement would be, you get that from other sources. I'm trying to think what they would be, but I'm as far as I'm aware, no.
Thank you, Dr. Harper, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to take a short 5-minute break. We're running about 20 minutes behind, so we're going to keep it very short.
Hi.
Get some refreshments, go to the restroom, get back to your seat, and then we'll get on to the next presenter, Bruce Dury. Bruce, you had your hand up. What were you?
Thank you for all your help. Okay, well, thanks very much, and all the best for the rest of the event. Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Dr. Bruce Dury. He's a Scottish genealogist. He ran the professional postgraduate program in genealogical studies at the University of Strathclyde, Glasgow, Scotland, and online up to master's. In 2016, he was awarded the Fulbright Senior Scottish Studies Scholarship and spent most of that year researching Scottish migrations to colonial America, primarily at St. Andrews University, Laurenburg, Scotland, County, North Carolina. And today, Dr. Dury is going to address us on Scottish DNA, breaking the logjam. Dr. Dury?
Thank you. One fan in the audience. Let's see if this is, yes, it is. Yeah, so we spent an entire year, my wife and I, courtesy of the Fulbright Commission, researching early Scottish migration into, let's call it colonial America, particularly in the Carolinas. You heard Marjorie Harper talk about the spread of the Scots up the Cape Fear River Valley system. And there are more, today, right now, there are more people of Scots descent in the Carolinas than there are in Scotland. For real. Yeah, for real. And I think I've met most of them. Because apart from that big 1 year thing, as some of you will know, I spend a lot of time engaging with Scottish North America. We're over here, Carolyn and I, probably 3, maybe sometimes 4 times a year, doing lectures, talks, workshops, we tend to get involved in Tartan Day events but in the southern states, Tartan Day South, Tartan Day Raleigh, Tartan Day North Carolina, and so on. The weather's better, yeah? Although I have to say, Camilla looked after us tremendously well last year in New York. Me and my son, didn't you? Right. As I've been talking to people over the last couple of years, a new sentiment is arising. And it goes something like this. We've just come back from a tour of Scotland, or we've just booked a tour of Scotland, and we're very disappointed because nobody can tell us where we come from, and they can't guarantee that the bus is going to go to the area where our people arose. Yeah? The reality is that I'm afraid if you get an organised tour of Scotland, it will tend to visit Edinburgh, Glasgow, Inverness, and maybe the Western Isles, and 80% of all tourism in Scotland is urban, misses out the interesting bits in between. And I keep saying to people, there is a way to solve this, actually, but it has to start largely from a DNA test. Hands up anybody who's had a Y DNA test done, right? Men, obviously, but also add to that ladies who've had a close male relative have a Y DNA test done. Yeah? Not as many as you should be. Right. I'm going to tell, okay? No, I guarantee you didn't. The Y chromosome is inherited by a man from his father, from his father, from his father, from his father. So in theory, the Y chromosome should follow the surname all the way back to the ark, right? It's not quite like that, but that's how it goes. And that's the great thing about it. It's absolutely guaranteed to tell you your patrilineal ancestry. The surname may change, we'll come to that. The problem with the kind of DNA test, there's only one company that does it, by the way, and that's Family Tree DNA. Is the FTDNA guy here? Yep, Ferdinand? No? Anyone who does, I hate to say this on record, but frankly, if you've done the kind of autosomal DNA test offered by Ancestry and MyHeritage, Family Tree DNA, 23andMe, you may have wasted your money, frankly. I could talk for an hour and 40 minutes on why that's the case. But if you really want to track down your Scottish surname ancestry, you need to get, either if you're a man, a Y DNA test, or if you're female, a male relative in that surname. Tie them down, get them hog-tied and branded, swallow them out, and get the Y DNA test done. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. I don't know if the pointer's going to... Yeah, look at that. Fabulous. This is me in my biologist role, by the way, rather than my historian role. Okay? In case you missed it, there are a really interesting paper, I'm not going to read all that, came out just in the last few months, called The Multiple Origins of DNA in Scotland. It was in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. I've got a copy with me if anybody wants to read it. That's where you can get it free to download. And it was partly done by, got the names up there, no, Jim Wilson, who's an Edinburgh geneticist, and a couple of Irish guys, and they put all their evidence together. And this is not the Y DNA, but it confirms what people like me have been saying for a very long time. Some of you will recognise this slide from previous talks. The Scots are not one people. We are maybe 5 major ethnicities in one, and what you have is the original inhabitants of Scotland, the Picts, pushed to the east. You had the Brythonic, that means the British people, essentially Welsh and Cumbrian, came into Strathclyde in the south here, 700 BC. You then had the big consolidation, not a major migration, but a consolidation of something that had been going on for centuries or millennia, of the Dalriada Gaels becoming the Dalriada Gaelic people of Scotland in the west and in the Highlands, in the kingdom that was they called Ard Gael, the coast of the Gaels now called Argyll, and that's them. And then you had Angles, that's to say North Germans and Danes in Berenicia, Northumbria, coming north and interacting with the Picts south of Edinburgh. And then later on you had the Norse incursions largely into the north of Scotland and the west, though there were some in here as well. The people who are quite wrongly, by the way, called Vikings. I hope Donna Heddle is going to talk about that later. And this has left us with genetic signatures in those places of those people. And it was great to see that this analysis of modern day Scotland of the DNA confirms that picture. People are, of course people move around, but there's still a big case for saying that these ethnicities are reflected in the DNA of those parts of Scotland today. In many ways, the kingdom is still the same as it was in the Dark Ages in terms of the groups of people. Fabulous, right? So you can find out where you come from. However, there's a problem. Those people who've had a Y-DNA test, and this is what people were saying to me, yeah, we got a Y-DNA test because you told us we should do it, and we got the results back, and they're very interesting, but they don't tell us what we want to know. We're disappointed. Why is that? They say because we find we match with a whole bunch of other people who've tested in America, Canada, for example, but there's nobody in Scotland that we match to. Right? So we can get back to the immigrants into Virginia or Carolina or Chesapeake or whatever, but we can't find a match to anybody in Scotland. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One is the Scots don't take DNA tests. Right? And in a very real sense, why on earth should we? We know who we are, we know where we come from, you know? So we're just not represented in the databases. That's for sure. Now there's got to be a way to solve that. Oh, what did I do? Yeah, there might be some solutions. Well, some people say, why not test the chiefs? That's not going to work for about 3 reasons, right? Quite seriously. One, there may not be a chief of your clan or family. There may be no one who's like a genetic representative of the original patriarch or whatever. They just may not exist. That's one problem. Secondly, many chiefs are reluctant to take a DNA test because it might not fit with the story. Well, too bad. I mean, get real, you know. And thirdly, of course, 2 more points. Number 3 is actually the genetics of the chief is not necessarily a good indication of the genetics of the overall kinship. You take the MacDonald, the 5.5 MacDonald clans, for example. the Y DNA signatures of the chiefs are actually quite different from the vast majority of McDonald's. We understand why. They're, if you like, the aristocracy of the McDonald's are not the same as most of the McDonald's, and we know why that is, historical reasons. If you take my family, the Duries, I mean, we've been around as a surname since the 1200s, and we have a DNA project, but the chief's DNA is different from every other Dury, and my DNA is different from the chief's and from every other Dury. And why is that? Because in both cases, our lines ended with a female, an heiress, who married a guy who changed his name to Dury. That's a very common thing in Scotland, actually. It's called an entail, and it happened more often than you might think. So it doesn't make me any less a Dury, but my Y signature is not the same as everyone else in the project. And the final thing is, and Andrew touched on this last night, especially in the Highlands, surnames are a very variable thing. People would adopt the surname of the chief or the family or the clan of the land they were on just because they were on that land. It didn't matter to them that they started as Mackay, they would change their name to MacDonald or Ferson or whatever if they were on the land. A very good example is Fraser. To this day, if you go to Inverness and say your name is Fraser, somebody will say to you, are you a blood Fraser? Or are you a ball of meal Fraser, right? Because the first Simon Fraser, Lord Lovat, he offered anyone who was on his land, if they changed their name to Fraser, which like increased his tail, as we say, his following, then they would get maybe better land to farm. He would give them a ball of meal, that's 6 bushels of meal, to become Fraser. So there's no guarantee there's a genetic link to Fraser. In any case, there are 2 clan Frasers with 2 different chiefs, so where are you going to go with that? So the surname thing doesn't necessarily work in the Highlands. It works much more reliably in the lowlands and the borders. There's no point testing the chiefs. And other people say, well, dead simple, you just go out to the clan and family societies and get them to do it. Here's the other thing about Scots, we don't join clan and family societies. And again, why should we? We know who we are, we know where we live. You know, there's just no, it's a rare small clan or family society that actually has any Scottish membership whatsoever. Not a problem for the big Highland clans. They've been very good at getting members in Scotland. They've got the DNA taped. None of that, they don't need to worry about this, they know the answer. But the smaller surnames, and especially the lowland surnames, and some of the small Highland clans, do not have any benchmarks back in Scotland for their DNA. So no, you can't rely necessarily on the societies to find this out. What's needed, actually, is not just, yeah, if you've got the surname, you should get tested. What we need are people tested in specific localities that these surnames may have come from. Because people want to know, where did my ancestors come from? There's no point testing people in Glasgow, for example, because a lot of people moved to Glasgow. The reason it became, as Marjorie Harper said, the second city of empire, the second biggest city in the British Empire, was people moved there from the Highlands, from the rest of Scotland, from Ireland, of course, and it's a real melting pot in the same way that America is. What you want to find is the original location of your surname. There's a way to do that. First of all, I'm going to propose a project to you. I'm going to identify what I call the problem surnames. The one where there is no benchmark in Scotland, where there is not a large clan or family society to do this, where people might want to know where their ancestors came from. I've got a partial list of these. I'm going to work with Family Tree DNA and other bodies and agencies to pull that list together. I'm going to identify some individuals in those areas with certain surnames who I can demonstrate have been there for a couple of 100 years. Yeah? The point is not we moved there in 1970. The point is this surname has been here demonstrably for quite a long time back, before or round about the time when people were leaving to come to America or Canada, for example. Someone's going to have to pay for that, because the Scots aren't going to pay for it, you know? It's not in the interest, really, of someone in Scotland to pay for a DNA test to help a bunch of Americans and Canadians and Australians and New Zealanders find out if they're related to that. Okay? I'm going to give you some examples of that. it does require funding. There's going to have to be a fund to pay for this. I doubt very much if that funding will come from anywhere within Scotland, because it's really not any of Scotland's business, frankly. It's also going to require anonymity on the part of the testers. Here's the other thing about the Scots. We don't like people knowing who we are. Yeah? I can't tell you how many times people have said to me, yeah, we found out that we're related to this guy over in this part of Scotland, and we went to knock on his door, and he just wasn't very welcoming. Well, of course not. Nobody wants somebody knocking on their door and saying, hi, I'm your sixth cousin once removed from Saginaw, without any sort of warning. You go slam, shut the door, you know. We don't have a tradition of joining family societies. We don't go in for the big family reunions that you guys do, everybody getting together to celebrate a surname. We just don't do it, and we don't go looking for missing relatives in all sorts of places overseas, not to the extent you do. Now, I'm not saying everybody will get a bad welcome if they come to Scotland and knock on the door, but I can tell you 3 times it's happened to me. First time it was great fun, a couple of young guys, and we went to the pub. The second time it was kind of, it was 3 sisters who just wanted to comb through my filing cabinet. And the third time was completely unwelcome. 2 very unlikable people who more or less expected me to give them bed and board and then spend 2 days driving them about with no warning, yeah? So imagine the answer they got. It rhymes with cough. Let me give you a couple of examples of this. I'm currently working for 4 people surnamed Graham in America and Canada. One of them, actually, I managed to demonstrate quite recently, to his surprise but amusement, that he's not a Graham at all. His great-grandfather was Polish-Jewish and changed the name from Grahinsky to Graham just to fit in. He didn't know that. What was his reaction, by the way? Did he sell the kilt and take the broadsword off the wall and hand back the crest plaque and all that? He went, no, this is interesting, but I'm still going to be a Graham. I'm going to go to the clan tent. I'm going to march about with my name on a stick and going to do all that stuff. And he's not being quiet about it either. He thinks this is a great story, so he's told all his Graham friends, hey, guess what, we're Jewish, you know? And I think, I don't know, but I think they're planning a holiday over in what is now Lithuania to go and look for their family. So he's off the park, right? The other 3, 2 of them are very, very closely related. And in fact, they do have a paper trail that suggests they both descend from either the same immigrant or the same immigrant family who came into Nova Scotia, actually, in just before 1800. And they're very similar. And the third one is quite different. Now, the people who run the Graham DNA project have tentatively put the first 2 into what they call the Montrose-Menteith cluster. So that's the same people as, you know, Graham at Claverhouse and, you know, Viscount Dundee and all that kind of thing, Tayside. And the other ones are border Grahams, tentatively. So what needs to happen now is for someone like me to actually go to Tayside, Angus, Western Fife, Eastern Perthshire, find a couple of Grahams who have demonstrably been there since, let's say, 1800, and get them DNA tested. Somebody's going to have to pay for that. And then separately go down the borders and find a couple of Grahams. I'll tell you why I say a couple in a moment. Find a couple of Grahams who have reliably been there since, let's say, 1800, and get them DNA tested. Why a couple? Because, well, as we all know, it's not guaranteed that your genetics are what they think you are. And anybody know the old song, your daddy's not your daddy, but your daddy doesn't know? Yeah? There's a bit of that. We have a member of our Dury surname DNA project who has a different surname. I won't say what it is. And it turns out in the investigation, this happened in Toronto. Quite clearly, a Dury has got into his family's hen coop at some point and left their Y-DNA signature, right? So either his great-grandmother had a very full dance card, or there was some other, what do we call it, non-paternal event that went on. Or it could have been an adoption. It could have been a kid was taken in and just given the surname his surname, and they came from a dairy family, and nobody knew. You know, there's no record of that. Could be that. So you've got to actually test more than one person in order to get, and if the two differ, you then test another one and see which one is the majority. And let me give you an example of this working for real. There was I had clients actually in America and Canada whose surnames were variously Reddick, Riddick, Riddoch. These are all the same surname. They're not the same as Riddoch, which is a West of Scotland name, by the way. And they said they knew they were all kind of vaguely related, and they all joined at about 1830, and they imagined they came in to lower Canada, and then they've ended up in America. And where did they come from? Well, they picked a good example because these surnames are in Scotland today are clustered very tightly in Clackmannanshire. Anybody know where Clackmannanshire is? It doesn't actually exist anymore, but it used to be Britain's smallest county with Britain's longest county name. How about that? And it's tucked in between the west of Fife and Kinross. In fact, if you drive through it, if you blink, you'll miss it. But it's towns like Clackmannan and Alloa and Dollar and places like that. It's tiny. And this is exactly where they come from. So, what did I do? I found, and Andrew will love this, using telephone directories, which are a fabulous genealogical tool, you know, as indeed are directories, like, you know, trade directories and post office directories and so on. And I found a family called one of those that demonstrably had been there way back to 1800. And in fact, they'd had a business there called this all the way back. So they were definitely from there. And I talked a member of this family into having a DNA test. He was very suspicious. He was very reluctant. Why was he suspicious? Well, I think one, he'd watched far too much Miami CSI, and he thought he was going to get pinned for some murder that had happened 20 years ago. He also was worried about anonymity. He was worried about this was going into some American database of DNA, and would the FBI get it, and would he get pursued for child maintenance? And he had all these concerns, which we managed to allay, and I allayed them by saying, I will guarantee you absolute anonymity. Nothing will appear except your surname. I'll change your first name, and we'll put my email address on the test kit, so that all inquiries come to me, and I will not pass on any of your details to these people over in America and Canada. They won't be able to contact you, I guarantee it. So he went through with it, and lo and behold, guess what? His DNA and the DNA of these people absolutely converge at about between 1800 and 1840, exactly when they thought their immigrant ancestors came over. So I haven't found, I never claimed I could find the immigrant ancestor, but they are definitely these people from Clackmannanshire. Now, does that mean they're going to now get a group trip up and go to Clackmannanshire and you know, go around the graveyard? There's nothing I like better as a genealogist than watching somebody walk into a graveyard in Scotland and burst into tears because they see the surnames of their ancestors on the gravestones. It's a lovely thing to watch, it really is. Are they going to do that? They may. Are they going to go and stand, you know, have a selfie holding a pint of beer outside Riddick's pub, which is in Alloa? They may well do that. Are they going to try and contact this guy with the DNA test? Well, best of luck, because I think I've buried his traces quite well. But it does mean they can now go to a focused place. And that, and here is the punchline, that is a far better deal from them than booking some tour that's going to take them to Edinburgh, Glasgow, Inverness, and a trip on the Harry Potter train, right? They're actually going to get a targeted trip. They can go all these other places too, and why should they not? But at the very least, they're going to go and see the place where their ancestors demonstrably came from. That's the pitch. It needs funding. Like I say, I doubt any agency in Scotland will pay for this. It's pointless asking the clan and surname family societies because they will only want to test people of their own surname. They won't trip into a general pot, and I cannot guarantee that I'm going to go looking for particular surnames, particular people. I'm going to find a list that needs doing and go with that. It probably will not involve the big Highland clans or most Highland surnames, it will necessarily be concentrated in the lowlands and the borders to some extent, because here's the kicker, 70% of everybody who came from Scotland to America and Canada came from the lowlands. Yeah? That includes the Ulster Scots, by the way, who themselves are 80% from the lowlands. So it's a mistake to not to automatically assume you're going to find a surname back in, you know, my granny's Ainwee Highland cottage. That's a small part of the total story. So I think that's the way it is. So if you'd all just care to write me a cheque for about $5,000 right now, you know, I'll take it back and start going. I've no idea how we'd raise this funding. I'm talking to various agencies, both in Scotland and in America. I'm talking to companies who can help. I've got the cooperation of some people who will help me do this. But I think that's how I'm going to spend the next 4 or 5 years of my life. And maybe I'll come back next year and tell you that it didn't work. Or did, yeah. And one way I'm going to pay for it is that as I leave here tomorrow, I'm going to steal that painting of Robert Burns and sell it. Because it's clearly valuable, okay? Happy to take questions. Oh, sorry, one other thing I should have said, I do apologise. A lot of what I've said and a lot of other stuff is in, you may not have seen this book, it's only about a year old, called Your Scottish American Ancestry. Works for Canadians as well, and explains quite a lot of what I've been saying, but also everything you need to know about being Scots in North America, some of which will destroy a few of your most, you know, closely cherished myths. I've got some with me, only $20, and I'll be giving 10% of the proceeds to the library fund here. I'll even sign it for you in half its value instantly, okay?
We are very tight on time, so I think what we want to do is, okay, with you, Bruce is going to be around this afternoon and tomorrow morning, right? So we'll schedule probably a slot tomorrow morning for some Q&A with Bruce. But you also have the opportunity to talk to him this afternoon and at the reception. We've got some questions. So we'll just do away with Q&A and go right to
Yep. You'll find that for 1 pint of beer, you can get a tremendous amount of information out of me. I am that cheap. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move right on ahead to Professor Donna Heddle. Professor Donna Heddle is director of the award-winning University of the Highlands and Islands Institute for Northern Studies. Her research interests are Scottish and Northern Isles cultural history, Renaissance language and literature, and cultural tourism. She has led and is currently leading several national and international research and training projects involving cultural tourism, including a project in Vanuatu. And this morning, she's going to be talking about clans, early clearances, and America. Please welcome Donna Heddle. Thank you. Good morning, Donna. Can you hear us?
potato famines in Scotland as well. There were. Not quite as far-reaching as the ones in Ireland, certainly, but certainly devastating in their results. So a census of the US population in 1860 showed 108,518 so-called foreign-born Scots, a figure which ignores those born in the USA of Scots descent, which made them at that time the 6th largest national grouping. In 1900, the foreign-born Scots figure was 233,524. Over the century prior to the First World War, a total of almost 836,000 Scots left for the USA alone, never mind anywhere else in the world. They replenished early settlements. They spread their influence throughout the country, from Vermont in the north down through New Jersey, Pennsylvania and Virginia to the Carolinas, and Florida in the south, and California, of course, in the west. There's no doubt at all that the Scots affected how America's values and history was shaped. They left a permanent mark on the American way of life. And the nature of the Scots, the history, the skills and experience of the immigrant Scots equipped them ideally for the pioneering challenge of moving to America. Now, what I want to talk about now for a moment is Scottish colonisation of the Americas. Unfortunately, a lot of these early colonisations didn't quite work out. Some of them were abandoned, but they're all very significant in the development of America and the strong Scottish links that we have with America today. So there were a number of failed or abandoned settlements in North America, Canada as well, a colony at Darien in Panama, and a number of wholly or largely Scottish settlements made as part of British colonisation, which were themselves rather more successful. So as John's asked me to give you an overview, I'll nip through a lot of these settlements right speedily, as we say in these parts, and start with good old Nova Scotia. Now, the first documented Scottish settlement in the Americas was Nova Scotia in 1621. On the 29th of September 1621, so we've just missed its birthday, the charter for the foundation of a colony was granted by James VI I to Sir William Alexander. And in 1622, the first settlers left Scotland, though this settlement initially failed, actually, and the colony wasn't really established properly until 1629. The colony's charter, in law, made Nova Scotia defined as all land between Newfoundland and New England, so it does come into modern America too, a part of mainland Scotland. And this was later rather handily used to get round the English Acts of Navigation, which caused so much problems in Panama. Now, due to difficulties in obtaining a sufficient number of skilled immigrants, in 1624, James VI I had a knacky notion. He created a new order of nobility called the baronets. Now, admission to this order was obtained by sending 6 labourers or artisans sufficiently armed, dressed and supplied for 2 years to Nova Scotia, or by paying 3,000 merks to William Alexander, who was the governor of the colony at this time. For 6 months, nobody actually took up this generous offer of James until he compelled one person to make the first move. In 1627, there was a wider uptake of baronetcies and thus more settlers available to go to Nova Scotia. However, in 1627, war broke out between England and France, and the French re-established a settlement at Port Royal, Nova Scotia, which they'd originally settled in 1804. And later that year, combined English and Scottish force destroyed the French settlement, forcing them out. And in 1629, the first Scottish settlement at Port Royal was inhabited, but this didn't last long, unfortunately. In 1631, under Charles I, the son of James VI I, of course, the Treaty of Suza was signed, which returned Nova Scotia to the French. The Scots were forced to abandon their colony. But they didn't give up, and they moved on to Cape Breton, which was founded in 1625. In 1625, a charter was granted by James VI I for a settlement of what was called New Galloway, Cape Breton. However, this land was never actually colonised, probably due to the problems with the settlement of Nova Scotia. East New Jersey was the next major Scottish foundation. It's 1683. On the 23rd of November 1683, Charles II granted a charter for the colony of New Jersey to 24 proprietors, 12 of whom were Scots. The colony was to be split between an English settlement in West Jersey and a Scottish settlement in East Jersey. The driving force among the Scots was Robert Barclay of Uri, that's in Aberdeenshire, a prominent Quaker and the first governor of New Jersey. Although the Quakers were an important force making up all of the proprietors of East Jersey, the settlement was marketed as a national rather than a religious endeavour, partially due to the persecutions of the Quakers in the 1660s and 1670s. During the 1680s, around 700 Scots emigrated to East Jersey, mostly from Aberdeen and Montrose. Not unexpectedly, we think that Robert Bartley was from Uri in Aberdeenshire. Around 50% of those travelled as indentured servants. From 1685 there was further emigration, albeit unsought by the emigrants, with the deportation of captured Covenanters. They were originally to have been placed in indented servitude on arrival, however they were declared by the courts to be free men as they had not voluntarily indented. In the 1690s the pace of Scottish immigration slowed due to opposition by William III of England and II of Scotland to these proprietors who supported James VII. It didn't pick up again until the 1720s. The initial immigrants to East Jersey were Quakers and there were Episcopalians and Presbyterians, but by the 1730s, because of the pattern of immigration, Presbyterianism had become the dominant religion. Until 1697, every governor of East Jersey was Scottish, and Scots maintained great influence in politics and business even after 1702, when East Jersey and West Jersey were merged to become a royal colony. And let's not forget Carolina, which is perhaps one of the places that I felt the strongest link to Scotland when I was there. Stewartstown in Carolina, 1684. Although the province of Carolina was of course an English colony in the early 1680s, Sir John Cochrane of Ochiltree and Sir George Campbell of Kesnet negotiated the purchase of 2 counties for Scottish settlement. These were intended, with the support of the Earl of Shaftesbury, the leader of the Carolina proprietors, to provide a safe haven for Covenanters. Because those Scots, anybody not entirely sure what Covenanters were, it was a religious movement that was against the introduction of the Episcopalian and the English prayer book into Scotland. And many of them suffered very severe fates for supporting this particular movement. So these Scots were given a guarantee of freedom of conscience and autonomous control over their colony, which extended from Charlestown towards Spanish territory. In 1684, 148 Scots settlers arrived to build a settlement at Port Royal, the site of former French and Spanish settlements. This was renamed by the Scots as Stewartstown. In the early studies of early settlements, we often find that different nationalities give the place the same name but in their own language, and they don't seem to have a lot of imagination. They just keep calling places by the same name wherever they are. So we had a Port Royal in Canada, we've got a Port Royal here in Carolina as well. Once settled, there were frequent conflict both with the Indians and with the English at Charlestown. The latter, of course, over English attempts to assert authority over the Scots and rights to the lucrative Indian trade. The Scots, of course, also carried out frequent raids on Spanish allied Indians and raided the Spanish mission at Santa Catalina, as well as encouraging and arming the Indians they traded with to attack the Spanish directly. So in 1686, the Spanish retaliated and sent 3 ships with 150 Spanish troops and Indian allies to attack Stewartstown. Due to a recent sickness, the Scots had only 25 effective fighting men able to mount a defence, and the town was wiped out. There was no retaliation by the English, who were warned by the proprietors, that is the coordinators of the colonising of Carolina, not to interfere. It's not always a joyous tale, the early story, and I come to perhaps one of the saddest of them all, and that's the Darien Scheme of 1695. It's probably the best known of all Scotland's colonial endeavours and the most disastrous. In 1695, an act was passed in the Scottish Parliament, because remember, we still have separate parliaments at that time. We don't have the Union of Parliaments till 1707, which established the Company of Scotland trading to Africa and the Indies, and was given the royal assent by the Scottish representative of William III of England and II of Scotland. And this act gave the company a 31-year monopoly on trade with Africa and Asia, authorised it to arm and equip ships and to establish colonies in uninhabited or unclaimed areas of America, Asia or Africa. These powers were similar to those of the English East India Company, which opposed the establishment of a Scottish rival. Capital for the company of £400,000, estimated at 1/3 to 1/4 of the liquid wealth of Scotland, was raised solely in Scotland, due to intrigue with English merchants and the English government, which prevented shares being sold in Amsterdam and Hamburg, which were the great trading points at that time. The opposition also prevented shares being sold in England, as had been the original intention. In 1696, 2,500 Scottish settlers in 2 expeditions set out to found the Scottish trading colony at Darien on the Isthmus of Panama. These settlers were made up of ex-soldiers, ministers of religion, merchants, sailors, and the younger sons of the gentry to receive 50 to 150 acres each. The government of the colony was run by a committee, very Scottish democratic way of doing, the chairman of which changed every 2 weeks, thus preventing any real sustained progress in solving the actual problems faced by the settlers. So it looked good in theory, but it wasn't necessarily the best way to manage it in practice. These problems included a lack of provisions due to famine in Scotland, the Scots' lack of colonising experience, diseases such as malaria, poor weather, and the proximity of the Spanish, who claimed the land the Scots had settled on. Also, for a trading colony established to trade with passing ships in both the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, they carried a poor choice of trade goods, including wigs, shoes, Bibles, woolen clothing, and clay pipes. Not very exciting. The colony received no assistance from the Crown or English colonies in the West Indies or Jamaica, despite this having been promised in the 1695 Act. So the Scots faced assault by the Spanish on their own. In 1699, they dealt with this by recruiting a Jamaican captain to raid Spanish shipping as a privateer, though this achieved little. Soon thereafter, the Spanish mounted an expedition of 500 men to wipe out the Scots. This was effective, as most settlers had already succumbed to disease or starvation. And actually, in point of fact, 3 of my ancestors died in the Darien scheme and lie in Panama. So a very tragic tale of a very good idea, which really didn't come to pass, and of course it had repercussions later on for the state of Scotland. But we still remember it, because there was Darien in Georgia, which was founded in 1735, and Darien was a Scottish settlement in what was then the British province of Georgia, named after the Darien scheme, although it was for a certain period of time known as New Inverness, which is quite interesting. It was founded in January 1736 by 177 Highland Scots, men, women and children, recruited as settler soldiers by General James Oglethorpe. They had a dual role of establishing a new settlement and acting as a buffer, protecting the rest of Georgia from the Spanish in the south. The Scots quickly established a number of military forts in the surrounding area, and after initial poor success in farming, concentrated on cattle rearing and the felling of timber for survival. In 1739, you might be interested to know that 18 prominent members of the colony signed the first petition against the introduction of slavery into Georgia. This was in response to pleas to Oglethorpe and the trustees by inhabitants of Savannah to lift their prohibition on slavery. The Highlanders' petition was successful, and slavery was not introduced until 10 years later in 1749. Despite conflicts between Jacobite and Hanoverian settlers, the colony did reasonably well, with additional settlers arriving in 1737 and 1741. However, there was frequent conflicts with the Spanish and the Indians that were allied with them. On the outbreak of the War of Jenkins' Ear, which surely must be the best title for a war ever, if you can indeed say that about a war, that was October 1739, the Scots seized 5 Spanish forts and attempted a siege of St. Augustine. However, they were defeated in the subsequent Battle of Fort Moss that resulted in the death and capture of 51 of the Darien settlers. Despite this, Scottish settlement in Georgia continued. Now, if we look at contemporary maps, contemporary cartography speaks volumes, with hundreds of towns and cities of varying size and importance bearing Scottish names in memory of the Scots' contribution to American history and early civic development. The legacy of Scotland lives on in the multiples: Scotland's, Aberdeen's, Berwick's, Glasgow's, Stirling's, Stuart's, Stornoway, Orkney, and other distinctly Scottish place names that vividly recall early settlements of Americans of Scottish birth or descent. I remember when I was in Illinois at a conference, a taxi driver asked me where I was from, and I said Scotland. He said, "Is that Scotland in Connecticut?" And no, it's your actual Scotland. But certainly the place names are very prevalent. So it's been estimated that today up to 15 million Americans can claim Scots ancestry, i.e. as many as 1 in 18 US citizens. Their Scots-American heritage is reflected everywhere in Tartan Day, which I was fortunate enough to attend this year, St Andrews and Burn Societies and Highland Games, American Presbyterian, and so on. In addition, it stands out in renowned achievements in engineering, science, industry and the arts, while it's integral to each fundamental American institution, such as the Declaration of Independence. Lots of people, and writers and historians, have drawn attention to the influence of the Scots in various books. And they trace a number of Scottish-American adventures, exploits and achievements. If we look at one of the prominent families, for example, is Carrick Buchanan of Drumpeller and Corswell, whose ancestors traded in Virginian tobacco from the 17th century, later also investing in American sugar and cotton plantations. Another branch of the family produced the 15th President of the United States, President James Buchanan. As Oliver Wendell Holmes, the renowned US Supreme Court Justice, who was of course of Scots descent, said, "Many ideas grow better when transplanted into another mind than in the one where they sprung up." And certainly it's the very essence of the way in which Scottish ideas, values and initiative and a historic yearning for making their own way in the world have been able to take root so extraordinarily well in fertile American soil. So we started off with a whole lot of entrepreneurs. It didn't always work out for them, but they were entrepreneurs. They were there under their own steam. So what happened that changed this emigration to forced clearances? What happened? Well, one of the things that I wanted to talk about today, particularly because I do think it's very significant, is the rise of the clans. If I could have my next slide, please. Here we are. I hope you can see that all right. It's clan structure. I'm going to talk you through it. And I just want to talk about the clans because some people have very interesting ideas about what the clans were. I mean, essentially a clan is a social group made up of a number of distinct branches and families that actually descend from or accept themselves as the descendants of a common ancestor. The word clan, of course, means simply children, clan, as in Clan Donald, the children of Donald. The idea of the clan as a community is necessarily based around the idea of hereditary and is most often ruled according to a patriarchal structure. For example, the clan chief represents the hereditary parent, if you like, of the entire clan. And if you look at the clan structure there, it is quite a stylized and complex structure. At the top you've got your chief and supreme leader. This is not to be confused with chieftain. This chief is entirely different. Then you have the tanist, who's nominated by the chief, and that whole idea goes right back to the concept of Celtic tradition, in which the chief selected the best of the next generation to follow him, the tanist. You'll notice that in the Irish government, the Taoiseach is the leader and his deputy is the tanist as well. So it's a recognised term. And then you have the commanders or the military leaders, and you know that sometimes when clans don't have a chief in the modern era, sometimes they have a commander. And then you have the chieftains, the fina, and these are the heads of the various branches or septs of the clan, and they're always appointed if the chief ruled or infirm. And then you have the tacksmen, the ones who have the blood connection with the chief. In many ways in the structure of the clan, they're a bit like the civil servants. They do a lot of the logistics and organising. And then, of course, the clansmen and women, the greatest in numbers. In times of peace, they did the work. In times of war, they fought for their chief. The clan chiefs, of course, this whole concept of clan starts very early on in Scottish history. It's got its first definite manifestation in the kingdom of Dalriada, in what's now Argyll, founded by the group of Scots that settled the west coast of Scotland in the early 6th century. This settlement was established by Fergus, son of Erc, and it was along with his brothers Lorne and Angus, and they divided the territory amongst 4 tribes: Cinnil Gabram, Cinnil Gomble, Cinnil Lorne and Cinnil Angus. So the clan system is very much based on this early Scots or Celtic system of kindreds, right? And the formation of the Highland clans was also heavily influenced by the tribal territories of the Picts. So you combine the ethnic heritage and the geographical location. And it was certainly a very interesting way of managing a community. The clan chiefs were recognised officially due to the intervention of Queen Margaret of Scotland. You might be surprised to know. Queen Margaret of Scots, I should say, the proper title. During the 11th century, when Queen Margaret, of course, the wife of Malcolm Canmore, exercised great influence over the chief and brought in a number of southern customs. And one of the customs was something along the lines of a feudal system. Under the Celtic system, the patriarchal system, all land was the property of the clan or tribe. That's why we don't have kings or queens of Scotland. We have kings and queens of Scots, because they have sovereignty over the people and not the land. So what happened was that this relationship slightly changed. It didn't significantly alter the internal structure of the clan, but the relationship between the sovereign and the clan chiefs was significantly changed. The clan was required to be officially received in the person of its chief by the Crown as an honourable community in the Communitas Regni Scotiae. So it becomes a more formalised arrangement at this time. And it's interesting to note that clans consisted of native men, those who were born into the clan, and broken men, those who joined the clan and sought they had perhaps reneged from other clans and sought the protection of a particular clan. So the clans, it's very much like a cooperative, it's a community, it's a system that was based on barter in the mains. So what happened? It had huge power. These clans, a lot of them were in very remote locations, and a lot of them, like the Lords of the Isles, Clan Donald of the Isles, for example, were so secure in their might that they built their main seat at Finlagan on Isla, which is absolutely indefensible. It's in a completely flat, open space. I mean, they're basically there saying to everybody, come on if you think you're hard enough, come and get us then, because they had such power. So Edinburgh, and indeed London as well, thought what they could do to break clan power. And what they did, one of the first things they did, was something called the Statutes of Iona in 1609, to which clan chiefs did sign up, unfortunately. But the main objective there, although it didn't bring down the clan system completely, that really happened more after Culloden and the Jacobite Risings, what it did was it basically dynamited the foundations of the clan system. And one of the most important things was that the clan chiefs and their heirs had to go to Edinburgh or London to be educated. What this meant was that, first of all, they lost their proficiency in Gaelic, or they didn't learn it at all. Secondly, they discovered what money could do for them. Now, bear in mind, the whole clan system is based on a kind of central barter system, to all intents and purposes. Some coinage, perhaps, very little indeed, really. Then what happens there is there's a disjunct. It's no longer the children of Donald. It's the commodities on the land that are looked for. So the clan chiefs came back and they saw what a luxurious life they could have with money and things like that. So the whole link, the whole bond, the reciprocal bond between the chief, the father of the clan, and his clan was broken. And that really was the fundamental issue about what happened with the Highland clearances, to all intents and purposes. The breakup of the clan system during the 18th century caused massive emigration from the Highlands, from the 1760s onwards, to the cities and to the lowlands, not always out of the country, but to Glasgow and to Edinburgh and to Dundee and to lowland Scotland, and also to America, of course, first to the Carolinas and Albany, New York, and after the American War of Independence to Canada, Prince Edward Island, Cape Breton, the eastern provinces and central Canada. From the 1840s, emigrants began to favour Australia and New Zealand, actually. Could I have slide 4, please? Next slide, please. If you skip over that one. Thank you. This is the kind of, if you go back to the, thank you. This is the kind of image that we all recognise from this particular period. This is the Lochaber no more. This is the forced eviction of the clan there. One group, for example, from Assynt, led by the Reverend Norman MacLeod, moved first to Canada in about 1820 and thence in 1850 to Waipu in New Zealand. Successive waves of emigration took place, mostly connected to the Highland clearances for sheep farming and periods of destitution. One of the most significant things that happened was what we call the Year of the Sheep. In fact, there's more than one, but this is the first one, Bleana na Cuarach, in 1792, in which the landlords saw that they could make more money from their land by removing people and putting sheep on it. Now, we've got to remember at this time in the Highlands and Islands, population was huge. Sutherland and Caithness and all of these places now that rank as European wildernesses were massively overpopulated at the time. When you go there and you look at these glens with the little rickles of stones there, that was thronged with people. That was not a wilderness. That was not a remote place. That was a thriving community. There were government inquiries as to why people were being moved off the land, but not until later in the century was emigration officially controlled, and usually by the colonies themselves. And emigration has continued at a high rate well into the 20th century. For example, between 1850 and 1950, the Highland population declined by at least 100,000 people. And wherever they went, they carried their language and their culture and traditions with them and eased their pain and their homesickness by transporting to the new lands the place names of their homeland. Glengarry, Glenelg, for example. Now, Glengarry is a particularly interesting example. I know it's Canadian and and so on. But MacDonald of Glengarry, after Culloden, saw that the game was up, and he took his entire clan in a body, tacksman, Fina, the lot, and they all went to what is now Glengarry County in Ontario. It was actually a very wise move for his clan, actually. And the Highland clearance is a very emotive subject. If we look at it objectively, if we associate it with the progress of economic and agricultural change, which was widespread across Europe at the time, it's undoubtedly part of the agricultural and industrial revolutions. And yet it's more than that. Other writers condemn the process, seeing as a kind of ethnic cleansing. There was a kind of pseudo-racist theory going about at that time that the Celts were in some way inferior. Quite a few writers wrote that the best thing to do would be to clear the Highlands of Scotland of Celts and populate it with Germans, as a lot of Germans were emigrating at that time due to revolutionary state in their own country. But it undoubtedly stemmed in part from the attempt by the British establishment to destroy once and for all the archaic militaristic clan system, because it had facilitated the Jacobite rising. And that is true, but it's a bit oversimplistic too. There were people on the make. There were some landlords were very cruel. Some landlords bankrupted themselves to try and look after the people after the potato famine, for example. The potato famine in Scotland began in 1846. There were a succession of bad harvests, there was famine, there was a rising population, there was pressure on lands and jobs. There were all of these things. There were fast-talking, smooth agents of ship owners who ferried indentured servants to the rapidly expanding United States of America. The people got here and they discovered that they'd signed up for something that they really hadn't. In some cases, the final decision to go was a voluntary one, a desire to seek something better across the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean. And all these factors played a part in causing the Highland clearances, and the results have had a lasting significance for the people of the Highlands, and indeed for many of those who left. And a lot of those ships, could I have my next slide, please? Thank you. This is the Hector. This is, it was a rotting hulk that took early settlers across to the Americas. They could pick pieces of wood off the side of the ship, so soft was the wood. Food was incredibly bad. They were marooned out at sea for a long time, and many of them died of illness. It's now been restored and is in Pictou County in Canada. Of the emigrant ships that sailed to America, 47 didn't make it across the ocean. What was it like inside? Could we have the next slide, please? Oh, next slide. And the next one. And the next one, please. And there's another example of ships, but if you just give me the next slide. There we are. That shows you a little bit. It's a little dark picture because it was a dark place, the very cramped space that they had there. You can just see the trunk that they might have had. Next slide, please. There you are. Each family had a great big kist. Well, no, it's not that big a kist. What would fit in your kist? Just think for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, what would you have taken if you were leaving your home never to come back again? You'd have taken your Bible and your Sunday clothes, maybe some seeds, maybe some mementos if you had any, things like that. But one kist was for the whole family. There, really quite moving indeed. So all these people went there. They did get there. They did flourish. That is true. They flourished wherever they went. And let's not forget that we put a Scots-American on the moon in 1969. And one of the first places that he went after he went to the moon, Neil Armstrong, was his father's home in the borders of Scotland, where he received the freedom of the village. And he said, he was a man of few words, Neil, as we know. He said, "I have come home," which was rather nice of him. But we did flourish. But what was left in Scotland then? The Scots who left flourished. What was left in the Highlands? The Highland clearances transformed the cultural landscape of the Highlands of Scotland probably forever. In the space of less than half a century, the Highlands became one of the most sparsely populated areas in Europe. And it should be remembered the Highlands and Islands comprise an area bigger than some industrialised first world nations such as Belgium or Holland. But it wasn't just the people that vanished, the settlement pattern vanished. The homes of the peoples for 1,000 years or more have virtually vanished, becoming no more than an archaeological feature for those who stumble across it. Once they were cleared, structures quickly reverted to nature, and little or nothing was to replace them in the new economic order. View the landscape today and you'll see sporting estates and auriculous deans and some sheep, and the glen stands empty. But I don't want to leave you feeling too gloomy about these things. So I just want to just remind you, in case you forget, just how much influence Scots inventors, for example, have had on your life. Now, when you got up this morning, you turned on your clock radio, perhaps beside your bed, invented by a Scot. And you heard that it was going to be raining, so you thought you'd put on your Macintosh, invented by a Scot. And instead of taking your bicycle, invented by a Scot this morning, you thought you might take your car with the special tyres invented by a Scot, and you'd drive over the road surface, the tarmac-adam road surface, invented by a Scot. However, you were stopped in your tracks by a phone invented by a Scot, of course, and you were informed that somebody would come and give you a lift. So in that case, you proceeded through to the kitchen, where you opened the fridge, invented by a Scot. You took out your loaf of bread, you put your bread in the toaster, invented by a Scot, and you had your breakfast. Yeah, if you're not feeling very well, just like me, you maybe had some penicillin or antibiotics invented by a Scot. If you're unfortunate enough to be diabetic, you would have taken your insulin discovered by a Scot, and you would have injected it with a hypodermic syringe invented by a Scot. Just at that moment, the door goes, and a letter falls through your letterbox. So I know in America you don't really have a letterbox, so it's probably one of these postbox things. And on that is an adhesive stamp invented by a Scot. And that's even before you got out of the door this morning. So let's be very positive and cheery about the whole Scottish situation all round. Now, I'm just going to finish up. I'm conscious of time. I'm going to finish up by just telling you a little bit. If I can have the next slide, please. And the next. That, for anybody that's interested, is the Nahelarich, the emigrants statue at Helmsdale, which commemorates all the people that left the Highlands and Islands. Next slide, please. There we are. Now, John wanted me to finish by telling you a little bit about our MLIT Scottish Heritage, brought to you by the University at the Heart of the Highlands. That's us. And what that is a purely online programme which you can do module by module, in which we look at aspects of Scottish heritage and how to market them and how to be able to use them in your businesses. So we have modules called Scotland's Story 1, which is Mesolithic to Medieval, Scotland's Story 2, which is Medieval to Modern, Scotland's Voice 1, which is Language and Literature, Scotland's Voice 2, which is Music and Song. We also have Scotland's Customs and Beliefs, and we also have Marketing Scottish Heritage. So if anybody's interested in finding out more about that, the details are on the screen and you can contact me, but you can do each module in your own time from your own computer with well-renowned academics and experts to teach you. And we're very much looking forward to starting this teaching adventure, which starts this year. So I'm conscious of time, which is why I've nipped through a few slides, but I will stop there and I will ask if there are any questions.
Thank you, Professor Heddle. Your presentation has been very much appreciated here. Are there any questions? We have time for one, if there are any questions.
Well, okay, if there are no questions.
I have one for you.
Oh, how exciting. On you go.
In my family back in the 1800s, we were lucky enough to have a couple in our family that did some writing in a book. And they talked about the reasons for leaving being religious persecution.
Yes.
And I wondered how much that had to do with it. There were, for example, people in the Episcopal Church talked about being persecuted by Catholics or Presbyterians. And apparently that was serious enough that that was said to be a reason for our family to move.
Yes, there was certainly a lot of, one of the motivations behind the clearances was to get rid of Catholics in the Highlands and Islands. That was certainly one of the reasons. The Covenanters, of course, were Presbyterians who were persecuted for being Covenanters, for not wanting to take on the Episcopalian the nature of the Church of England, which Charles I was attempting to foist upon them. Anybody who's a big fan of Sir Walter Scott will, of course, instantly recall Old Mortality, which very much deals with this period in Scottish history. I'm afraid to say that people have always been picking on other people for various reasons throughout history, but certainly religion will have played a part in that. As I was saying, with some of the early settlements that were founded by Quakers, for example, because they suffered persecution at home. The same can be said for Episcopalians and Catholics. Episcopalians, not so much, I would say, compared to other groups, but certainly they will have experienced that as well. It will all be. It's quite a melting pot or a soup pot of factors that cause people to leave.
Professor Heddle, thank you so very much for a very interesting presentation. Thank you so much. We are going to...
Hi there, am I off the noise now? Am I?
The bar will be open for lunch. Be
I hope that didn't go over time, actually.
circumspect. Bruce Dury will have his book available. We want to gather back here about no later than 12:25 because we want to bring on the Lord Lion. And his time, he's set aside time. His time is precious.
Well,
We don't want to hold him up. We have a time schedule. So we are going to be prompt with our communication with him. Please be in your seat. Thank you very much. Grab some lunch. podium for purposes of an introduction, John King Belisai, the president of the Council of Scottish Clans and Associations. John?
Thank you very much, John. I have the honor and pleasure of introducing the Lord Lion, and I've had the honor and pleasure of meeting him on a couple of previous occasions. He was with us 5 years ago in North Carolina for Highland Games, and he was with us 2 years ago in Washington, D.C. for Tartan Day. Both occasions made major presentations. And he travels to the States quite a bit. Some of you may have met him. If you haven't, there's going to be plenty of opportunities to meet him because he's here a great deal. His biography is in your program near the back, and I'm not going to read that in great detail, except to say a couple of things very briefly, and then I'm going to ask Dr. Bruce Dury, who has known Lion since they were boys, I'm told. God knows what they were up to then. To kind of add a little bit of a human touch to it while we have a Lion coming online. This is truly a Renaissance man. He's an Episcopal priest. He's canon of the cathedral in Dundee and Glamis Castle. He was a former Labour Party politician in Dundee and held pretty high office there, Vice Lord Lieutenant of the city. He's an attorney. Taken silk, practiced law in Scotland, and as Lord Lion King of Arms, he is a sitting judge. Lion Court is a judgeship, and he is a officer of the Queen's Household for Scotland, where he conducts all sorts of state ceremonial, some involving the royal family and other occasions, the Order of Thistle, etc. He's a very busy guy. He's a very human, down-to-earth person, very sharp sense of humor, and I found him to be very affable, charming, easy to talk to. He tells me he had a parish as an Episcopal priest somewhere in the Midwest United States, I don't remember where, but when he was a young man. So he's very familiar with and fond of America. Dr. Dury, would you like to add anything salacious about Lion Morrow before we bring him online? And he's probably going to hear what you have to say. I think they're hooking him up now.
This is the only person I know who actually has the power to put me in prison, so I'm going to be careful about that. The Lord Lion and I interact a great deal, but we never manage to meet. We're both so busy, and it's a testament to the way the world is nowadays that I've got to fly all the way to Detroit in order to have a conversation with the man who works in the same city as I do. It's such is life. Something like 90% of my activity is now concerned with heraldry, helping people get coats of arms, quite often explaining to them why they can't, involved in matters of chiefship and so on. And it's a joy to work with this man. For too long, the Lord Lion was perceived as the man who said no to everything. Well, this is a man who likes to say yes, and he really is open for business, and he is encouraging everyone who can to exemplify their Scottish ancestry by engaging in some way with coats of arms. And that's not just coats of arms for individuals, but for societies, for corporations. Anything with a Scottish connection can at least ask the question. I will say no more, and I will leave him to illuminate you all the more. Lion Morrow.
Well, thank you very much for allowing me to come along through this video link. I hope you can all hear me. Could somebody nod if they could hear me? Can you hear me? Excellent. Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity through this technology to speak to you and to congratulate you on your conference, and thank Bruce for his introduction. Bruce and I go back a very long way, and we did work as students together many, many years ago, almost nearly 50 years ago now. I'm still slightly amazed that I can talk to you where you are this afternoon in your time through this medium. But let me first of all, before I get into the substance of my talk, bring you greetings from Scotland and from the court of the Lord Lion. Many of you will know that the office of Lord Lion was first recorded in the history books of Scotland in 1318, and so it's a long established officer of state. The first recorded minutes are in the inauguration of the abbot at Arbroath Abbey in 1318, 2 years before the declaration of Arbroath. Very soon we'll be celebrating the 700th anniversary of the founding document of the Scottish nationhood and the strong themes that it contains. The court has remained over all these periods to be one of the last heraldic, genealogical and ceremonial courts of its type in the world, and it is enforced and it is underpinned by the law of Scotland. No other genealogical court, or for that matter heraldic court, has the law of the land behind it. Let me say too that the Lord Lion has not always been in the form of which you'll find him today. For example, in the time of Robert Burns, the Lord Lion never set foot in Scotland. He picked up the stipend from the lands, but he lived in Bath in England, eventually dying by falling off a cliff. His name in that latter part of the 18th century was John Hook Campbell. My approach is very different. My approach is to get, in a sense, down and into the activities of the Scottish people, whether they be here in my home county where I sit in Angus tonight, or whether it be in America, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, whatever part of the world in which we live. You need to be clear that my approach has and will continue to be one of modernisation. Sometimes when we talk about heraldry and we talk about things like genealogy, our heads are, and our minds and our hearts are in the past. It's only as we can move these things forward through this generation to the next generation and to modernise that we keep things alive. So I have worked on 3 basic principles. John Knox established in the second book of discipline schools in every parish in Scotland, and he established the 3 R's, reading, writing and arithmetic, and the 4th one was religion. For me, the 3 R's of modernising heraldry and genealogy today are: the first is respect. We respect the history, the heritage and the different stories that emerge out of Scottish life here and anywhere else. Second, what we do needs to be resilient. It needs to build up a strong base of resilient facts, figures and evidence that enables us to custom make and approach our own generation with an understanding of what it means to be of Scottish descent. And that, I believe, is part and parcel of the leadership that your conference should be actually promoting. So we respect our traditions, we have a resilience for what we actually do and an evidence base in history and in academia. But we also need to look to renew. So the 3 R's for me are respect for tradition, resilience in our evidence and research, and renewal for the future. If you look at the work of the Court of the Lord Lion in recent years, we have an increased number of petitions for grants of arms. You heard Bruce Jury talk about that. Many of you sitting in the hall today will have had arms granted by the Lord Lion. I do not want to see the grant of arms and that particular link it gives into the wonderful work of heraldry and the traditions in Scotland to be something that's exclusive. It needs to be based on an evidence, and it also needs to be brought into the world in which we live today, and that's the renewal. So we've had an increase in the number of petitions before us. And for those of you who are interested in the legal or judicial side of it, I have had more contested cases ranging from the resurrection of ancient baronetcies that had gone dormant to the appointment of clan chiefs and commanders than any Lord Lyon previously this century. And that doesn't seem to be drying up. I have on my desk at the moment a petition for a chiefship of a family name, of which there are 320 historic documents stretching back 300 years. Now, hands up if any of you want to read them and summarise them, because I'll send them by courier to you. But that will be my job between now and Christmas. It's a very technical job, a job that requires you to look at how the legal proof is established in a case. And that's something I find to be very exhilarating. When I decide a case, as many of you will know, has been interested in Scots heritage and genealogy, history and heraldry, there is always another opinion. Someone will say, oh, the Lord Lyon's got it right. Many will say the Lord Lyon's got it wrong. But let me tell you, I don't care what's said. The principal act that I do as Lord Lyon is under the judicial oath of my office, which is I decide without fear or favour. So be clear, it's not because I like you or dislike you that a decision is made either about you or about your families and your genealogies. It's about the only integrity that can be kept in the system is one in which decisions are made without fear or favour, and that the independence of the decisions are maintained. That's important for me. The legal process must be sustained, and it must be part of the outcome. Many of you will have been aware too, if you know the office, that we've had a number of changes in our office staff. Many of you might have known Mrs. Elizabeth Rhodes, who was our Lyon clerk and in the office for 42 years. She's now retired. Russell Hunter is our new Lyon clerk, and I hope that you all welcome him and actually experience what he has is a very skilled public lawyer and a Scottish historian. He will help us grow as he grows into that new post to establish a renewal of the processes within the Lyon Court and how we move forward in our operations. I believe it's only as we maintain a strong legal footing that we're able to maintain this ancient craft of heraldry in a modern world. You'll also have seen pictures or postings about our officers at arms, magnificent in their regalia, but there's a lot that goes behind that in terms of the work that they bring. I've tried as far as possible to involve as many as agents to the Lyon Court. The officers at arms, those who wear the tabard and carry my commission, obviously have rights of audience. But Bruce Jury will tell you that he now has a right of audience to the Lyon Court. And I'm no lot long back from a 4-week tour of Australia, a lecture tour, which I appointed for the first time an agent in Australia to the Scottish descendants to assist them produce petitions to the Lyon Court. It is a good thing that we renew and we put a resilience into what we do, and we expand as far as possible what we can in terms of our reach. I'm one of a generation that all of this technology is slightly uncomfortable for me. I'm sitting here in my study thinking that you're looking through the video at my untidy bookcases. I know where everything is, but it's a very sort of exposed media which we operate. But if you want to find out what goes on in the Lion Court, then we too have attempted to do this by the creation of some social media. Now, I've not decided whether social media such as the Twitter is actually the devil's work or a good thing yet. I'm still out on that. But I do know that our Lion Court Twitter is able to help us to outreach to those beyond who we might not get to. When I was on the lecture tour in Australia, a young heraldrist in Brisbane set me up on a computer to talk worldwide to a number of young heraldrists. And they typed in the questions and I gave the answer as I tried to eat a very large Turkish meal sitting on the floor with a group of these young heraldrists in Brisbane. It fascinated me and really enlivened me to find out that from Finland to America, to Canada, to Britain, to Russia, to Malta, there was young people under the age of 30 that belonged to a group that actually encouraged through social media the study and the understanding of heraldry and genealogy. I found that quite enlivening. That pushed me to open our Twitter account. And if you want to see what's going on in the Lion Court, sign up. You'll see that I give lectures and talks almost every week, and all over Scotland and beyond. In this last year, I've been, as I said, to Australia and gave 4 lectures on heraldry of different subjects in 6 of the major cities, ending in Sydney to celebrate as the honoured guest the Scottish Heritage Week. And it was wonderful to see there in Australia such an alive Scottish diaspora, hungering for actually what it meant to be a Scot in today's world. One of my duties while I was there was I was inspecting officer of the Australian Scottish Cairn. Many of you won't have heard of that, but at the bicentenary of the founding of Australia, a stone was sent from every parish in Scotland, 1,500 parishes, and built into a cairn outside Sydney, which actually marks the strong physical links between Scotland and Australia. My duty as inspecting officer was to go and see it was in good shape, and then to report to the Queen and the First Minister that it was in good shape. Well, on that day did it rain, and it rained, and it rained. And we got a 5-minute break in the rain, of which myself and a single piper with the crowd went to the cairn to inspect it. And the piper struck up in the tune Bonnie Dundee, because as many of you know, I live just north of Dundee. And the kookaburras outpiped the piper. And it was marvellous to see the nature making sure that in fact even our Scots pipes were put in their place. And I believe that's a story about how culture can help and actually amend what it is it means to be part of Scotland and the living Scotland worldwide. While I was also in Australia, I came across many heraldic treasures. In the Church of St James in Sydney, there is a hatchment, a funeral hatchment of Governor Duff, who was a Scotsman, and it was in perfect condition and preserved and painted on felt. Very unusual indeed. So there was a kind of past history living in that church. Later in the year, I was privileged to be the 74th chieftain of the Fergus Highland Games and Festival in Ontario. Again, to see the number of Scots, Canadians from North America turn out to celebrate what it meant to be a Scot was heartening. And I see that one of the partners within the conference is Guelph University at the Scottish Studies Department there. and I was very privileged to be given a tour of Guelph University. And I can't show you them because it's too cramped in my study, but I'm wearing the socks of Guelph University, which were presented to me as a gift. And so I think this linking, whether it be where you are in the United States, whether it be that you come from one background or another, whether it be from Australia, here in Angus, or from the University of Guelph and the Fergus Games in Australia, we come to celebrate a living Scotland. If your studies and your leadership within the Scottish culture and heritage movement within North America is simply looking backwards, that's important, and respect must be given to it. But we need a resilience in the work in which is done historically to renew our way forward. So think about that in terms of how you operate. Think about that, how you make alive the living Scotland today and how that's passed on to the next generation. And if we don't, then much of it might get lost. Or even worse, we might be able to start a new movement that makes up our history and the way we do things. One of the most difficult bits for me in terms of actually dealing with Scottish heritage, and particularly within the clan and family life, is to get a discipline into it. Now, that doesn't mean it has to be harsh. It simply means there are rules, there are heritages, there's traditions. But too often today and within our world, those rules, that heritage and that tradition gets laid aside because of individual people's needs or individual people's views. That's where the resilience comes in. The resilience is clearly based on evidence, and that resilience and that evidence which is what feeds the renewal. It's a bigger thing than simply what I want or whether I have this, that or the other thing. It is actually far more about how we keep this living Scotland alive. I believe very clearly, for example, that here in Angus, where I live, which is often described as the birthplace of Scotland because of the Declaration of Arbroath, that the only way that we're going to bring alive the questions of nationhood that are reflected by the nobles who signed the Declaration of Arbroath are through the whole Living Scotland movement. You, as you sit there enjoying your lunch, actually share in that renewal and that way forward. So I was asked specifically to look at the question of some of the new movements within the Lion Court. Well, firstly, I've explained to you earlier that this Lord Lion is committed to modernise. That doesn't mean the traditions go, that doesn't mean our history is not evidenced, but it does mean that we need to renew. So we try to get things done much more quickly now. We try to communicate in a less technical language. I have no idea, for example, how I'm able to speak to you through this computer, but I know pushing a few buttons allows me to do that. So we don't need to get so caught up in the technical side of it that we lose the ability of what we do. The key to the granting of arms, particularly Scottish arms, is the question of jurisdiction. And many of you will talk, I've heard talks on the past establishing that, for example, that Scots birth, Scots heritage, Scots residency, Scottish organisations all fall under the jurisdiction of the Lord Lion. I've pushed that a little bit further, and that is that I believe there are people, particularly in your own countries and in North America, that have made such a contribution to the life of Scotland and to its heritage that that should be marked by the granting of arms to them for life. Now, when I suggested that, hands went up in horror. The roof was going to fall in and heraldry had gone to hell. Well, I have a maxim that says that if you try to pilot a thing, you're often able to do it now and to test it. I've now piloted for over a year this idea. Hell hasn't come, although it's been cold enough here in Scotland last winter to imagine it did come. The roof hasn't fallen in, and heraldry hasn't collapsed. And the pilot itself has been partially successful, only because we've had 2 petitioners. So there wasn't the floodgate of activity that was expected. The 2 people who were granted arms for their life were granted them because of the contributions they had made, one to the vibrancy of a very significant clan of Scottish heritage with the support of their chief, and the other was actually to do with the contribution they had made to Highland Games over a long period. So people who were well deserved. But these changes and that extension of the granting of coats of arms to those who may not fit traditionally into it are not, in a sense, matters that should be too concerning to any of us. They are about the renewal of the movement. If you think where you came from in terms of your historical background and your family, you can see that you do things in a very different way from what your family ancestors might. One of my predecessors, Sir Thomas Innes of Lerney, used to dictate to the clan chiefs' wives what shoulder they wore their sashes on. Today, that's not appropriate. It's not wrong to say that, and it wasn't wrong to do it in his generation. But women have a more significant role and are people in their own right in our society that takes that kind of diktat or regulation from the Lord Lion into a very different era altogether. I have a number of very powerful women Scots friends. If I tried to tell them what they should wear, I think I probably couldn't tell you what I'd be told over this broadcast. So things do move on. It doesn't mean that it's not the tradition that the clan chief's wife wears her sash on a specific shoulder. But it's not now for the Lord Lion or for anyone to start laying down these diktats. Things move. Things move, as has happened with regard to the movement of the extension of who I will grant arms to. One of the very strong abilities of the Lord Lion, and you probably can't see it, but above this camera is my commission from Her Majesty the Queen, sealed with the Great Seal of Scotland, 2.5 pounds of beeswax with the Seal of Scotland, the Great Seal of Scotland on it. It bestows on me, and let me read it. It says, "Given and granted to the said Joseph John Morrow and the said office of Lord Lion King of Arms, all the rights, privileges thereto belonging, and subject to the provisions of the Lord Lion Scotland Act 1867. Now that act bestows upon the Lord Lion considerable discretion. Now discretion is not actually exercised willy-nilly, but it does have to be exercised in a way that renews. And so this issue of extending jurisdiction to those with significant and tangible, proven contribution to Scottish heritage and life of the granting of arms is part of what I see that discretion to be about. There is a number of very important and significant people who have done so much for Scotland that should be recognised in this way. I've completed 5 years as Lord Lion, and I can't believe it. I'm now 65 years old, and if you can see me properly, I'm happy to say I don't look it. I certainly don't feel it, but I don't feel 65. I feel just as alive as I was when I was 25. And in that 5 years, I've begun the process of renewal and modernisation and about bringing into life this whole living Scotland that you, at your conference, are sharing significantly in. I have some major tasks ahead of me. Our office, if any of you have ever visited it, you're most welcome. And usually you'll go away, not with a cup of coffee, but with a mug with all the arms of the office bearers of the Lord, the court of the Lord lying on it. But our office was last decorated in 1954, the year I was born. So we have a refurbishment exercise to do, and I have no idea how I'm going to get my head round working in the office and actually refurbishing it at the same time. But part of that refurbishment is to digitize all of the documents contained in our office. And the purpose for that is to make them available worldwide free for people to consult. Because our documents, particularly the coats of arms and the genealogies that go alongside them, go back clearly into the middle of the 17th century and some of them before that. But people need access to it. Archives, tradition and history are useless unless there is public access to it. So watch this space. In the next 5 years, my hope is that we get rid of a lot of the kind of older, disused parts of the office furniture and scenery, but also to get a really effective digitization of our documents that you could sit at a computer where you are and actually bring to life. Let me finish the talk by giving you a summary of what I heard a young philosopher from one of our universities talk about. He gave a talk which was about the retiral of St. George. Now, most of you will know the story of St. George and the dragon. It's very clearly part of British history and alive in many people's minds. The question posed by the young philosopher was that what did St. George do in retirement once he had killed the dragon? Well, his initial answer was that St. George went out and continued to kill little dragons till they were all dead. And then he went out and killed all the little demon-looking creatures until they were all dead. And then when that was done, St. George spent his retirement spearing the fresh air. My fear for us within the Scottish heritage movement is that we'll end up in a retirement of spearing fresh air, rather actually than dealing with the problems of how we keep alive the traditions and values of what it means to belong to Scotland in the living worldwide family of Scots. We need to promote our heritage, not by piercing the fresh air, but by real tasks that move us forward to create an environment that is focused clearly on our living and heritage Scotland. You, my friends, alongside me, are part of the living Scotland of our world. And let me thank you for your attention in this address, and I look forward to taking any questions or comments that people would like to make. Thank you all very much.
Good afternoon, Lion. It's John Belisai. Nice to see you again.
Hello,
sir.
John.
I'm going to coordinate the questions here. I appreciate your willingness to take a few. Does anyone have
You
a
look
question
excellent in
for
that kilt.
Lion Morrow? He's not going to bite you.
There's someone.
Here we go. Lord Dunrossel.
How are you, Andrew?
I'm doing very well, thanks.
And how's your lovely wife?
Well, I was just going to apologise and say that I took a picture of you with your shelves behind you, and sent it to Shell, and she said, "Oh, those shells are so untidy." So
I can imagine. I can imagine.
She wouldn't let me get away with that. Is all I can say. But to me, it just looks lived in. It looks like you actually use the books, and and that's what a good bookshelf should look like. Shell has different
Thank you.
views, but anyway, she sends her best regards. And
Thank
will
you.
you be, by any chance, coming to Charleston for the Armigers AGM?
No, I've just written to Hugh Montgomery today to say that I thought that was an excellent agenda, but I haven't got time to come to Charleston this year. What I have said is that I need to come to the AGM in the next year or so, then maybe next year or the year after. I've got I've just as a way of kind of broadening it. I'm encouraging the new chief herald of Malta to set up his register. The Maltese government have actually created a heraldic register, and the president of Malta is going to receive the first grant 0001. So I've got a planned trip to Malta. Next Monday I go off to Malaysia to do some work in a different field, and then I come home to take my annual leave in Japan. So Charleston's not on the agenda, I'm afraid, but I would love to be with you.
We'll drink a toast in your honor. In your absence.
And I've asked Hugh Montgomery to do the same.
And we'll probably consume your share.
Yeah, good.
Lion, if I may, John Belisai again, ask a question on behalf of some of the others here. You've talked at length about your process of granting life arms to worthy, deserving people in the diaspora. They may be interested in knowing how they would go about starting that process. I know there are individuals like Dr. Dury who they can consult with to assist them in preparing the necessary papers and forms and submissions. Is that the first step that they should undertake?
It's a very open process. And for me, the first part of that process, if you think you're someone that should be granted arms as a life grant rather than by right of the traditional jurisdictions, then it would be helpful to make the case about what the significant contribution you've made. Because as soon as the petition comes in, that's when things start to kick in more administratively. So an open discussion with somebody like Bruce, or even directly with myself, will get that answer to you. In Scots heraldry, for a grant of arms, we work under three principles. Once the jurisdiction's established, and once that the decision's made that you're a virtuous and well-deserving person, and I'm the sole judge of that, so any of you that's got a bottle of malt whiskey is home and dry. And the next stage then is to look at the design. And we follow the family name as far as possible. We personalise it around yourself. And I'm very keen to keep arms simple so that people can read them. So a complicated set of arms doesn't say that they belong to John or to Andrew or to me. It's difficult for people to read. And we'll take you through that process. The process then moves towards an agreed design with me, and then we have to wait for a painter. All of our arms are painted onto vellum with very ancient techniques, and there's simply not enough heraldic painters around to be able to do that. And so there's a delay, and then the arms are actually sent to you for your own display. Very simple process, easy, but I think if you're going to come under a life grant, if you can't prove an established jurisdiction under the traditional methods, then it'd be useful to gather the evidence about what your significant contribution has been to Scotland or to Scottish life, and at home or overseas. And as I say, one of the lady that we granted arms to, she had been a great supporter of the MacGregor clan stalls around the different games, and she had done it for a long period. And Sir Malcolm was very keen to support her application, and it was very straightforward. So that would be the first stage, and then you get into the technical application of putting the petition in, and I take over at that stage when that takes place. But be clear, Bruce is correct. My approach is one to say yes and only to say no if in fact it doesn't fit with good reasons. I'm not a gatekeeper by nature or by temperament. This is something that needs to be renewed in a much more lively way.
Thank you very much, sir. After we finish this later in the day, if you have questions about exactly how to go about that, I suggest you talk to Dr. Dory because he is before Lion Court frequently on these matters. Do we have another question or two? Yes, ma'am.
Lion, my name is Ann Wright Campbell, and I'm a proud Dundonian. I came
Excellent.
to this country 2 years after you were born. But I just want you to know where I was born was 17 Rosefield Street, and that was the tenement that was bombed.
Right, yeah.
So
yeah.
that was my parents, and I was 2 years old at that time.
Right. Well, I mean, I know the area very well indeed, and Dundee is a city that's been in transition. I suspect the city you're in has been in transition, but we now have the magnificent Victoria and Albert Museum, which is formed around the whole concept of design. But I'm very happy to know that we've got a Dundonian there, and that you're still proud to be part of Dundee.
Before I left Dundee, I worked for the town clerks of Moneyfeet. I
All
worked
right.
for lawyers. And,
Right.
And they were both town clerks of Moneyfeet. I'm sure you're familiar
Excellent.
with that place too, right?
Excellent. Do you ever come home?
I do. 2011 was the last time I was home, but I'll be back to see the Victoria and Albert Museum.
Well, you must let me know because if I'm in Dundee, I'll be very happy to have a coffee with you and discuss the museum's development.
Thank you very much.
Lion, are there other trips to the States that you have planned in the next year or two?
Next year, I kind of think I need to get the dates for. Well, first of all, the first thing is that sometimes I'm invited to do things. I went out to the Fergus Highland Games in August and I really had a great time, absolutely great time. I loved them. I have to say that the highlight for me, besides the games, was they took me to see Niagara Falls, and while it's very commercial there, it is one of the wonders of the world. And I know that many of you will be Americans, but I have to side with the Canadians and say that the Canadian sides of the falls are really much better than the American side of the falls. But it was a most wonderful experience. They asked me to go back next year, to the games, and I've said no, not because I don't want to. It's because there's limited times I can be out the country, and I'm looking to kind of take a trip a wee bit further back to the States to a different area. Also, the last lady might know that Dundee is linked to Alexandria, and I'm now taking part in the Alexandrian Dundee link. So I hope to come back to the Washington area to renew some of the contacts there, because my old friend John Letford, who was our Lord Provost in Dundee and City Mayor, equivalent City Mayor, he's become less able to travel, and he was a great link. So I'm hoping to be able to promote that particular link. But at the moment, no other plans to come to the States. I know I've got Malta in January, and I've just come back from doing some work with the Portuguese, which was fascinating, on their heraldry and their nobility traditions. So that's where I am at this point in the year, but it'll soon fill up, I would think.
Well, Lion, as you know, I'm in Washington, D.C.
I know
so
that.
Please let me know, and we'll put together quite a party for you.
I had a most wonderful experience when I went to Washington for the 20th anniversary of Scotland Week. I stayed at a place called the Cosmos Club, which I thoroughly enjoyed. And on the second morning, this is an amusing story. On the second morning, I was standing in full Highland regalia waiting for someone to pick me up. And a very elderly lady who came across in a Zimmer, and she walked towards me, and she introduced herself and said she was 97. And she asked me, she said that she always wanted to marry a Scottish laird. And was I a Scottish laird? And I said I was very sorry I wasn't, but I wasn't available to marry either. And she said to me in this very twinkled voice, she said, well, can you tell me, what do you have under your sporran? And I said, well, that's for me to know. And so I have very fond memories of my trip to Washington. And also one of my previous students, Timothy Cole, is actually now in a charge near Washington. And I just signed his membership for the St. Andrews Society of Washington this week so he can join. So there's lots of connections there. So I very much think I will be back in Washington.
That's wonderful to hear. And please give my regards to John Ledford. He's a good friend of our St. Andrews.
He's a good chap. Failing, but good chap.
Camilla Hellman has a question for you, Lion.
Good afternoon, Lord Lion.
Hello.
We hope we're going to see you in New York too, but we've got to
Yeah, I
get
know.
organised. We keep talking about it.
And it crosses over. I was last.
The question is very quickly about all of the work you've been doing around recognizing clan chiefs,
Yes.
clans that have not had a chief for so many years. And there seems to have been several instances recently where this has been happening. And I wondered if you could comment a bit further on that, because it's wonderful to see this happening. When I was at Grandfather Mountain a few weeks ago, I spoke to the Baird clan, who said that they were about to come to Scotland to celebrate 300 your work around that for the first time in 300 years. And I know there have been other instances, and I just wondered if you could touch on that.
The clan structure in terms of itself is not run by the Lord Lion, but the Lord Lion, where appropriate, appoints the clan chief or a commander where the chief has died, or the line has died out. There are two methods to do that. One is that there can be a court case raised in front of me as a judge, and they produce all the evidence, and I decide who wins, or whether or if the case has been proved, and I grant them the right to be chief of the name and arms of. So a classic example of that that was done recently was the Buchanan, and Buchanan chiefship had fallen into abeyance. And what happened was that somebody who was a relative of the last chief through the maternal line petitioned me, brought the evidence, and I was convinced that he was actually the only possible survivor to the chiefship. And I've granted a warrant to say that he's now chief of the name and arms of Buchanan. And there'll be an inauguration next year. When I was in Australia, the Malcolm Buchanan, who's one of the heads of the Scottish Heritage Week, was ecstatic because they'd got a chief. So that's one method. The other method is where there is no identifiable hereditary chief, is to move to what is called a family convention, where the clan itself gets together and decides they would like to appoint for a period under my direction a commander to pull together the clan to see if they want to move towards identifying a new chiefly line. Now, normally I'll expect the commanders to be in place for 10 years, 2 5-year appointments, and they'll normally have to look to see that there is no other hereditary claimant for the clan chiefship there. And then we could move towards the possibility of them becoming the chief. Good example of this was the Gunn clan. They had a number of commanders for decades. And Ian Gunn of Banniskirk eventually came and asked if I would appoint him again as commander. And I said no. And they got very upset. But it was my sense of humour. And I said, I wanted to appoint him chief because he'd been long enough a commander. Now he is now chief of the name and arms of gun. That gets registered, and there's a period of prescription which is quite considerable where it can be challenged. So the time scales are very long here. And then eventually he will be established as the undisputed chief of the guns, and that sets a new lineup. Now that's done because the law is based on Celtic law, not on feudal law. If you are an earl, for example, in Scots peerage, or even UK peerage, only your son, eldest son, of the blood can generally inherit. There are other exceptions, but generally it's legitimate son of the blood. But that's never been the position within clan life. You'll know if you look at your clan history that sometimes a chief will appoint the next chief. Sometimes he will miss a son and go to the daughter, or sometimes he may miss a son and go to a cousin. There has always been a fluidity about how chiefs are appointed. The normal method is through the eldest son or the eldest daughter of the bloodline who retains the name. But there is a much more fluidity. And the Lord Lyon really now, since about 1867 Act, has had the ability to create that environment. Now, why do I do it? If there's anything that makes complete nonsense to me, it's the idea of a clan without a chief. The whole concept of clan or family is about being under the headship and leadership of someone who is recognised as the chief of that clan. But also through that clan chiefship or headship, there is a discipline of the clan that comes into place, because that's how things are regulated. It's not an autocratic office, it's one of which the chief reigns with the love and affection and consensus of his actual clansfolk. And so I'm very keen to move the whole area forward where there is clans without chiefs, to having chiefs, even if we go through the step of having a commander. And I think I'm fair to say that I'm now getting, for this century, the reputation of appointing more commanders and more chiefs than any Lord Lyon before. And it's not running out. I have another one or two claimants for chiefships through the legal case management, and there's a number of cases where clans or families wish to have a commander. That's all the good news. Let me give you a little bit of a warning. When a family convention takes place, and there is someone decided by that family convention, which is the clan or the family's right to do, when clan bickering or when there is qualified comments, particularly about the candidate that's been successful, and all that kind of inter-family activity that we're all aware takes place within our own families takes place, I will often not ratify the decision, because I don't believe that that clan or that family has reached a consensus and a collaboration that will allow the chiefship or the commandership of that person to pull them together as a body. Now, I've had a couple of experiences where we've gone through the process, everybody's been delighted, and then somebody who was disgruntled with the process starts on the social media. And I've had to actually say, stop. This is not what this is about. This is a moment of celebration for your clan and for your family. And there will be disappointed candidates as well as successful candidates. But I'm not prepared to sign an interlocutor verifying that when in fact the kind of contention becomes overwhelming and actually is negative towards the process. But that's the only negative thing that I would say, and I think I've only done that in one case now, where I've said, I'm not sure you've got the consensus here, I'm not sure this process has worked, come back in 3 years' time when you've sorted out what it is that you're looking for, and actually that you can give to the man or the woman elected as commander the support that's necessary. The wonderful thing, though, about clan law, particularly as it's based on that Celtic legal structure, is that women have always had the potential to be clan chiefs. Madam Hunter of the Clan Hunter from Ayrshire is actually one of our excellent chiefs, hereditary chiefs in Scotland. And we should be now, in the world in which we live, moving beyond. I can obviously see there's a hunter there, is there? There's any hunters at the table there? Give us a wave, the hunters.
Yeah, we have Reverend Hunter here.
Yeah, well done, well done, well done. Well, you'll know how good she is, Madam Hunter. And actually, this diversity and this equality within clan activity is something that's far more significant in the modern world than actually the feudal inheritance that takes place through bloodlines. That was a long talk to you. The other thing I wanted to say to you about your question is last night I went to a very splendid dinner in the Glasgow Council banqueting hall, and the Lord Provost of Glasgow was saying how much she enjoyed being in New York at the parade. She said that there's no one does parades like New York. And that's something coming from someone who's the civic leader of Glasgow, because Glaswegians think that nobody can do it like the Glaswegians. But she thinks that New York knows how to hold a parade, and the Tartan Parade was one of her highlights when she visited New York.
Lion, Ian Hunter here asked me to remind you about Pauline Hunter.
Yeah.
I think you know.
Yeah. She's Madam Hunter, Pauline Hunter, yeah.
One more question, and then we have to say goodbye to Lord Lion. He's spent quite a bit of time with us. We appreciate it. One more question. Going once? Going twice? I think that's it, sir. Thank you very much. Good to see you again.
Well, let me... Are we finished?
All right, we're going to get our afternoon session started with Professor Owen Haig. And he's the professor of geography and director of the School of Public Service at DePaul University in Chicago. He's also served on the Board of Governors of the Illinois St. Andrews Society since 2013. He's also moved to DePaul University in 2002 and published on Scottish Americans' cultural issues and the Scottish diaspora in academic journals such as Scottish Affairs. And let's welcome Dr. Owen Haig. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi. Can everyone hear me okay?
Can you hear us all right?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you.
Now you've gone.
We can hear you.
Okay, well that's fine. I don't have to hear you if I'm talking, I'm guessing. So, thank you very much for that introduction, and I'm happy to be able to join you. Looks like you've got a full room there, which is good. A few people still filtering in, so we could just wait a moment or two till people maybe get their seats. I can see the whole room. That's kind of strange. There's just a few people still sitting in the back of the room. Okay, great. I think most people have retaken their seats. Well, I'd like to thank again John for inviting me. I know that the director of the Illinois St. Andrews Society, Gus Noble, is there with you. So hello to Gus. Thanks also for Peter behind the scenes, who enables you to hear me while I'm speaking on the microphone from my computer. So that's very, very much appreciated. I believe I'm going to talk a little bit about Scotland and North America in the 18th century. I believe I sent a series of notes. I don't know if they're in your packets, but I sent a series of notes to John that you can follow along with. I don't know if they actually made it into your packets or not. I think one of the things, just to give you a bit of introduction about myself first, I'm originally from Edinburgh in Scotland. I moved to the United States to study at Syracuse University in New York in 1994, and subsequently accepted a job here in Chicago at DePaul University in 2002. And now, though my family is still in Scotland, I am over here in the United States and have been for going on 20, 25 years now. So I still kind of straddle those two worlds. I travel regularly back to see my family in Edinburgh. We're going back for Christmas with our children. So it's an interesting position to be in as a more recent emigrant, and I'm going to be talking more about the people who were here a few hundred years ago. I think one of the things to emphasize is that though in the 18th century, Scotland and North America seemed to be very, very separate and very distinctive, they were actually quite well connected in terms of trade, in terms of personal relationships, political relationships, and military relationships. I think we often assume that once immigrants came from Scotland to North America, they became completely isolated and cut off from their home country, and that really wasn't the case. There was obviously ships going back and forth on a regular basis, carrying news, carrying goods, and carrying people. So that's always something to remember in this context. A few key events of I think you've got to really, to understand Scottish immigration to North America in the 18th century, you actually have to go back to the end of the 17th century and what was called the Darien expedition. Between 1698 and 1700, Scotland tried to establish a colony in the area that is now Panama, and that was completely unsuccessful. They met resistance from the Spanish, who had troops in that area. Thousands of Scots who went, about 2,000 Scots went over there, were killed by tropical diseases. And what happened was particularly the elite, the wealthy Scots who wanted a colony, who wanted to be part of this colonial imperial game that was happening in Europe at the time, they basically lost and I don't know how much it would be, but the equivalent of millions of dollars in today's money. And so that really creates a pressure around the turn of the 18th century for those wealthy elite Scots to join with their English counterparts and really push for the Treaty of Union. One of the key elements of one of the key factors creating the Treaty of Union was to give Scottish companies, and particularly the wealthy in Scotland, access to England's very lucrative North American colonies. So the reasons that we begin to see Scots arriving in North America is really as a result of the 1707 Treaty of Union, which gives Scotland access to England's, what at the time were England's North American colonies, and then of course they become the British North American colonies. The other big contextual thing happening at the beginning of the 18th century is, of course, in the first half of the 18th century, the Jacobite rebellions. And I'm sure many people in the room are familiar with those. But the Jacobite rebellions in 1715 and 1745, again, really leads to the establishment of the British state and the UK state, and it really kind of crushes any last vestiges of resistance to that state, and it creates this new vision. The success, the victory of the British troops at the 1746 Battle of Culloden led to the British state really becoming, the global player of the 18th and 19th century. It's actually interesting that, of course, the Jacobites, if you're not familiar, the Jacobites were largely driven by the effort to restore a Catholic monarchy. And so they were actually quite unpopular in North America. They were seen, particularly amongst the English colonies. Jacobites were much more closely allied with France, and of course we have that sort of competition between the English settlements and the French settlements in North America, and into both what became the United States and Canada. And so actually one of the things that happened in the English colonies in North America is that most of the people who had come and settled from Scotland in North America in the 1730s and 1740s were actually Protestant, Episcopalian, Presbyterian, and so were actually quite opposed to the Jacobites. After the Jacobites were defeated in 1746 at Culloden, the British government passes a couple pieces of legislation. 1746 Act of Prescription, which was repealed in 1782, but for that generation between 1746 and 1782, it disarms the Highland population and it disarms the people who rebelled against the British government. And it also mandated transportation as indentured servitude, as indentured servants for a period of 7 years for people who were involved in the rebellion. The other very famous one, which I'm sure you're familiar with, was the 1746 Dress Act, which made it illegal for men and boys in Scotland to wear the kilt or any part of that traditional Highland dress. And one of the major reasons for that is because it was seen as the military uniform of the enemy. The Jacobites had worn Highland dress, and therefore Highland dress was associated as a military uniform of the enemy. But what the British government did at that stage was very clever. They created Scottish regiments that could wear plaid and could wear tartan and could wear kilts and could wear Highland dress. And one route into maintaining that part of your Scottish identity became to join the British military in a Highland or a Scottish regiment. And then what we see is those regiments get moved internationally, and some of them come to what is now North America to fight in the French and Indian Wars a decade later. There's a number of other push factors that are pushing people out of Scotland to North America. After the Jacobite Rebellion, you have a complete change in the farming system in Scotland. The clan chiefs are no longer seen as people who receive patronage. They're seen much more as landowners and landlords, and they're treated as big landowners, and they're people that rather than pay homage to the clan chief or rather than pay tribute to the clan chief or military service to the clan chief, you're paying cash, you're paying rent. And a lot of people in Scotland began to sort of feel, well, this wasn't really what they were interested in. And you have that as you begin to pay rent, you're getting pushed onto the worse and worse land because the former clan chief, who is now the lord of that area, wants to become rich through farming. And so you have this creation of enclosed fields, the kind of shared fields of the clan system, what was called the runrig system, is dissolved. And the landlords, the clan chiefs, create fields. They put sheep on them. The people who are left crofting are on worse and worse land. And so the opportunity to move to North America, to move to the now British colonies in North America, becomes very attractive. Sheep move in Scotland and people move out. Where do people move to? Well, if you've got the money, you can get a ticket on a boat to America. If you've not got the money, you're moving to the urban slums of someone like Glasgow. And so you also have the beginning of this, and beginning the Industrial Revolution in the mid 18th century, again, pulling people off the land in Scotland into Scotland cities. Other people are moving internationally. One of the major ways, as I mentioned, to move internationally was, for Scots at this time, was military service. And Scottish soldiers came as part of the British Army to fight in the French and Indian Wars in the 1750s and 1760s. And Scottish regiments were involved in the sieges of Quebec City and battles and the successful capture of Montreal in 1759 and in Quebec, 1760 in Montreal. And many of those Scots who had fought in the British military against the French in favor of the United Kingdom, then were given land in Canada and land in the areas of Quebec after the British had successfully taken that land, taken those cities and defeated the French. And so you had this beginning of settlement throughout North America, throughout not only the English colonies in what we now know as the United States, but also in the areas of what we now know as central eastern Canada that had been taken from the French. I think another key connection, and again, this sort of leads right into the American Revolution, but another key connection was the intellectual connection. I mean, I'm at a university, I understand that, but one of the key connections was academic. You had obviously John Witherspoon sets up Princeton University. You have one of the rules in one of the at the time in the mid 18th century, Edinburgh University in Scotland was one of the still is, but it was one of the premier places to study medicine. And so what you had was a number of young men, children of the American elite, go to university in Edinburgh, learn medicine, and come back to North America to establish not only universities and medical schools and hospitals and so forth. So you definitely had this intellectual trade between Scotland and North America. One of the key elements again was the importance of the church, but you have somebody like Benjamin Franklin visiting Scotland in 1759 and 1771 and trying to make sure that American institutions and American universities hired people from Scotland because they were seen as being the kind of intellectual leaders, some of the best educated in the world. So not only do you have the poor farmers of Scotland coming to North America either as soldiers or as settlers to try and own land and become immigrants, you also have this more elite upper class group who are becoming educated and eventually will become some of the obviously intellectual leaders of the United States. There's a quote from an author called Andrew Hook who says, 18th century Scotland attracts Americans as it is the center of progress and enlightenment. So there was this real idea that if you wanted a modern cutting edge education, Scotland was the place to go. So where did Scots go in 18th century America? I've already mentioned in 18th century North America. I've already mentioned some of the settlements in Canada as a result of military excursions. There was actually quite a big settlement of Scots in Georgia under Governor Oglethorpe, who establishes Georgia in 1732, and rules there until 1743. He actively recruited people from Scotland to come and populate places like Savannah. He had a population of Gaelic-speaking Highlanders in Darien, Georgia, and quite interestingly, they were strongly anti-slavery at the time. Slavery was only added to Georgia after Oglethorpe left, and Oglethorpe leaves in 1743 and actually fights against the Jacobites back in northern England in 1745. I think so. What we see is Scots moving to America in the that's Oglethorpe's in the 1730s, 1740s, but the big influx of Scots in North America in the 1760s, 1770s are going to all the 13 colonies across New England, Virginia, the Carolinas, into Georgia. There's a lot of people up in New York. One of the things about this Scottish population was that it was rarely concentrated. Quite often people were dispersed. They would get land. They would set up farms, and so that Scottish population was dispersed. And there's an academic called Charlotte Erickson who wrote a book. It's almost 50 years old now, but she made the argument that the Scots and the English in many ways were the invisible immigrants. They didn't, because most of them spoke English, they didn't cluster together in groups. There was no need to have a kind of ethnic community, and so they dispersed across the colonial world to just anywhere where they could get a foothold and begin to make their lives. The other thing, Andrew Hook there, again, who's probably the leading academic on this, he argues that the total number of Scottish emigrants to America in the 18th century has often been greatly exaggerated. It's estimated that between 1763 and 1775, that immediate pre-revolutionary period, around 25,000 Scots migrated to America. And that is a lower number than the Scots-Irish or the Ulster Scots, who had quite a different relationship to North America than people moving directly from Scotland. And of course, we have some of the earliest Scottish American organizations. There was a St. Andrew's Society founded in Philadelphia in 1747. And that was really by elite leaders in Philadelphia, the sort of 25 very wealthy, well-connected Scottish immigrants get together in 1747 to advance the cause of really sort of Scottish ideas around religion and politics and so forth. The most famous settlement, probably the kind of one area that did have a concentration of Scottish settlers in the 1770s, was the Cape Fear River area of North Carolina. Very famously, it was probably the most concentrated area of Gaelic-speaking Highlanders in North America. And the main reason for that is boats coming across from the Highlands would come to Brunswick, North Carolina, or Wilmington, North Carolina, on the Cape Fear River. That was literally the port people came into, and then those settlers coming in would get boats and go upriver. And they go upriver, and one of the critical things here is that as a colony, North Carolina was selling land cheaply to settlers. And these people who in Scotland who had been relatively poor farmers, who are now paying rent in the Highland to a landowner or a landlord rather than having any kind of clan chief, rather than paying rent, they could come to North Carolina and they could own land. And that was obviously a major attraction. And you actually had colonial officials handing out pamphlets in Scotland, recruiting people. You had people traveling back and forth saying like, hey, come to North Carolina, you can get land. and so it became a point of entry, and people would go upriver, up the Cape Fear River, and set up small farms. And that area at the time was heavily wooded, and so to make a farm, you had to cut down trees, which was also good because it meant you had fuel and you had timber to build a house. And so you had the resources in place to establish a farm, to graze your cattle, and then because you were on this network of rivers, you could sell your crops down the river. And so in the 1760s and 1770s, you actually had around the Cape Fear River area of North Carolina a relatively large concentration of Gaelic-speaking Highland Scots who, unlike their counterparts elsewhere, were actually also engaged in that plantation economy and began to participate in owning slaves. One of the critical things, though, is when the U.S. Revolution comes in 1776, most of those Cape Fear Highlanders form regiments that were loyal to the British government. And I think one of the things here is that most of the people who had settled in the colonies saw the role of the United Kingdom and the British Crown as having given them the opportunity to settle and make a living in these colonies. And a lot of them were loyal to the Crown. There was some on both sides, but there's actually there's a well-known battle of Moores Creek Bridge in 1776, where loyalist Highlanders formed a regiment, but they were defeated by American patriots or revolutionaries. And so the attitude in Scotland towards the North American Revolution, the United States Revolution, was really that the American patriots were traitors. They were fighting against the government of the day. They were fighting against the British Crown. They were fighting against the British political structure in North America, and the most popular opinion in Scotland at the time was opposed to these rebels and as treasonous. There's a quote here from a Scottish historian, Michael Fry, who says that a majority of 18th century Scots saw the American revolutionaries of the 1770s as verminous traitors to king and empire. So there was little contemporary support for the American Revolution in Scotland in the 1770s. In fact, John Witherspoon, famously the Scot who signed the Declaration of Independence, was roundly condemned in Scotland for fomenting revolution and for being a revolutionary who was opposed to the crown and opposed to the British state. And this kind of went both ways. Very famously, well, maybe not very famously, maybe not very well known, but Thomas Jefferson, in an early version of the Declaration of Independence, one of the first drafts, explicitly condemned King George for, and this was cut out of the Declaration of Independence on a second or third edit, but on the first edit it said King George was condemned for transporting large armies of Scotch and other mercenaries to complete the work of death, destruction, and tyranny already begun with unaccustomed cruelty and perfidy unworthy of the head of a civilized nation. So amongst the American revolutionaries, they saw the Scottish regiments as part of the British military. They saw these groups of Gaelic-speaking militias in places like North Carolina as serving the king and therefore being opposed to the American patriots. So again, a really interesting division. After the most Scots in North America, most Scottish settlers in North America, were actually seen by the revolutionary Americans as loyalists, as conservative, as not these sort of radical American patriots. Of course, there was someone who contradicted that, but in general, that was how the battle lines were drawn. And so after the 1776 revolution, many Scots who'd settled in the what had been the English colonies that became the United States fled and went to Canada, where of course the British government and the British Crown still ruled. So in the 1790 U.S. Census, one of the things that we see is there's about 160,000 people identify as Scottish in the early United States in 1790. It's about 4% of the population, compared to about double that who identified as Scotch Irish, and that's again a very sort of different understanding. So as I was putting this together, we got about 5 minutes before I'm happy to try and answer any of your questions. I think arguably the most important Scottish immigrant group to North America certainly in the second half of the 18th century is actually ideas. And you had the Enlightenment philosophers like David Hume, Adam Smith, Francis Hutcheson is a little older, he came slightly earlier, Adam Ferguson, all these sort of giants of Scottish education, Scottish Enlightenment thought, had these ideas of like a civil society, of creating of a society that there shouldn't be a king with laws derived from God. It should be laws derived from the people. And there's actually a number of arguments that sort of trace the Scottish Enlightenment philosophy and political thought from these authors like Adam Smith and David Hume through to Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin. So these elite circles of the American patriots, like Franklin and Jefferson and Witherspoon, were very much tied up with these ideas of what a political governance should be like. And so although you had Scottish people coming to the United States, coming to the area that becomes the United States in the 18th century and establishing farms and advancing their religious beliefs, and here in the military, they were here primarily as members of the British military, opposed to either the French or the American patriots and revolutionaries. But the ideas that drive the American Revolution largely come from Scotland. So I like to think that sometimes we focus a lot on the settlement patterns and we don't sort of think about how ideas move around as well. And so I think that's something to remember, that ideas became very Scottish derived ideas became very influential, these Enlightenment ideas, in establishing the United States of America. And I've got a few, I don't know if you got, John has my notes and he's happy to share them. Please share them if anyone asks. But I've got a couple of examples. I've got a show and tell here because I got a camera. If you're interested, there's this book by James Hunter called A Dance Called America, the Scottish Highlands and I can't see the front of it. The Scottish Highlands in the United States and Canada by James Hunter. There's a book by Andrew Hook called Scotland in America, 1750 through 1833. And Andrew Hook's, another one by Andrew Hook, this is called From Goose Creek to Gander Clue, Studies in Scottish American Literary and Cultural History. Each one of these, if you're interested in that period of the 18th century and Scottish settlement and Scottish connections to North America in the 18th century, these three books will give you a good guide. And there's one I don't have with me right now, but it's by Gary Wills and it's called Inventing America. And it's all about the philosophers the Scottish philosophers who influenced Jefferson, Adams, Alexander Hamilton, and the others. So I'm happy to share these titles directly with John, and he can pass them around. And I think we're on question time now. So thank you very much. Hope that you're able to hear me clearly, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Professor Haig, thank you so much from all of us here in Detroit. Well, in Troy, I should say. We hope you'll be with us next time in person. This was fascinating. So has anybody got any questions? Can we take this conversation a bit further? Great. So this is all done.
Thanks. Professor, early on in your talk you mentioned something about Episcopalians being viewed as Protestants and being opposed, therefore, to the Catholics in the Jacobite sort of dichotomy. And my understanding is that most of the Jacobites, in the Highlands at least, were Episcopalians. And if you were an Episcopalian, you were automatically considered to be a Jacobite. And so Toryism included the concept of Episcopalians not only in Scotland but also in the colonies. And so in Cambridge, Massachusetts, for instance, the Episcopal Church on Harvard Square was ransacked, and every Episcopalian in Massachusetts had to get the hell out of Dodge and go to Canada, because they were seen the same way. They were seen as loyalists, and with the result that, you know, when General Washington arrived during the campaign and his wife wanted to attend an Episcopal church on Christmas Day, they had to find an Episcopal priest and reopen the church. Anyway, that was my understanding, that Episcopalians were seen very much, most of the Jacobites in the Highlands were actually not Roman Catholic. I mean, yes, of course, most of Clanranald was, most of Flora MacDonald and her family would have been, but most otherwise would have been Episcopalians.
Right. Certainly, I think you're evidently more knowledgeable about that detail than I am. So that sounds correct. Certainly, the Scots were definitely considered Tories at the time of the Revolution, and I hadn't heard that story about the ransacking of the church in Boston, but that makes perfect sense. The religious complexity of those days is something I must admit that I'm not quite as up to speed on. So I appreciate your comment.
And is there further questions from anybody? Oh, yes. Gus Noble from Chicago Scots.
Oh, I don't take his questions.
Hey, Ewan, how are you?
Good. How are you, Gus?
It's not really a question, but I'm going to sing Ewan's praises for a moment. As well as the fascinating subject on which you've spoken today, Ewan has done some great research into Scottish romance novels. And Ewan, I wondered if you would say a few words about that particular part of your research.
I don't have any with me. They're all in my office, and I'm at home. Yes, I have. I told John this on the phone, but we agreed to stick to the 18th century. But so one of the things that I came to the United States in 1994, and one of the things that I was surprised to learn about was Outlander, and the entire subgenre of Harlequin-style romance novels that Outlander had engendered in North America. So one of the things I've written a couple of articles interviewing people. Interviewing primarily American women writers who create these historical romance novels, which often involve a modern American woman traveling back in time to be ravished passionately by a kilted Highland warrior. And so these stories is actually one of the most popular subgenres of romance novels, and a number of authors who Margaret Mallory I've interviewed, and I can't think of Susan King, a few others. There's a woman called Sue Ellen Wellfonder who wrote one called Devil in a Kilt, and so there's this remarkable subgenre. So what was really interesting to me was these romance novels are not popular in Scotland, although it's a multi-million-dollar industry, and it's one of the main ways that people in the United States understand what historical Scotland was like. And I think one of the most interesting things when I interviewed these authors is how dedicated to getting those details correct there are. And I remember having a long conversation with a woman called Blythe Gifford, who has written a series of books called the Border Trilogy, about a border clan that was torn between Scotland and England, and romance ensues. But yeah, really fascinating. And she was asking me to go through, because I'm an academic, I can get onto these academic archives. And she's asking me, can you find me the 1954 PhD thesis by this person, which is about King James IV? And I'm like, I can look and try and find it. because that's the most valuable document I'll need for rewriting this scene about his, something that happened to him. So it's been a really interesting time, and I thank Gus for bringing it up. The start touch point for all this is Outlander, which of course is now a TV series. But if you're interested in that genre, there are hundreds, and there are so many of these Scottish-based romance novels, and they almost always involve like 5 brothers having romance with 5 sisters, or as I say, this weird subgenre of an American woman from today going back in time, just like Outlander, to enjoy the romantic attentions of a Scottish warrior. So it's certainly been a very fun, and it's kind of strange, coming from Scotland, 20th century Scotland, coming to the United States in the 1990s, and actually learning that romance novels was one of the ways that a lot of people learn Scottish history in the United States.
We've just been doing a questionnaire here that we're going to discuss tomorrow, but one of the main questions is how do you connect, and it's by history. So maybe we need to subgenre that and ask if it's fictional or fact. And on to you, Professor Drury, a question.
Hi, Ewan.
Hi.
I actually flew across here rather than doing this by Skype. So.
Oh, that was good of you.
I love what you said about the Scottish romance novels. When I was growing up, my grandfather, the Scottish miner, read nothing but Western novels. Zane Grey, Louis L'Amour, and because of that, we watched nothing but black and white Westerns on the television. So when I first came to Scotland, when I was to America, I was about 17. My first visit, I went, "Where are all the cowboys?" I had the same sort of slanted view of culture as perhaps people get from the Scottish novel. But that's not what I was going to say. I'm interested in how this idea has come about that the American Declaration of Independence is in any way connected with the 1320 Arbroath document, right? First of all, it was never a declaration. It was a begging letter to the Pope in Avignon, who was looking after John Balliol at the time. It was not about the rights of the common man. It was embedding and enshrining the rights of a particular set of aristocrats of the Bruce faction. And it was saying to the Pope, could you stop England being nasty to us, Nothing could be further away from the sentiments espoused in that your great founding document here in America. And it wasn't even called the Declaration of Arbroath until after 1812, when the Americans kind of discovered their Declaration of Independence. And how has this got embedded into the idea of Scottish American, that your founding document has crept out from behind an old letter in Scotland like a shy puppy, and in fact you should take ownership of it and be extremely proud that it was written unbidden from yourselves. Now, look at the Dutch Bill of Rights and various French libertarian writings and so on, but there is absolutely nothing in anything Thomas Jefferson left in his writings that suggests he even knew of its existence. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I would agree with that assessment. I think if you actually read what was being written in Scotland in the 1770s about the Declaration of Independence, there's no mention there of Arbroath either. So it's certainly a recent invention. There's this thesis amongst historians, the invention of tradition, about how people today invent traditions that, or not today, but since the 19th century, have invented things that they now claim are ancient traditions, but actually they're relatively recent inventions. I think I would say that there was an attempt to establish there was tartan days being established in Canada in the late 1980s, and when that idea of having a day to celebrate Scottish American identity comes to the fore in the United States again around about the time I moved here in the mid 1990s, a rationale was sought, and I think one of the things that happened was just like having this idea of a Declaration of Independence. I mean, it's so to the forefront of the American of how people think here, and the mind, of course, of American politics that, and I think also you tie that in with the ideas of genealogy and researching your roots. So there becomes this sort of movement. Well, what are the genealogical roots of America? Where does that come from politically? And I think again, there's this sort of idea that if the further we can go back, the better. And here's this 1320 document from Scotland. So I would agree that I would advocate that you're better to, if you, in my opinion, a much stronger precedent for the Declaration of Independence is really seen in Enlightenment political thought of the time, of the 1770s. And say Gary Wills's book, Inventing America, does a really good job of laying that out. People like Jefferson, Franklin, and others were moving in these intellectual circles, and were not thinking about medieval Scots protesting to the Pope. They were thinking about, how do you create a modern civil democracy, and what are the cutting edge political ideas of the 1770s, not what were they thinking back in the 1320s. But I do think it becomes an easy shorthand to say, oh, here's a group of people rebelling against the crown, trying to establish their own identity. And so that kind of pop culture narrative seems to fit both neatly, even though for a scholar and a historian such as yourself and others, that connection is tenuous to non-existent.
Just to point out something about Tartan Day. Tartan Day is held on April 6th in honor of the Declaration of Our Growth. But from what I have known, and I'm with the American Scottish Foundation, who are one of the parties involved in spearheading Tartan Day coming together with this congressional process, was that it was really about the Scots who had helped to make America. And Mark of the Scot was a book that was placed on the seats, I am told, of every senator to help it go through. So I think it a little, I just want to correct that it was not provised upon being about the Declaration of Our Growth. It's held on the date of, but it wasn't, that was not the driving force. But I'm going to hand over to John Belisai for him to give a rebuttal, because he's also involved in Tartan Day, but also is so involved with everything to do with Washington.
I really this here because this is not the point of your.
I can't hear you.
Except to say that there is another view, and I'll send you my paper, and maybe you'll take the time to read it. You can make a good circumstantial case for it. Dr. Dury knows this, but he never wants to acknowledge it. For some reason, there's only got to be one view on this. But there are two. So I'll send you the paper. Dury has it. He needs to read it.
Okay, I didn't quite catch the audio is not so good there. I appreciate the opportunity to read the paper. Gus can give you my email address. He's sitting right there. Just Gus, pass on my email to him, please.
And do we have any more questions after this spirited interaction? It's been wonderful to have you here, Professor. Any more? John, our illustrious chairman.
Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to move right along now. Our next speaker is Graham Mackenzie. Graham Mackenzie is a Scottish historian and genealogist with over 30 years' experience researching and writing about the Highland clans. He moved to Inverness in the late 1980s, where he had established Highland Roots Research and became an active member of local historical and genealogical bodies. He's written papers for the Gaelic Society of Inverness and served for 7 years as the chairman of the Highland Family History Society. Will you welcome Graham Mackenzie? He'll be with us in just a moment.
Thank you very much. Sorry about the delay. Okay, well, first of all, I'd like to thank you all for welcoming me here. It's a great pleasure to be attending my first Scottish North American Leadership Conference. I'm grateful to John Belisai for suggesting that I do a presentation at the conference, and to John Cherry for following up on that and making the practical arrangements. I should also thank my partner, Carol Morris, for doing all the driving, all the way from Tennessee. Now, deciding to come to the conference was relatively easy. Deciding what to talk about was more difficult, since the theme embraced so much of what I do on both sides of the Atlantic. The title I've settled on allows me to talk about two subjects I've been researching and writing about in the past year: the myths and traditions of the Highland clans, and set names and the clans that claim them, before going on to consider how parts of Highland history and the experience of Highlanders, both at home and in the diaspora, may be perceived when put in a wider context. I should apologize in advance for the fact that what you're about to get is rather unbalanced, being really a two-part presentation, the first with pretty pictures and the second without. Had time allowed, I might have found some suitable illustrations for the second half, but driving here all the way from Tennessee was a two-day marathon and time didn't permit it. Coming from Tennessee is not, of course, as much of a marathon as coming to the United States from Scotland, which I first did nearly a quarter of a century ago. When I was introduced then to the people over here as a genealogist, their reaction was, "Oh, you can't be. You're far too young." How was a genealogist perceived then? Well, something like this, I guess. This is a depiction of the royal poet proclaiming the pedigree of King Alexander III in 1249. The Gallic title Shenachie encompasses poet, storyteller, genealogist and historian, and the office of the royal poet can be seen in some ways as the predecessor of the Lord Lion. As a clan Shenachie, I'm often called upon to recite the genealogy of the chief, which it is expected to be done from memory. Well, 25 years ago, when I was such a young genealogist, that was all very well. But as the years passed and the memory cells deteriorate, it's becoming a more demanding feat, and one that can increasingly understand why the earliest genealogies of clan chiefs so often diverge. They were only written down after the generations of oral transmission, so there were plenty of chances for mistakes, accidental or deliberate. We'll come back to what the Lord Lion's eminent predecessor David Seller called in one of his most famous papers the gentle art of pedigree faking. But in the meantime, when one is reciting a chiefly genealogy, the question is where to stop if going backwards, or to start if coming forwards. Traditionally, the Shenachie would start with the new chief or king and go back generation by generation to the founder of the clan or the kingdom, if that person was known. And of course, any Shenachie worth his salt would know who the chief or the king at the time wanted to be descended from, and would make it so. When I do it, however, I prefer to start sometime in the past and to come forward to the chief I'm introducing, pointing out in advance the possible imperfections of any such pedigree, whichever way done, due to the fallibility of memory or gaps in the historical record. I usually start with the Scots foundation myth, which takes us back to an Athenian prince called Galia, for whom the Gaels in Ireland and Scotland were supposedly named, and his wife, the Egyptian princess Scotia. It's a nice story because it derives the Scots from the Greeks, who of course triumphed over the Trojans, from whom the English derived themselves. It has the descendants of Scotia fleeing a tyrannical Egypt alongside the Israelites, and makes them a seafaring people who sailed away to settle in Spain before eventually arriving in Ireland, where of course the Romans did first note the existence of a people called the Scotii. As Professor Ted Cowan pointed out at a conference in Inverness some years ago, the most potent of historical myths survive because, however unlikely they may be, they nevertheless have at their root a core of truth. In this case, not only are the Celts thought to have come into Western Europe from the east, but there are still bagpipe-playing Celts living in Spain. It may indeed have been no coincidence that when the King of Spain supported the Jacobite rising in 1719, he sent, along with money and arms, 300 troops from Galicia, that very Celtic enclave in the northwest of his country. It was appropriate, therefore, that in June, when we commemorated the Battle of Glen Shiel, where the Galicians fought bravely alongside Rob Roy MacGregor and the Jacobite clans, that we were joined by a visiting Spaniard. She was a lovely lady who topped off the proceedings by singing us a traditional Galician song, as you can see, in her traditional dress. One of the stories associated with the arrival of the Gaels in Ireland crops up again and again in the traditions of the seafaring clans of the Western Highlands and Islands. It concerns the competition among the sons of Milesius to rule over the fabulously fertile island that they could see as they drew near to it on their voyage from Spain. It was agreed that whichever of the sons first touched the soil of the Green Island would be its ruler. As the prince's boats neared the shore, one edged ahead and looked certain to win. But at the last moment, one of the other princes laid his hand on the gunwale, whipped out his sword, whack, chopped off his hand, threw it onto the beach, and claimed the kingdom before his brother landed. This same story occurs amongst the traditions of the MacDonalds and the MacDougals, as the sons of Somerled vied to inherit his kingdom. And I first came across it in relation to the competition between the MacDonalds and the MacLeods to gain possession of St Kilda, an island so remote it was evacuated in the 1930s and has since only been home to military installations and bird sanctuaries. The severed hand of this story became known as the Red Hand. It was given a biblical origin and became a popular symbol in West Highland and Hebridean heraldry. It became even more important in Northern Ireland, firstly associated with the O'Neill kings and the later Earls of Tyrone, and then as the symbol of the Protestant majority province cut off from the Roman Catholic Republic of Ireland. The political and religious differences fostered by British plantation of Ulster in the 17th century and exacerbated by British politicians playing the orange card in the 19th and 20th centuries have served to obscure the common heritage of the descendants of the Scotii who remained in Ireland and the descendants of the Scottish clans from the Highlands and those from Galloway who returned to Ireland and took up the banner of the Red Hand. The same differences pursued their descendants who chose to look for new lives on this side of the Atlantic. The Irish didn't want to recognise the Scots-Irish as kin, but the Scots-Irish felt differentiated from the Scots Highlanders, who began arriving in North America at much the same time. My friend Mike McMillan produced this beautiful map up on the screen now, one of a series about immigration to North America, and he's been creating over the last few years. And he shows it at the annual Irish Fair in Minneapolis, which he and a couple of friends attend, with the specific object of educating the Irish, the Scots-Irish, and any other Scots who might be there, about their common origins in Ireland and Scotland, and their shared experiences as immigrants in North America. The upsurge of research and writing about the Scots-Irish in North America, coupled with the excellent work of the Public Record Office of Northern Ireland and the Ulster Heritage Association, has, I think, helped change perceptions in both the Scottish and Irish communities over here. I doubt, for instance, that I will ever be told again, as I was 20 years ago, that the Irish organisers of a Celtic fair would not welcome Scottish participants. There was plenty of prejudice in the past, of course, going the other way. One striking example I came across some years ago concerned a family of MacGregors who had come to Canada from Glasgow in the late 1800s, who could not find any trace of the birth there of their emigrant ancestor, even though he had 3 very distinctive given names and they knew his birthday. When I investigated their mystery, it turned out the reason they couldn't find their ancestor's birth in Scotland was because he had been born not with the name MacGregor, but the name Maguire, which is Irish rather than Scots. And he was Irish. My immediate thought was that maybe Maguire was some sort of obscure set name associated with Clan MacGregor, but I could find no record of such an association. I concluded, therefore, that the name changes took place in Toronto, a city well known for its orange associations, because the family did not want to be identified as Irish. I was pleased that Andrew Morrison placed so much emphasis last night on the value of tradition when it comes to discovering the origin of clans. And of course, the claimed origins of many clans are reflected in the symbols that appear on their chiefs' coats of arms. 3 clans, for instance, claim descent from a legendary Irish prince called Connacht Mór, who is said to have become the Lord of Urquhart and its famous castle. The story of how the progenitor of these clans earned the right to the arms that they bore is most colourfully told by the pioneering Highland historian and founder of the Gaelic Society of Inverness, William Mackay, in the history that he wrote of his native glen. He tells how Connacher Moore's hunting dog, Anku Moore, the great hound, grew old and how his master thought of having him put down. However, an old woman warned him that the dog had not yet had its day, so Connacher let him live on a little longer. At this time, the woods of Urquhart were being ravished by a wild boar of such ferocity that whoever happened upon it did not live to tell the tale. Not long after his faithful hound was given its reprieve, Connacher Moore came upon the boar when out hunting, and strong and skilful as he was, the great warrior was soon at the mercy of this ferocious beast, when, with a last howl of rage, Anku Moore leapt upon the boar and gave his own life to save his master. Thus Connacher Moore saved the glen, the home as it happens of my Macmillan ancestors, from the further ravages of this great beast, and the story is remembered by the appearance on the Urquhart arms of 3 boars' heads. As you'll see, the Mackay arms feature the heads of 3 bears rather than boars, as do those of the other clan claiming descent from Connacher Moore, the Fordeses. Their traditions tell of an ancestor saving the inhabitants of a glen in Aberdeenshire from the ravages of a great bear, though some versions of the Forde story also have the beast as a boar. The Skeen's ancestor is said to have earned the right to 3 wolves' heads and Skien Doos on his arms by saving the king from being killed by a wolf with his Skien Doo. However, he's also said to have been the younger son of Robertson of Athol, whose arms also feature 3 wolves' heads, because an ancestor was responsible for clearing wolves from their last sanctuary on the moor of Rannoch. Other clans have tales of an ancestor saving the king from a wild beast, some of which are recalled on their chief's coats of arms. A particularly unusual one is the tree on the MacGregor arms, which features an oak sapling, remembering that his ancestor is said to have used such an instrument to batter the boar that was attacking the king. Then, of course, there's the stag's head on the Mackenzie arms, which brings us back to the gentle art of pedigree faking. An American novelist, it's not certain that the Earl of Cromarty invented Colin Fitzgerald, the Anglo-Norman knight from Ireland whose heroics at the Battle of Largs are supposed to have won him the lordship of Kintail, and who went on to earn the Mackenzie arms by saving the king from a rampaging stag. My colleague Andrew Mackenzie, who's written the most recent history of our clan, reports that Fitzgerald appears in at least one earlier account of the clan, and the legend of the stag must certainly date back to the days a century and a half before, when the Mackenzies switched their allegiance in the struggle for control of the Highlands from the Lords of the Isles to the Scots monarchy, since the whole point of the story, and the motto that emerges with it, is to emphasize the clan's loyalty to the crown. That too was the reason that the American artist Benjamin West was commissioned centuries later to paint the story of Colin and the Stag, and to help the then chief convince his peers that the previously Jacobite Mackenzies were back on track as the loyals of loyal clans. Mackenzie myths don't stop there, however. As the American novelist and TV company who have enough money to make it look convincing have brought a whole new dimension to being a Mackenzie on this side of the Atlantic, or indeed a Mackenzie chief in Scotland. While a Mackenzie Shenachie could wish that Diana Gabaldon had chosen another name for the clan at the heart of her saga, since dealing with the old myths is hard enough, Lord Cromarty is enjoying a boom in visitors to the real Castle Loud, as are the many other castles and palaces used in the filming of the series. So Outlander is great for Scottish tourism, no doubt about it. But does that justify its fans calling themselves a clan? Last year, I was asked as chairman of the Association of Highland Clans and Societies if we would admit as a member Clan Outlander. Well, we've welcomed the Inverness Outlanders into the clan tent at the Inverness Highland Games for the last couple of years, where they have a table between the Mackenzies and the Frasers, the other clan that features in the series, and everybody is very happy with that. However, we have 30+ member clans who all struggle with the task of discovering and putting across our real histories, so we can really do without the further complications of explaining where Clan Outlander don't fit into Highland history. And the battle goes on. Last year at the Grandfather Mountain Highland Games, I was astonished to hear the call go out over the PA for Clan Outlander to assemble. And only the other week in Tennessee, I received a call from a newspaper reporter in Scotland asking me to comment on the Outlanders' wish to be a clan. I must admit I was tempted to ask, would that be a Celtic clan or an Anglo-Norman clan? The Earl of Cromarty was not alone amongst the 17th and early 18th century clan historians in creating fictional characters to give their clans a fake pedigree. The other case I have to deal with most often is the invention by William Buchanan of Auchmar of a character called Meithlan Buchanan as the progenitor of Clan Macmillan, whose name he said was really Macmeithlan, thus claiming the Macmillans as a sept of Clan Buchanan. Auchmar was believed at the time by many Macmillans, probably because he was building on a genuine tradition of shared ancestry between the two clans. Since the Buchanans also claimed to be Gaels, this did not alter the racial origin of the Macmillans in the way that Cromarty was trying to do for the Mackenzies, along with the chiefs and Shenachies of other clans at that time. The Campbells, for instance, tried to shake off the Gaelic origin of their name, which meant crooked mouth, in favour of the Anglo-Norman Campo Bello, or beautiful field. And there remains to this day much dispute within the Grants about whether their name comes from the French word grand, meaning large or great, and thus indicating an Anglo-Norman origin, or whether they have in fact a Norse descent. The fabulous old clan history that gives them a Norse descent also includes their claimed connection with the MacGregors as part of the Shoil Alpin, an issue that has recently come back to the fore following the recognition by the Lord Lion of the MacAlpins as a clan in their own right. Bruce has written a very interesting paper on the MacAlpins, and since the Lord Lion has recognised them as a clan, we've admitted them to the Association of Highland Clans and welcomed them to the Inverness Games. However, ancient and Highland though the name is, there has been some muttering amongst my members over whether there ever really were a clan, and as Sir Malcolm MacGregor has pointed out, they have long been considered a sept of his clan, MacAlpin being one of the names assumed by MacGregors when their surname was outlawed. Another clan with a dispute about their origin are the Oliphants, and their wish now to be Norse rather than Norman shows how strong the modern trend is to be anything but a clan with an Anglo-Norman origin. In their case, however, this appears to have involved the invention of a Norse ancestor and the denying of documented evolution of the name from the Olifards, the 11th and 12th century lords of Lilford in England, who could as easily have been of Saxon descent as Norman. Even if the de Lilfords had come over from Normandy with the Conqueror and had been Normans, they would actually have made them Norse in any case, since the original Normans were the followers of the great Viking Rolf the Ganger, who became the first Duke of Normandy in the 9th century. There are plenty of other clans whose racial origins are in doubt, and while we might hope that DNA testing will solve some of the disputes about them, it's just as likely, as Andrew suggested last night, that they will simply add fuel to the fire. I note, for instance, the recent report that some DNA testing suggests the Buchanans may share an origin with the MacGregors, and I recall Keith MacGregor telling me a few years ago that some of the DNA results he'd seen suggested a link of some sort between his clan and the Macraes. Neither of these results would come as a surprise to me, since it's possible to find now obscure traditions in the written histories of these clans and their neighbours that might indeed support such a connection. Another interesting report of DNA results apparently suggests the MacDonalds were Norse too, rather than the Gaels, whose descent from Kings in Ireland was so meticulously traced by David Seller in one of his early genealogical papers, long before he became the Lord Lion. I guess the significance of DNA results showing MacDonalds to be Vikings would depend on who in Clan Donald had been tested, since there were enough branches of that huge clan for some to have passed by marriage into the hands of Norse families that had settled in the Hebrides. The MacDonalds' reach at the height of their power was so vast that the website of Clan Donald can list over 400 Clan Donald names, which appears to include virtually every name ever found on any of the lands that the Lords of the Isles were the feudal superiors of, including a number of names now recognised as clans in their own right. Interestingly enough, however, these names do not include Morrison, even though, again as Andrew told us last night, there is a Hebridean tradition that the chief of the Morrisons died out in the male line and the chiefship passed by marriage to a branch of Clan Donald. And then there's the question of how the Morrisons on the Hebrides might be related to the mainland bearers of the same name. The DNA results that Andrew mentioned last night seem to confirm what many Highland historians have always asserted, that there is no connection between the Morrisons and the Hebrides and those in Aberdeenshire and the Lowlands. William Buchanan of Auchmar, of course, said that Morrisons were MacMorrises and as such were another sept of his clan. The question of septs and sept names in the Highlands is one I've addressed in my latest publication, which I don't unfortunately have here to sell to you, but it'll be available fairly soon. It's a contentious subject, and the whole concept, indeed, of septs has been summarily dismissed by many academic historians as a fantasy. However, to put it at its simplest, throughout Highland history, the lands of small clans were conquered by or granted to larger clans, and the small clans became dependents of the more powerful chief. When surnames became required, which in the Highlands was relatively late compared to the rest of the country, the members of these small clans might choose to adopt the surname of the superior chief or retain what they thought was their original surname. So in Inverness, for instance, as Bruce told us earlier today, someone called Fraser gets asked, are you a real Fraser or a Bolomeal Fraser? In Loch Harbour, there were a number of important clans, once part of the original Clan Hatton Confederation, who together made up a key part of Cameron power, some of whom retained their original names and some of whom adopted the name Cameron, so that their original names all but disappeared in Scotland. Early emigrants to North America, however, retained those names, so for instance when McMartin became very rare in Scotland, the name can be found hundreds of times in American and Canadian censuses. There were other ways in which sects and set names came into being, but time does not permit me to go into them now. Anyone who can get to Stone Mountain in 2 weeks' time can come and hear me talk at length about the subject. There are, however, one or two important general points to make about the names compiled in this booklet, which is mostly just a list of names claimed by clans, to which I've added a few gathered in the course of my own researches. By and large, I have not attempted to justify any but a few of the claims on those names made by the various clans. The list is intended as a guide as to where to start when looking for these names. It contains over 1,700 names. You probably won't be surprised to learn that many of the names are claimed by more than one clan. Indeed, over 40 names are claimed by 4 clans, 8 are claimed by 5 clans, and 1 by no less than 6 clans. One feature that has emerged is the number of names anciently associated with clans in the Highlands that now have the heads of lowland families claiming their allegiance, because these lowland lairds have been recognised as chiefs of their name. Andrew welcomed the Lord Lion's wish to appoint more chiefs of names, but I'm afraid I part company here with Andrew, who would have felt this, and I wonder if he would have felt the same if the head of one of the Morrison families in Aberdeenshire or elsewhere in the lowlands had been recognised as chief of the name Morrison. I'm not sure there's any generally acceptable answer to this problem, but I do know that many Macleays, Dewars and Hendersons in the Highlands still wish to remain associated with the clans their ancestors followed in the 18th century, rather than being obliged by a fiat from Edinburgh to call as chief someone they would regard as a Sassenach, a term more often used by Highlanders for lowlanders than for the English. That brings us to the question of Highlanders versus lowlanders and all the associated questions of identity that flow from it and from similar labelling of Scots and of the other nations on the British Isles. In Scotland, as the central lowlands and eastern seaboard were settled by the Anglo-Saxons and Normans and the Gaelic language retreated into the mountains, Highlanders, with a language and dress that was considered barbarous, became feared and despised. Religious and political disputes stemming from the Reformation and the Glorious Revolution heightened the divisions and encouraged the passing of acts in the wake of the last Jacobite rising against tartan, the pipes and the positions of the chiefs. How ironic to find, therefore, that thanks to Sir Walter Scott and Queen Victoria, everyone now wants to be a clan, and every lowland laird wants to wear 3 feathers, denoting a chief. Those of us who believe that calling a lowland family a clan is a misrepresentation have lost that battle a long time ago, so let's just be flattered that the Sassenachs now all want to be like us. There are, however, other more important misrepresentations relating to Highland history that we need to call out, some of which can only be appreciated if one has a broader historical perspective than just the study of Scotland's story. Landholding and feudalism. It's right to say that in the clan system as it is most often portrayed, the classic clan of the 17th and 18th centuries, feudalism has come to govern the relationship between tenants, landowners and the crown. But do we really think that it made much difference to the ordinary Highlander, herding his black cattle or scraping a subsistence living out of his run rig, how his service to the tacksman, or indeed of the tacksman to the chief, was legally described? The labour he had no choice to provide still ended up supporting a warrior class and their hangers-on, such as Shenachis, who spent their time feuding and feasting, as one historian has memorably described the life of medieval and early modern clans. The application of feudal law in the associated system of inheritance by primogeniture did, however, have one profound consequence for the clan Fina, the close family of the chiefs. Because it cut all but one of their number, usually the eldest son, out of the succession, whereas under the old Celtic system of inheritance, a number of cousins could have been eligible to succeed if they could prove themselves the best man for the job. Thus we, the Shenakis of today, have all these genealogies with single lines of descent, and just a hint of the reality in earlier days when we find in the traditional histories tales of illegitimate claimants and wicked uncles. They were nothing of the kind in their day, but once they lost the battle to succeed, that's how the winners, who of course always write the history, have had them portrayed. The feudal system is invariably portrayed as a tyranny whereby the king owns all the land and uses it to control his subjects, granting it to those who serve him and taking it away from those who fail to. What is often forgotten about it is that feudal relationships were mutual contracts, with the king or lord as obliged to his vassal as the vassal was to his superior. Indeed, the lord's rights under feudal law formed the basis in England of the Magna Carta, and the rights of vassals in chief to counsel their lord and sovereign, from which sprang the right to discuss and approve taxation, eventually producing parliaments in Britain, and indeed Congress over here. The evolution of representative democracy was reinforced by other traditions as well, such as the Viking things, their consultative assemblies. In Scotland, Celtic kinship obligations may well have contributed to the concept of the community of the realm, a feature of the Declaration of Arbroath, which is so often cited over here in connection with the Declaration of Independence, quite possibly wrongly. I think I may tend to agree with Bruce on that. Finally, of course, there was the hard reality in any medieval kingdom, duchy, or indeed empire, that all rulers were dependent on their nobles, or in the case of the Scottish Highlands, their clan chiefs, to provide governance in their countries. As towns and boroughs grew and accumulated wealth that could be taxed, and parliaments provided agreed ways to do that, the monarchy became less dependent on their nobles, and so began to try and rein them in. But subjects that had become overmighty were not happy to surrender their roles as virtual kings in their own countries and fought to retain their powers. All over Europe, the story was the same, though the timetable varied, sometimes by centuries, depending on how developed each country was and what the balance of power was between the king and his overmighty subjects. Countries like Poland collapsed into chaos because the nobility was too powerful to be controlled. In France, which had a parliament that could talk, as the name implies, but not do a lot else, the opposite happened. The monarchy became absolute and it took a revolution to change anything. England, being a relatively small country with a well-developed parliament, tackled the problem before many others. But look at the Pilgrimage of Grace in 1836, when the whole of the north of England erupted in rebellion, and among the grievances you find are the demands of the monarchy that the sons of nobles be sent to court in London to be educated in the ways of obedience and civilization, a strategy pioneered in France. Fast forward to 1609, and what's central to the infamous Statutes of Iona, often portrayed as the opening shots in the monarchy's cultural war against the Gaels, exactly the same thing. The monarchy's need to control the Highland clans, and indeed their lowland nobles, led among other things to the creation of the Court of the Lord Lion, and to the use of heraldic regulation as a means of control. The increasing willingness of Lords Lion to create clan commanders, who have no inherited right to the arms of the last known chief of their clan, assuming the clan ever had a chief, indicates a recognition of this problem. But there remains the question of who is entitled to a voice in the quasi-election of such commanders. If time had permitted, I would have gone on to talk about the way the Highland clearances are often misrepresented, pointing out that there were lowland clearances as well, which Tom Devine has written about, and which I think Bruce has done some research on, and that similar events had taken place in England in previous centuries. I recommend searching for the 16th century polemics written there about sheep replacing people. I'll finish, however, with a couple of stories of encounters in the United States in recent years which show how easily Scottish history, and indeed modern Scottish politics, can be misrepresented. The current chief of Clan Mackenzie, the Earl of Cromarty, is quite proud of the fact that his ancestor was a Jacobite and narrowly escaped execution in the aftermath of the 45. He was telling a lady about this at the Highland Games a few years ago, and she congratulated him on his support for Scottish independence in the then approaching referendum. John is not a supporter of Scottish independence. I hope most of you understand that there is virtually no correlation at all between the aims of the Jacobites and the Scottish nationalists. I myself was at a Highland Games after the referendum and was congratulated by a couple of girls that had been in Inverness in the lead up to the referendum on the yes vote in the Highlands. The Highlands voted no. They had seen so many posters in Inverness that said yes, they assumed that we must have voted that way. And they found it difficult to grasp that Highlanders were more worried about the concentration of power in the lowlands in an independent Scotland than they were about rule from London. That may all change if Brexit goes through, of course, but that's another story entirely.
Thank you very much, Graham. Ladies and gentlemen, my job is to facilitate any questions that you may have of Graham. Any questions? Yes, Andrew.
Yeah. Oh, no, I haven't heard that one.
I'm not sure I need this, but they both wanted to build a monastery on Lismore, and Moluag was a little behind, cut his hand off and threw it on to Lismore, and so he got to make that his center.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I hadn't come across that version. I imagine there may well be more as well somewhere. Bruce. I know, yes. Yeah. Yeah. The sinister.
Any other questions? I have one. So go ahead, please.
When you were talking about the fellow in Minneapolis talking about Irish and Scots-Irish and so on, I've always heard that the term Scotch-Irish was coined by a New York newspaperman as an insult, and that the people themselves would call themselves Ulster Scots, and so there was no possible way of imagining that they were actually Irish, even though they might have lived there. So
I have a letter from a man called the Reverend MacGregor, who was an Ulster Scot, who went to form one of the colonies initially in Maine, and he is writing to the governor saying, could you stop people calling us Scotch-Irish? They intend by that to imply that we are papists, that we are dirty, that we will bring disease, that we will eat them out of house and home, that we will have many children, etc., etc., etc. We are the Ulster Scots and we want to be known that way. And I think it's strange that Scotch-Irish has become like adopted as a name when it was, as Andrew says, an insult initially. So I never use it personally. As a British problem.
It would depend where you were, wouldn't it, these days, yeah.
Well, I'm going to take the opportunity to ask a question which is totally unrelated to your presentation, as I did with you. And I read in your bio that you were a former writer on music.
Yep.
And bluegrass music.
Yeah. Well, I didn't write a lot about bluegrass, but go ahead.
I suspect that more than just a few of us have been watching the Ken Burns documentary on country music, and I wondered if in any of your writings you talked about the Scottish heritage of country music.
Oh yes, yeah, definitely. I mean, my music connection comes up after I left university. I decided to put history aside for a while, and I became a sort of music journalist, mostly dealing with local rock bands, but also Cambridge, where I was at university and lived at the time, had one of the first ever folk music festivals in Europe, and it is still one of the best folk music festivals in Europe. And the great thing about it was their definition of folk was very wide, and they did include blues. I mean, I saw some of the great bluesmen who were still alive at the time. This was back in the 1970s and early 80s. and they did include country and bluegrass. A lot of that was to do with the fact that one of the guys that I worked with in local radio was a bluegrass fan. He had his own bluegrass band, one of two talented musicians. So I learned a bit about it then. I used to feel at the time that bluegrass was great, country was not so much, because country seemed to me to be rather mellow and bland. And I've learned from Ken Burns' wonderful series, which if you haven't seen it, I mean, it is superb. The way in which country music had sort of become bland and then went back, again becoming much rougher. At the time, I sort of went for the more country rock side of it, which was another element of it. And the great thing about the Burns series is that he pulls in everything. But certainly the Scottish influence on Appalachian and mountain music and bluegrass is wonderful. And there was a television series back in Scotland, way back when, with Ali Bain. You probably saw this, where he was playing fiddle with Appalachian fiddlers and other people from this side of the water, showing how the styles had crossed the water, Irish and Scottish and over here, which was great, yeah.
I'm a musician, and I met I'm from Duns in the Scottish borders. I met a guy from Patna, just outside Ayr, in Chicago, who is a guitar player, and we got together on the golf course and figured out the most logical thing for two Scots in Chicago to do was to form a honky-tonk band. So John and I hope you can rest assured, are ensuring that the rougher end of country music is still very prominent. Any other questions? Yeah, Bruce.
I'm no musical historian, but someone who has told me that there was a German TV program which absolutely proved that Appalachian music was based on German fiddle music. And of course, the truth is that there were all these influences. And the great thing about fiddle music is sheet music was available. So tunes could come in from Scotland, Ireland, England, Germany, France, etc. And they'd be played indiscriminately. And then some of those tunes made their way back to Scotland, where they somehow get reinvented as a Scottish tune, but like Napoleon's Retreat, for example, an American tune that we played.
Yep.
Do you know Carl Peterson? Do you know who that is?
Yeah, I know the name.
He did a study of early Texas music, and he proved that all of the popular early songs in Texas were adaptations of Scottish songs. So Streets of Laredo was a Scottish song with some new words put to it, and he produced a CD where he sings the original Scottish song and then the Texas song. I think it's called Texas Remembers the Animals, or Scotland Remembers the Animals, something like that. But it's well worth a look.
All right. Let's hear it for Graham.
Thank you, Graham. Well done. Now we're going to move on again. Bennett Greenspan was supposed to appear today, but unfortunately he wasn't able to make it. But he did send a compatriot from family tree DNA. His name is Fernando Felix. And if you'll welcome him, he'll join us.
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Okay. My name is Fernando Felix. I'm with Family Tree DNA. I work directly with the group projects team. So we're the support team for research projects that we host through Family Tree DNA. Today I'll be talking to you a little bit about the basic tests that we offer and the group projects that we host as well. Let's see. Okay. Do have a presentation up there. I'm not sure if everyone can see. To start with the basic tests, we offer autosomal, mitochondrial, and Y-DNA testing. The first one is our autosomal DNA test, which we call the Family Finder. This one is composed of autosomal DNA that comes from both parents. So we each receive roughly 50% from each of our parents, It's what accounts for our physical characteristics, and it's the only one of our tests that can provide us with our ethnicity estimates. Both genders can take this test, and you will receive a full list of matches, so anyone in our database that matches you genetically, you'll have a predicted relationship range, which is attached to each of these matches, so you'll know if we estimate them being first to second cousin, third to fourth, full sibling, half sibling, etc. The next one is our mitochondrial DNA test. The mitochondria is essentially the powerhouse of the cell. So it's carried by both genders, but it's only transferred down by the mother. And because of this, it allows us to trace the maternal side of our heritage exclusively. There's no male influence on that one. You receive a list of matches as well, but instead of having a predicted relationship range there, it's going to have a genetic distance. So it's going to tell you essentially how many mutations don't line up with that individual, which can let you know how close of a match that person is and see if it's worth pursuing. Instead of your ethnicity estimates with this one, you receive what we call a haplogroup, and that delineates your ancestral migration patterns, so how our maternal ancestors kind of move throughout the world. Similarly, our Y-DNA test, well, this one is actually only available for males. We have females will carry 2 X chromosomes, and males will have an X and a Y chromosome. Because of this, the Y chromosome is only passed down from father to son, and that lets us focus on our father's side only. It'll go from that individual to their father, and so on. 0 female influence there. It also only provides a genetic distance instead of a predicted relationship range, which allows us to know which one will be closer and matches in our database. With the ancestral migration patterns there, those feed into our group projects really well, just because a lot of people, especially when relating to surnames, need to focus on that male line, since the surname is historically attached to males only. So that brings us to the group projects. Now, what are group projects? These are research projects that are hosted by Family Tree DNA. They're run by our volunteer administrators. These are administrators that have a lot of experience researching either a specific surname or a haplogroup or a geographic region. It allows for members to be part of a group that is focused on research that they're more interested in. So instead of looking at just a list of matches and trying to figure out what you're going to do with them, you can join these groups to communicate with the administrators. They will allow you to, or help you, choose more tests to take, see if it'll be beneficial to run certain upgrades on the Y-DNA, or if you've only tested family finder, mitochondrial, to order another test and use them together to try to further your own research. So within the group projects, we have a lot of different focuses. The main ones are our surname projects, our haplogroup, our geographical, our family finder, and our private projects. Private projects are a way for people, let's say that I'm testing 20 of my family members, and I want to have an area where I can look at all of the results in one place, but I don't necessarily want somebody else to be able to search for my project and join it. I can sign up for this one and still take advantage of the tools that are provided to project administrators. The surname projects, like I said, will be focused on Y-DNA testing because of the nature of surnames, and they'll focus on that specifically. So if you already have a certain surname that you want to look more into, or if you anticipate that you are potentially related to a certain surname but haven't been able to prove it, you can join these projects to be able to work with those members and administrators and try to prove that information. The haplogroup projects will focus just on the haplogroup. Within the haplogroups, some of them can get really big as far as the amount of members that we have in them. the R project is a big one. We have many, many members that are of the R haplogroup. But within that haplogroup, there are many different subclades or subgroups. So sometimes it becomes necessary to split off into sub-projects from that main group to be able to have a little more focus onto something that would be beneficial for what you're researching. I don't know specifically like a definition for it, but the haplogroup is a group that you're attached to that shows how your ancestors moved around the world. So different mutations on the DNA, as let's say if we start in Africa where everybody kind of started moving around the world, in different areas we're able to identify certain mutations that moved into one area or another area. And by separating these groups via those mutations, we're able to kind of create what's called a tree, and it starts branching out. Does that kind of tell in? Okay. Geographical projects, these are often coupled with haplogroup and surname projects, but they'll focus on specific locations. So whether you're focused on a whole country or a city or a town or county, these projects will have a focus within that area, so it allows you to communicate with members that will be interested or have information of that specific location. Within our database, we do have over 300 Scottish projects. There's a huge mixture of all surname, haplogroup, and geographic projects with that focus. This is probably one of the most important aspects of family tree DNA. It's not something that a lot of other companies offer, in that by joining the projects, you're able to ask the administrators directly for input on what tests you should take, or just interpretation of your results in general. Whenever you first get those results, it can be a little vague. You just see a list of people that we know you're related to, but how is that important to you? We don't really know. So by joining these projects that are run by the individuals that have focused on the type of data you're looking at within the parameters you're looking for, being the surname or the location or haplogroup, you get a much more individualized analysis of your results. Now, a big thing is privacy, of course. Whenever you join these projects, you don't know who has access to what kind of data. And of course, we want to know how it's going to be handled. So we've given 3 different access levels that you can provide the administrators. And this can be set for individual administrators. What I mean is that one project can have 1 to 10 administrators. And if you know one of them personally, or you trust one more so than the rest, you can grant them a certain level of access to your results, and then the rest of them a different level. The first one is minimum access. Now, all of the administrators will have their group administrator pages. So it's a page dedicated to them being able to look through the results, group members together. And with minimum access, all they see is your name, your kit number, email address, the values that the DNA results provide, but that's it. So they can still group you with other members, they can still answer some questions, but it is limited in what they can see. With the limited access, however, the middle level, that one allows them to actually navigate over to your family tree DNA page. So the same way that you would sign into your account, they can click on your kit number and go to that page, but it'll be formatted in a read-only way. So they can't make any changes whatsoever. The contact information will be hidden, so there's limitations to what they can see, but they can browse through all of your different matches, the values, and use the tools that are available to you on your personal page. The advanced access is kind of what it sounds like. It's all access level for the administrators. They're able to go into the account and make changes to the email address. They can add tests to the different accounts. Excuse me. This is beneficial for a lot of members who they know the administrator and they're not particularly computer savvy, or some members that actually don't have access to computers regularly and will just go to the library to access it, by giving the administrators advanced access, they can then just communicate with the administrator and say, hey, I need you to change my password, or things of that nature. But another benefit is that the group projects will all have general funds to them that members can donate to, and a lot of these projects are so invested in the research that they're doing that they'll actually sponsor a lot of tests. But the way we have it set up right now is that they, or you as a member, would need to contact us and let us know that it's okay for them to order those tests. In order for them to do that, with advanced access, they can just sign into the account, place the order, pull the funds from the project, and then just let you know once the results are posted. So that can be very beneficial. One thing to note about that is that if they place an order, it's not that you would be automatically billed for something. So they can't just add charges to your credit card. First of all, we don't save any of that information, so it wouldn't be possible. But it would just show up as an ordered test that's unpaid. And then you could then make the payment if you want to, or let us know, hey, actually, I didn't want this test. Let's go ahead and take it off of the account. Our administrators are, of course, held to guidelines that we've set forth for them that they have to accept when they become administrators. So if at any point you were worried about how your data is being handled, or if an administrator does or says something that you feel is not in keeping with the way Family Tree DNA is run, you can always give us a call, send us an email. We'll be more than happy to go in and address those. We take those matters very seriously. And I'm happy to say we don't run into that very often at all. But it does outline the different things that they can do with the data that they take from the members that appears on their page and things of that nature. But having said that, if you have any questions specifically, I'd be happy to answer. Go ahead.
Why don't you run your questions through me so we can make sure that we get that our friends who are not here can also see and hear. So I'm going to pass the microphone here.
Thank you. I have 3 questions, if I may
Certainly.
monopolize your time. First of all, is it okay, or can you accept DNA information from another provider, i.e. from Ancestry? Can Ancestry DNA information be sent to Family Tree?
Absolutely. Right now we accept transfers from Ancestry, 23andMe, and MyHeritage. Depending on where you've done your DNA testing, if you have information from a company that's not currently advertised as being accessible to transfer, you can always send us an email, and depending on the company or the type of data that they have, we may still be able to work with you.
Second question. Do you accept female DNA information into the surname projects?
So as of right now, the criteria for joining a project is left to the discretion of the administrator and how they run the project. I personally think that, and I think a lot of administrators share the sentiment, that you, as female, are able to join the project, but if you don't have any Y-DNA to contribute, the benefits that you'll get from the project may be more limited than the rest of the members, simply because the administrators won't have any information of your family that they can explicitly compare to the rest of the members. So it's just more difficult to work with that way.
Thank you. And third question, and this is on a personal basis, and perhaps this would best be dealt with not in this environment, but I will ask this question. As a female who has no male family members that are available to submit DNA, Y chromosome DNA information or a sample, what would you recommend to that female that she be able to obtain more surname information?
Well, that's hard to say. If there's no one in the family that you can resort to provide samples to run a test, even if they're cousins or uncles emails and things like that, your best resource might actually be to just reach out to the administrator. Whenever you search for our projects, all the administrators of those projects are listed and the emails are there. So if you send them an email and tell them exactly that, listen, I'm very interested in, following my history here. I know that my heritage lies somewhere in this surname. This is what I have. This is what I would like to know. What do you think we can do to move forward? They, having the experience within that project, may be able to guide you a little bit more into what may be most beneficial for you.
I don't think Fernando mentioned it, but there are the surname projects are listed on the website. You can go to their website, see what they are. Many, 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 many of them from all ethnicities around the world. But there are about 300 Scottish surname projects listed there. Most of the clans, Highland clans, a lot of lowland families, a lot of border families, and a number of them have had the chiefs contribute their DNA as markers to the study. Not all by any means, but a lot of them. So take a look on there. If you're interested in this, take a look at the surnames. Go and see if a Scottish surname that you're connected with is on there. Chances are pretty good. And I encourage you to explore that. Yes, over here.
Fernando, this goes beyond the privacy question that we have here, which is limited to just access for the clans and that, or the surnames. Privacy can also go beyond that. And what I'm speaking to is, can other activities, whether it be government or insurance companies and things like that, have access to your DNA?
So we operate on an opt-in basis. So at no point would we provide that kind of information to insurance companies or the like without you first telling us it's okay to do so. Instead of what you might see with some other companies where there's a disclaimer saying, hey, if you don't want us to do this, let us know. With us, we will explicitly get your permission to do so first. To my knowledge, at the moment, we don't provide any information to health insurance companies or anything like that.
The obvious question is, it could affect health benefits and things like that.
Absolutely. No, and we certainly understand the concern there. We do receive a lot of those questions just generally when people call in, and the answer has always been the same. Again, to my knowledge, none of that information is ever promulgated to anyone outside of Family Tree DNA. Anything that is used outside of what you see in your results is anonymized, if I'm saying that correctly, and it's used for more academic research that's done within the company, so it's not anything that's going to be sent outside of the company.
I think the only exception to that is explained by Bob McLaren at the conference that we met at, was if the FBI has a legitimate law enforcement question, they do comply with that, but that's it.
Correct, and the reason why I didn't mention that in response to your question is because it's not information that we will just send out or sell to the FBI. We've instilled certain protocols within the company, certain pathways that they have to go through in order to do that. But even in that scope, within your settings, we have an opt-in or opt-out of law enforcement matching. So if you want no part of that in any way, simply go into your account settings, click on that, and you'll be removed from those matching possibilities.
Fernando, I have taken the Family Tree DNA test, and it did successfully connect me to my first cousin, which I knew and hoped was the case. But in subsequently, and I'm trying to recall memory-wise how this happens, I've received an email notification from Family Tree DNA that there is an ancestral connection that they've identified. And I will go to the email and I'll go to the piece, and it will show a name, and which is not related. The name is not my surname, and then there'll be a series of names attached to that name, none of which show up in any of my genealogical database. And I asked myself, well, what use was that? what am I missing?
So that's a great example of when being part of group projects can be most beneficial. Whenever you receive those emails telling you, hey, we found a new match, this is who they are, you go to the page and you say, okay, this person means nothing to me at the moment, the names don't line up, their locations that they've added onto their accounts don't make sense to me. Two options there. You always have access to the email address of that person. So if you click on their name, you can just send them an email and be like, hey, I realized I found that we match at this level on this test. I was wondering if you're interested in sharing some genealogical information and seeing how you can piece that together. But you can also send that to the administrator and say, hey, I got this new match. Doesn't really mean anything to me. I was wondering if in the scope of what we're researching in the project, if it's someone that I should be reaching out to. And they will either reply saying, okay, yes, because of these reasons, or no, it makes no sense to me either. And it could just be that your match were maybe so distantly related that there's no relevant connection to your research at the moment. You're welcome.
I was tested maybe 10, 15 years ago for the Y-DNA, the male side, with Family Tree. And I started out with some of the lower level testing, which is also the lower price. And eventually over the years kind of upgraded, and finally I said, you know, enough's enough. I went with the big Y test, the most expensive, most thorough testing. And I think it's really worth it if you're going to get into it. Don't fiddle around with some of the low level testing. For example, when I first tested low level, my matching list on the website, it seemed like I was matching with half the population of Europe.
Yeah.
Hundreds of names, none of them related to my name. Finally, on the big test, when I shelled out a few $100s for the bigger test, my matches were 3 people, all with my same last name. So the more detailed, more expensive tests kind of refine and specify more. So I think it's really worthwhile.
Definitely. Now, something to say to that is, while the more expensive tests tend to be more thorough in whatever they're going to be researching, it's not necessarily for everyone to just jump into the most expensive test. In my experience with the company, we've never recommended to just go all the way through. There are cases when we have people that don't have any matches. So if you have taken the Y67 test, for example, and don't have any matches there, then upgrading to the Y111 will likely not be beneficial for you at the moment as far as STR results are concerned. The big Y test that you bring up is a little bit different in that it will actually add a secondary matching system. The Y-DNA test will focus on what we call STRs, or short tandem repeats. Those are the markers that we look at in order to compare two individuals to see how closely related they are. But with the big Y test, we look at SNPs, or single nucleotide polymorphisms. These are a different type of mutation also found in the Y chromosome, but that one is actually what helps us define the haplogroup that we were talking about before. So it helps shed some light on the more specific branch that you may be a part of, and it will match you to individuals using those as well. So if you don't have any results at the Y67 and you take the big Y, you may still, or you may actually find some results there. But it is a more advanced test. I personally tend to recommend for you guys to either call us and ask a few questions or reach out to your project administrators and ask them some questions too to see if that test is going to do what you hope it will do. Because having it be more expensive, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will be more worthwhile based off of what you're researching.
I'm a brand new group administrator. I'm so confused. I get a lot of notices from Family Tree DNA, particularly about mtDNA matches. How is that helpful to my Y surname group project? Or what's that? Well, I know your opinion, but I'm going to grab you later. but I've been getting a lot of these emails. I'm not quite sure. I understand the why. I got the haplo group. I got all of that. How do I? What's the relevance of an mtDNA match within my Y-DNA group?
Well, potentially no relevance, depending on So, yeah, it's not that you're missing anything, and that's why when we talked about the surname projects, they tend to be Y-DNA focused, just because there is that separation. Surnames have historically been attached to males only, and so putting in the female line into that research could potentially confuse things, or it just may not add anything that's particularly beneficial. I will say that mitochondrial DNA in and of itself is a little more difficult to work with in general. The mitochondria has a tendency to mutate very slowly as time goes on, and without having those mutations to basically outline the passage of time, you can have an exact match at the full mitochondrial sequence, but have that common ancestor still be very, very far back.
As in thousands of years.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly can. For your situation in particular, all administrators in their settings are able to select which types of emails they receive. So you can go in and just deselect all the mitochondrials, so you don't have to worry about those influx of emails.
Fernando, thank you so much. Great discussion. Question, what's the size of the sampling that Family Tree has in your database in terms of people that have submitted?
I know there were over 1 million testers now. I don't actually know the figures off the top of my head, but if you're interested after this talk, I can look that up for you and get those numbers.
Statistically significant.
Yeah.
Sure. The other question, with respect to the administrator, what is the profile or the typical makeup of an administrator? What's their involvement? Are they involved with a specific surname? They're a researcher, genealogist working on a surname, and they're therefore an administrator that wants to gather more data? Is that how I'm perceiving it?
Well, it'll range anywhere from an individual that has had no luck trying to find more information about their surname, and they open up this project to try and get more people, get more data, and make some significant progress into that surname, to more involved like clan leaders and people like that who already have quite a bit of history and experience into a particular surname or location or haplogroup, and they're just looking to expand or help other people within that specific project. Is that kind of what you meant? Okay.
I have several questions. My son took the Y-DNA test because I'm a genealogist and wanted to follow the line back to Ireland that didn't follow. In 6 years, he did the 67 marker. In 6 years, he had one match at 37, nothing over it. That doctor was very good and answered my email. The name was Lister, so there was after parental consent, I think back in the 1800s in Nova Scotia. On my son's test, he came out with a 0 on one of the markers. I've never seen that.
On one of
Can that be a mistake, or is that something that comes up fairly often, or what?
And not the genetic distance, but the actual value for that marker?
The actual value in that particular marker.
It is something that comes up every now and then. It depends on the type of mutation that occurred within that particular STR. But if you're concerned about that being the issue within all the matches, you can always send us an email or give us a call, and we'll always send it over to our lab and our data assurance team just to make sure that there wasn't any kind of error with the test. Typically, it goes through a lot of quality control and quality check tests, so it's not often the case, but we stand behind the data we provide, so any questions you may have on it, we will verify and let you know, okay, this is why we got this value, or okay, there was something going on with this test and we had to do a manual read, have updated it, and provided it for you.
My other question is that I was able to go on your project for the name of Lester, which also included Lister, and I was able, because I had my son's DNA result, to to compare it to the ones that were on there and figure out which one was the one that matched him. I tried last night to go to find that, and I can no longer find the results available to me on the internet. Were some of those pulled off from being public?
Some of them might have been pulled off. Some of them, if there's no administrator within the project, it'll sometimes be made private so that it doesn't cause confusion to our members when they search for the projects and they see that there's all this information but no one's answering any questions or no activity has gone through. So there could be different reasons for that one. But you said you are part of that project, right?
No.
No? Okay.
Would I be able, if I joined it, even though the surname was not listed to begin with, would I be able to go into it even so and be able to see the results?
Definitely. I would always encourage you to, anyone that you think you're interested in, go ahead and join the project. A lot of the projects are open so that members, as soon as they click on it and hit join, they'll be given access. Some administrators, however, choose to be a little more selective, and they'll actually receive a request to join from you. They'll look at the test that you've taken, and then they'll reply with a welcome, this is more information we'd like, or we don't think you're a good fit for the project because you don't fit these parameters, and they'll outline them for you. But the majority that I've seen are free to join immediately. Well, they're all free, but you can access them without having to submit that request. And if you submit a request and never receive a reply, again, feel free to contact us, and we'll make sure that the administrator is still active, that it hasn't been abandoned, and things like that.
Do you have to submit a Y-DNA test to be a part of it, or can you be a part of it even though you don't submit it?
For a lot of the surname projects and haplogroup projects, you will need to have a Y-DNA test to submit. A lot of the administrators do place that prerequisite on their project because, kind of like what we were discussing over here, the mitochondrial DNA and autosomal DNA is not often very helpful in the research of that specific surname, so they choose to leave those out, but that will be on a case-by-case basis. So it'll depend on that specific
But this
project.
would be a Y-DNA that has a different surname.
Well, even with that, having the different surname, if you have the Y-DNA test, whenever you join, let's say that they reject your join request just because the surname, you can let them know, okay, well, this is why I believe that we fit this particular surname. They can then actually look at the values of the individual that you submitted as the Y-DNA test, compare them to the rest of the project, and if the surname doesn't match, but they see that the values are consistent with a lot of those members, then they'll know, okay, well, we don't have it as a registered surname, but there's obviously some connection here, so they'll allow for that to happen.
I think we're going to have to wrap it up at this point, but Fernando, are you going to be with us for a little while?
Definitely.
And Fernando is going to be here. You can ask him some questions. I think he has some materials as well. And if you'd like to sign up for Family Tree DNA or upgrade your current involvement, he can take care of that for you. He'll be here for a while. I also encourage you to talk to Dr. Dury about something that he's, I think, made very, very clear, and Graham McKenzie as well, about the value of linking your DNA testing and traditional genealogical research, and why it's advisable to do both, because they're two sources of information that really help you to answer the basic question you're asking, who am I, where do I come from? So that's another whole subject, but discuss it with those two genealogists who we have with us, both of whom are proponents of DNA testing, but also can tell you why it's not the whole thing you want to be doing if you're serious about finding out who you are and where you came from. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was this political scientist who spent his undergraduate and graduate years dodging every science curriculum he could, was inspired to go back and try to read Bruce Dury's book on DNA that I got a few years back. We are going to take just a very quick break so they can set up the stage for this panel, and then we're going to reconvene. So use the restroom, get something to drink, but come right back and we'll launch off this panel. Thank you. we've had some great information over the course of the day. And now we're going to hear from some individuals who've attempted in their own way to explore their individual genealogy and tell you about that experience. And to moderate and introduce the panel is Camilla Hellman.
Hello, everybody. So, when we all began talking amongst ourselves as the Chicago Scots, Detroit, St Andrews, Costco, Cassock, the American Scottish, and talking about pathways, one of the things we were talking about was the difference between how an American Scot views their heritage and their pathway to, as was pointed out by Professor Drury, a doctor, Dr. Drury, how it is viewed by a person from the UK, from Scotland. And therefore we have been circulating for the last few weeks online, if you are not with us, a questionnaire that we really we're going to be talking about tomorrow. But also, this panel is to have the insight of John Belisai, who heads up COSCA and also has been very involved in so many different organizations in Washington, D.C. Bart Forbes, who is now heading up Clan Forbes in the USA, and Heather Christ, who is joining us remotely, who has had a journey. She lives here in the United States, is involved a lot with her diaspora, and the American Scottish as well, but also is a Canadian Scot. And she has been on a wonderful journey discovering her roots back to Canada and back into Scotland. And so now I'd just like to ask John to share, each panelist will share their thoughts, and then we're going to open up and have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Camilla. Mine is going to be rather short. You'll be glad to hear, because I'm one of the lucky ones. It was my grandfather, my maternal grandfather, who emigrated from Scotland to America. It was very recent. It was 1910. It's 100 years ago, but it's quite recent. Although he died when I was about 11 years old. So I knew him. I knew he was a Scot. I could barely understand what he was saying because he'd spent some time in Glasgow, although he wasn't from there. And I remember saying to my mother, "Mama, what language does Granddad speak?" And he heard me and he said, "The King's English, my lad, better than you'll ever speak it." And I said to her, "What'd he say? What'd he say?" I couldn't make out a word of it. But he was a native Scot, and I knew that, and I asked him what that meant, and I wished I'd gotten to know him better because he passed before I really had a chance to get deeply into it as an adolescent. But I caught the bug from that, and his only son, my Uncle Bill, had also caught the bug. So Uncle Bill knew a lot because he'd grown up with Granddad, and he shared most of that with me. And for my 40th birthday, I got a trip to Scotland. And went with my father. He's not the Scot, but he was an explorer. So we went together. We drove all over the Highlands and some of the middle of Scotland for a couple of weeks. I knew the town that my grandfather came from. I knew that I had cousins there. It's Killearn, which is easy to find on Loch Lomond, which is a big deal in the MacGregor story. I knew that my grandfather was a MacGregor. Although he didn't bear the name. His surname was King, which is one of those names that the MacGregor aliases that are well documented. When MacGregors had to give up their surname for about 170 years, that's one of about 30 or 40 that they commonly took. So I knew to look there. We went there. I met the cousins. One of them said to me, "You know, I've got all of this genealogy stuff I've been collecting for the last 30 or 40 years at the Scottish Records Office. Nobody else wants it. Can I give it to you?" And he did. So it really fell into my lap, and I was quite fortunate. Back to Scotland several times since then. joined the Clan Society because I had very strong connection with my Scottish heritage. Gus Noble and others asked me why, because you're not, completely Scot, and nobody in this country, for the most part, is. I'm half Sicilian, half McGregor. That's an interesting mix. That's another story for another time. But I'm very interested in my Italian heritage, but it's my Scottish heritage which has really fired me up. And I've always been interested in it. I identify strongly with it. I can't fully tell you why. It's an emotional and psychological connection. Some of it was reinforced by going there. Some of it was reinforced by meeting cousins and knowing they were my family. That was a really nice, lucky part of it, to have Scottish relatives who we could talk to. And it led from one thing to another. Join the Clan Society, wear the kilt. If you feel you're connected, then you need to act on it. I think that point was made earlier, and it's very true, I think, for most of us. And so I did that back in the 80s, and I had to reach a point in my life where, my professional life was secure, my personal life was pretty well ironed out, past my educational stage and established in a profession. And I think that's the case for at least a lot of my generation. You really needed to get yourself grounded in the world before you could begin to explore these things. That's maybe not the case anymore because of online resources and a lot of other things. And I see younger and younger people really catching the bug, and I encourage that and try to encourage them. But what I would have had to do back in the 80s was spend a lot of time at the Scottish Records Office, which I couldn't do. I was resident in another country. Fortunately, I ran into a cousin who gave that to me. But now I can go online and I can get all that. And Bruce Dury pointed out to me, go look up Scotland's people and you'll find your grandfather there. And I did. And all of his brothers and sisters. And several generations back, it matched what my cousin had laboriously gotten from the Scottish Records Office. And it was available to me in an afternoon. And it's available to you all as well. So, involved in a lot of Scottish organizations, but so are you. My path is not, in that sense, different from a lot of you. The McGregor connection is a pretty, it's a romantic one. Everybody knows who the McGregors were. They were pretty nasty fellows back in the old days on the ground in reality. Of course, they were made that way by some others who will remain nameless, because some of them are here today. But, we romanticize the past, but I think if you look at it and how we got to where we are, whoever we are, from where we started, it's an interesting story, and it is for each and every one of us, although our stories are somewhat different. But there are patterns. My grandfather left because things got tough. The Laird went bankrupt, and he employed my great-grandfather and his 5 or 6 sons, and all of a sudden they were out of work. So, he said to a couple of them, well, you're going to become gardeners now. And they said, all right. My grandfather went to the Royal Botanic Gardens, and he studied, became an apprentice gardener. He immigrated to New York. He worked on some estates there, and he ended up as the head gardener at the New York Botanic Gardens, which is pretty cool. So that was his path, and fortunately I knew him, and that was the story. And it's not a terribly complicated one, because I had a lot of help along the way, and I met real people who I was connected to. But, many of you can, and I'm sure have done that, gone back to Scotland and found relatives. They're there. Sometimes they're interested in meeting you, too. Not always, but sometimes. Thank you.
And so, Bart, your discovery and journey to the Forbes and all that it's meant really enriches your life. I think that's something that you're being very modest about, John. I think it does. You've used the strength and all that you do to organise and be such a leader through your heritage. That again, Bart, because you've really taken this forward. So over to you.
Thank you. I did actually provide some slides because my journey ended when I received my genealogy from a cousin of mine. But I didn't realize that my personal journey started with that and with the Clan Society. And that's what has really launched me on my personal journey in terms of what it means to me and how a clan society, how my being the president of the Clan Forbes Society, or as Bruce would say, the House of Forbes Damn Lowlander Society, really is a major part of my journey now. So if we go to the next slide, this is what I've been able to learn to bring context to my genealogy. So next slide, I will go through this really quickly. I've been able to research a lot of articles and share them with my clan members, so I've learned a lot. Next slide. And some of these things are things I've learned from other people. Pat Cummins helped me with some of these informational blogs on the website. Again, I learn and then I share. Next. And we also had a woman who was in DC area who does family stories. That's how a lot of people start. And she actually interviewed me. And it's a way that you could start your genealogy by interviewing people of a certain age to tell their stories. And we saw some of that from part of this presentation today. Next, please. There I am at the Federation of Genealogical Societies with Fernando's colleague Janine Cloud. Getting connected with FTDNA was really helpful for me as well. But again, sharing this, finding about new people, bringing context to what my genealogy was, and then sharing it was very important. Next. Facebook. I'm able to help people. People saying, have you ever heard of this particular person? Thankfully, we have a lot of genealogy of the Lords Forbes in the House of Forbes book. And one of the motivations I have now is I'm now updating this book based on my knowledge, based on my information, and with the support of my clan chief. So another way that we can help each other. Next. And there is the famous professor, or Dr. Bruce Dury, who was I put this on Instagram. Again, a way to share this and bring context to my genealogy. And so this is one way that I can share that. Next. I also do it on Twitter. One of the major things I've accomplished in the last 9 months is to create an ancestral tour. Now I know some of my history, my genealogy, thanks to my distant cousin. We're going back to, we've just maxed out the number of people on our tour. We have 24 people, and Jamie Lord Semple will be running the tour. And we're going to Clan Forbes, and I again share this with my members. Next. Another thing I've been researching are the family trees, the way to get other people excited about their genealogy and see how they connect. And so I've been able to track all the family trees of the Lords. And next, the branches. And I know which branch I'm from now based on my genealogy. Again, bringing context to my genealogy and helping other people bring their context. Next. And, which was really exciting, we were able to find out that we're of royal blood. Well, everybody's of royal blood. If you're alive today, chances are one of your ancestors was still alive, because who had the best hygiene and health? Royal. And so we traced it back to the original kings of Scotland, through the valley, through the Bruce, and through the Stuarts. And if you see at the end, the second Lord Forbes married a granddaughter of Alexander III. And that's how we get, and our people love this, and all of a sudden brings context, again, and excitement into the genealogy. Next. We've also created a new membership. If you submit your genealogy, you get a special certificate. Next. And I've been able to combine them to help other people to see who your cousins are in a print genealogy. Next. And I'm also adding them to a Clan Forbes account on Ancestry.com, so people can link to us. Again, bringing broader context. Next. We created, when I was at the, member of the St. Andrew Society of Washington, D.C., like John, I'm a past president. I created the genealogy committee to help people to understand how this all works. And that's Pat Cummins up there, who is the co-chair of that. So we can talk about it. And if you're of a local group, that's a great way to, again, to bring context and to help people with their journeys. Next. And we also do field trips. We've gone to the DAR library, been the Library of Congress. Here we are at the Fairfax Library with the person who runs the whole genealogy floor of the library. And that's also very exciting. Next. And my goal is to become a Shenandoah. I'm not quite sure how to get there. But I will talk to you about that, so I can become the Shenandoah for House of Forbes. And I've been I just got a message from him yesterday, and we're stopping at the house. I'm sorry, Castle Forbes. during our tour, and we can correspond on a regular basis. I need to have the experience to be able to be a Sheneki so that I can continue my journey learning and help other people. Next. And I'm now, as I mentioned earlier, the group administrator for the DNA testing services. So again, learn context, and I've done several things with that. Next slide. I've actually traced out our haplogroup tree. Fernando would be very happy to see that. And more excitingly, next slide, I've done an analysis of my project to see where I fit, and I'm in the IM 253, which is interesting. So, next. And then we're doing our ancestral tour, and I got approval from Scott Clans to get this article from Bruce posted on my website to help people with their literal tour, their personal tour. Next. And we've also engaged them through what they want to go see. Next. And of course, our tour, part of our tour is going to be at the Inverness Highland Archive Center to really get the context, get the original documents. Next. And we're looking for more ideas. And that's my personal journey. I got my genealogy. I used it to become a member of St. Andrew's Society, but there's so much more than just getting your line, your family tree. And this is what brings Scotland now, living Scotland now. Thank you.
But also, it's wonderful how you have used this in such a wonderful way over here as an American Scot, because that wouldn't be the energy that we would necessarily have seen with us back home. Sometimes the thing that I've noticed is when we're transplants, we become closer and more interested in what's going on because we're away from it. These organizations all began because people wanted news from home. That was why in New York, which I can speak to, they all would gather down at Francis Tavern, and St. Andrews started as the first organization there, waiting for news from home, and that was really it. So I want to now ask Heather Quist, who I work closely with. She's a member of the board of the ASF, and to tell us a little bit about her journey, because she is, though she's living in New York, brought up in New Jersey, your family's from Canada and then back to Scotland, Heather.
Yes. Can everybody hear me? Somebody wave if you can hear me. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yes, so my mother's family came from the Black Isle, which is north of Inverness. It's not an isle, it's a peninsula, and it's really quite green. Probably like most people, I had a vague idea of my family history, but it wasn't until my parents passed that I realized you really have to connect with, the older generations before they pass. And like many people, I inherited family history as a collection of pieces of family trees, anecdotes of family history, scandals, notes, photographs with no writing on the back. And it was very intimidating as to how to handle it. But I started off by simply making a photocopy of all the pieces of family trees that I had. Then I opened an account on Ancestry.com like so many others did. And Bart, your work is really impressive. I was really impressed by those charts. And I just began plugging in what I had. And you reach a point where you can see what other relatives have done. And again, be very careful. Don't put something down as definite until you're sure. You can put in question marks and the like. So by then I had taken all this pile of miscellaneous pieces of paper and actually constructed one coherent, relatively coherent family tree. There were still several mysterious questions that remained, but at least it was all in one place. Then I think it was 2005, I was able to visit Scotland for Professor Tom Devine's conference in Inverness, and the Black Isle is just north of there. and I wasn't really prepared for heavy research, but I just hired a tour guide, a car service, and said I want to drive around the Black Isle for a couple hours, visit these towns. By then I had the names of several villages, Auk, Rosemarkie, Fortrose, and Cromarty. And it was wonderful to be able to be in those places where they came from, to visit cemeteries. They have the genealogy carved into these massive gravestones. And I just had a very great time photographing the sides of all these gravestones to collect the information. And it gave me a lot of good leads and the like. And it was just inspiring to actually be where they were, to see the land. Um, I had ancestors who'd worked at a manor house called Rose Hay, just above Auk, and to actually see, this place where they had been, even though the mansion was torn down in the 50s, as so many of them were, it was inspiring. And then I was able to really connect with the Southern Ontario um, portion of the family that had emigrated from Scotland, from the Highlands, and that's the point where I am now, is connecting up why they moved down, answering these little, naughty questions that still remain, trying to go as far back as I can. I have one ancestor whose foot is in the 1500s, so I'm proud of that, but I, of course, want to go back further. And now looking to work with the Ontario Genealogical Society, who have conferences and the like, and a lot of materials for that area. So my recommendation is simply don't be intimidated by all these pieces of paper and tales that you've got. Start trying to put them down, put them together, see where they connect. Definitely go visit the villages that are mentioned in your family history, even if you don't have definite specific info. And then work to connect up with local genealogical societies and all the resources that they have. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. But Heather, you're very involved in the community. I mean, you have edited newsletters for different organizations, because she's professionally an editor and a writer. You help tirelessly all of us in the Scottish American community. Were you doing that before you began this journey, or did this inspire you on?
It was an inspiration, and hearing of people, like Bart, who have been able to really trace their ancestry far back, and also going sideways. I'm a strong supporter of going sideways, looking at cousins. When you have cousins who have moved to California, moved to Australia, um, working to find out why they did that. But it was connecting up with the cultural groups definitely was an inspiration. And it started off basically just to go to like a Burns supper in January, or Highland Games during the summer, and just the touchstone of events over the course of the year. When there's a lot of chaos going on in your personal life or in the modern world, to have those basics of Burns supper, Highland Games, um, it makes you feel grounded. So that's what I got from from joining um, the Scottish American groups, especially in New York City.
So thank you. Now, do we have some questions for our panelists? And maybe some sharing of ideas. I know. Oh, there's a yes, madam. Bring this down to you. Gracefully.
Many of the listings of baptisms do not give the full information. If you go to the original parish record, you
for some of us, even the genealogical records, when you find them, will only take you so far. What my cousin gave me took me back to about 1755 in Perthshire, and several towns that are fairly close to where my current cousins live. But before that, there was nothing. And of course, the reason is McGregors were outlaws. Not only were they Jacobites, but they were outlaws in their own right, everything that outlaws do. And for the longest time, you got paid if you brought their heads in. So they didn't want to be found. So when you have a line of outlaws back at the time that you had, open warfare going on in the Highlands up until 1746, and the McGregors kept it up as long as they could after that. Those are not people who wanted to be found and didn't keep records. They purposely did not keep them, whether it was in parish churches or elsewhere. And if they did, they were using other names. By and large, they just kept to the heather. That's a particular problem that McGregors have, but it's not totally unique.
Sorry, thank you. I always have this problem if there's a silence. I feel I have to fill it. It's like the artistic concept of horror vacui. If there's an empty space somewhere on the manuscript, you better fill it in. Really, two comments. One relating to something you said, Camilla, about your experience as a first generation immigrant over here. I think what drove me into becoming much more involved in clan affairs, in clan societies and other stuff was I went on the website that when it was first being put up there, and there was so much nonsense on it. There was so much misinformation, and it so I just went on to correct things, and then people said, well, what about this, and then what about that, because there was a tremendous hunger for knowledge, and there was so little to base it on. And one of the things that I found is it relates to clan societies wanting to use officer titles. They were using title positions that had absolutely nothing to do with the culture and traditions of a Highland clan. They might be Norman names or titles, or they might want to throw terms like chief or chieftain around for a clan society, which I think is utterly inappropriate. Anyway, there was I found myself being sucked into the thing, really just trying to sort of make a few corrections, and then I got more curious myself about other things, started reading about it. The other thing I want to say about DNA and about written records, really, is it's a very special situation for some of the island clans because we have much less in the way of written records. And there was this classic story, and I think it's the early 19th century, it would have been Harris or North US, I think it was Inverness-shire. So Lewis is a different county. And the written records, such as they were, which were generally parish records, so if someone had fallen foul of the kirk, basically, and someone had written him up as being a malingerer, then there would be a record, or if the birth records were in there as well. But anyway, a minister decided that these shouldn't be just left there in the islands, and they needed to be taken to Inverness for safekeeping. And sure enough, crossing the Minch, the sea came up, and all of them were lost. And so there simply aren't those written records for all of those areas. So we're forced to fall back on croft histories, records of tenant payments from individual communities, croft townships and so on, and then immigration records for who boarded ships. But none of the birth and death records were survived.
If I could follow up exactly off of that, what you're saying, challenge what's already out there about your history at all times. That's one thing that I've learned. Why did this happen? And that's where the context comes into play. get your sources. I write for the federal government. We have to have citations for everything. It's simply a matter on the web, and the internet is particularly pernicious because people just copy over everything, and it's perpetuated. Try to go back to the original source material. Find out what, where, how, why, and that's, in fact, there's a wonderful book about how you can read original source documents. But that is what will help you in your journey to really question what people have told you, go back to the original document, and clean up the record. Bruce.
I'd like to add to that. Let me just say, okay, 100%, never trust any family tree you find online, ever. I have never come across one that isn't wrong in some major and important aspect. Okay? Just a very quick story. I was doing some work for a lady, and she said, "Oh, there's a family tree online for our. I'll send you a copy," and she did, and it was on. I won't say. It doesn't matter what service it was on. They're not responsible, and this family tree was drawn up by another person, and the birth order of a bunch of children was wrong in one generation. So I actually went and looked for this family tree, and I found the person who put it up there, and I thought, I'm a nice guy, I'll be helpful. I'll write to her and I'll say, hey, you got these kids in the wrong order, right? The birth date's wrong. So I did. I sent an email, and I got an email back saying, oh yeah, I know, I reordered them because I couldn't have that line, thinking they were sending it to this line. You know, as if by changing the words, she had altered history. You know, like she's Doctor Who or something. You know? Just don't. You've got to go back to the original documents, challenge every assumption, and please, for the love of God, don't trust gravestones. Sorry, but people alter those too in order to make a point sometimes. Not Scotland, by the way. In America. In America. Yeah.
Bruce, is there a book we can read to help us read the original documents?
One of the things that, if I may, that Bruce pointed out to me that I hope you all know about is the fact that a lot of Scottish genealogical records have been put online just in the last few years. And Scotland's People is one of those resources. It's not the only one, but it's one that is very easy to access. If you have a Scottish ancestor's name and you know generally when he or she lived, go on there, you find them, they're there. And they'll probably connect you to a lot of people they were related to too, very quickly. I mean, I found all of my grandfather's brothers, his father's father, and a lot of other people right there where I was led to believe they would be in the space of about an hour. Extraordinary, really.
So, and I have another question here.
Well, it's not so much a question, it's a comment, yes. First, I'm entirely echo what Bruce says about gravestones. And I'm not going to be as shy about him naming service or services online. Find a grave. Some of you, most of you will have seen Find a Grave. Well, in many, many instances, there's no grave to be found. Somebody has they think they know when and where the person died, so they put it on there and find a grave. So, I mean, if there's no picture of a gravestone, you know that there's probably something wrong. If there is a picture of a gravestone, as Bruce says, many of them are not contemporary records. And finally, even in Scotland, be careful with gravestones, because quite honestly, people didn't know how old they were when they died. So if you're looking for a date of birth based on a gravestone record of the age of death, it may well be wrong. Ancestry.com, it's worth saying, having said, which I will say, again echoing what Bruce says, there is so much rubbish on it. There is so much stuff there that is just impossible. People being born before their fathers are born. That sort of stuff. It just beggars belief that anybody could put that sort of stuff up. And the dreadful thing is that when you try and ask them to correct it because, you know better, you've got an actual record to proof, they won't do it. The only people that are allowed to alter it are the people that put it on in the first place. So that's very disappointing. Having said that, though, I mean, let's not forget that Ancestry.com and other sites like it, they have an awful lot of genuine original records, the digitized original records. which means they are a wonderful source of information to go to. I mean, I use the censuses, the American censuses, all the time on Ancestry.com. The original censuses, not the transcripts. Go from the transcript and look at the original, which you in Scotland you can only do that by going on Scotland's people. The other thing I just wanted to say, and what Andrew was talking about in the Outer Hebrides, prompted a recollection of something that I was involved with a few years ago when we had a Clan Macmillan gathering on Benbecula. Now there's quite a lot of people called Macmillan on Benbecula and the Outer Isles, and our local guide was a wonderful man called Angus Macmillan, who was actually a roads engineer from Oxfordshire in England, whose family had come from Benbecula 2 generations before, I think. And he did a huge amount of research when he retired on his family of Macmillans on Benbecula. And he discovered, when he went into this, that the local tradition was that none of these Macmillans on Benbecula were Macmillans at all. And this is the case with many other clan names on the Outer Isles. They're not necessarily related to any clan on the mainland. They've chosen the name when surnames became necessary for one reason or another, which is related to what happened on the mainland, but it seems to be even more so on the islands. So he had investigated his ancestors, who had lived on this farm for quite a few generations, and had come to be called Macmillan. He did DNA testing, and it's a really good example of the work of having the DNA done and then trying to check it out against paper records. In his case, he found that the DNA record pointed out that he was actually really a Macmurich, the bards of the Isles, who many of them English their name to Curry. So he actually told the Clan Curry Society about this, and they were so pleased that they appointed him their Shenachie. And before he died very recently, he did quite a lot of good work for them. But of course, it's even more complicated than that, because why did these Macmurrichs decide to call themselves Macmillan? Well, their ancestor, they discovered, was a man called Merlmuir MacAthel, and he was the son of Cathal MacVurich, who was one of the bards employed by Clanrannan. Now, Merlmuir, the stem of that, M-A-O-L, is the same as the stem of Macmullen, or Machgillavoy. And therefore, when these people had to choose a surname, they decided they'd use Macmillan, because it had some sort of relationship through the stem of the name, even though it wasn't their name at all. They have no relation to Clan Macmillan on the mainland. Other Macvurichs on the Isles decided to call themselves Macpherson instead, because the Macphersons descended from a man called Murich, and therefore they were known as, for Macphersons, as Clan Burich, Macmurich. So some of the people on the islands who came from that, had that original name, came from that family, decided we'll call ourselves Macphersons. So it is very complicated, this whole business of the adoption of names, particularly on the Outer Hebrides, but anywhere in the Highlands, really.
You're called McKinnon in the Isle of Lewis, you're Morris. And the difference is obvious when you see them written in Gaelic, because the Clan McKinnon is the son of Finnan, and the ones in Lewis are the sons of Cian. So it's McKianan rather than McFinnan. And so, and they took that name because this was a group who came from the Harris Islands that were being cleared in 1840 and moved up towards an area that was Macaulay country, and it was not a good idea to use the Morrison name in Macaulay country up around Uig, and so they used the patronymic because Cian was a common first name for Morrisons down there, and equally with Smith. So Smiths around Harris are generally Morrisons because most of the Smiths, it was a traditional Morrison profession up there, armourers and smiths.
Let me just now give to Joanne.
Thank you. Just a comment. Gravestones. An ancestor of mine, what's engraved on his stone is a week different than what's in the newspaper. So which one do I believe? Also for Ontario Census, most of them don't start till about 1841. There's a few areas that are earlier than that. But even at that, censuses in Ontario, I know, cannot be considered primary documents because the census taker sat in town. And sometimes it was a neighbor who reported what their neighbor was, so the information is not necessarily totally correct. They would report what they thought about Ontario censuses. So, and the same with the online sites. I tell people, take them as guidelines. It's a place to start, and then you can double check information from other sources to make sure that you've got it correct.
I just want to say how proud I am of all our community and everybody here. We are enjoying our journey and being a part of this Scottish community, and we're also actively taking such actions to enrich our community and enjoying our life as having our Scottish heritage a part of us. So that, I think, is one of the main takeouts from this panel. I wanted to just ask everybody to complete their questionnaires. We hope that this is going to help to tell more of the story and the journey, help us to help you, as it were. There are things that we've seen that we're going to go over tomorrow from the data we're collecting. It is online for those who haven't yet completed it, and they can email it into our SNALC@gmail account. Are there any other questions? Or John, our chairman, John Cherry, would you like to say a few words? Or we've got another question. Joanne.
Just if there are no more questions, I've been asked to do the daily wrap-up. So there is, you are all invited to a reception from 4 to 5 next door in the library. Fernando will be there. He has put out some material. He will be there for asking questions. Dinner is on your own. Tomorrow morning, the same as this morning, 8 o'clock, the doors open, refreshments. I want to say, I'm sure you'll all agree with me, the refreshments today and the luncheon today were just delicious. Nine. Doors open at, doors open at 9 or 8? Nine. Thank you. But then I wanted to add that all our presentations and discussions today have provided much food for thought as well to tie that all together. So thank you very much, and we will see you tomorrow morning.
Yes, we're all done? Yes. Oh. Thank you at your end. You too. Good night.
It's kind of at the other end of the telescope. When they performed, or they were asked to perform this record at the Steppenwolf Theatre, and they asked friends who are actors and writers, and one silly-looking Scotsman who's a neighbour, to do readings between the songs when they performed this. And they asked me to talk about my identity, my life in the United States. And I thought, well, I wonder what I could write about. And the reason I asked John if I could say this today was because I quoted from, or I read a poem from Robert Burns here last night. My eldest son is called Robert, after Robert Burns. And my youngest son is called Langston, after Langston Hughes. So I thought I'm going to read one of the poems from Langston Hughes during this reading. And I thought, what represents my own story? And for years, I've kept a pair of boots in the trunk of my car. And I'm going somewhere with all of this, but believe me. The boots that I kept in the trunk of my car were there for a reason I couldn't fathom, until I suddenly thought, wait a minute, I wore those boots the day I stepped off Scotland and onto America. And for some reason, they represent my identity in my life. So I wrote something called The Boy in the Boots for this show. A mighty voice speaks with me tonight. Langston Hughes helps me tell the story of the boy in the boots. Let America be America again. Let it be the dream it used to be. Let it be the pioneer on the plain seeking a home where she herself is free. But America was never America to me. On the morning of the 16th of November 1992, I laced up my favourite pair of boots and I walked out my family's home in Scotland. I hugged my mum and my dad at the airport and we all cried as I left my home on a one-way ticket to Chicago. 9 hours later, wearing these boots, I stepped into a new life in America. Say, who are you that mumbles in the dark, and who are you that draws your veil across the stars? I am the poor white, fooled and pushed apart. I am the Negro bearing slavery's scars. I am the red man driven from my land. I am the immigrant, clutching the hope I seek. Fast forward 3,832 days, I realized I'd spent one more day of my life living in America than I'd spent in Scotland. That was a major identity trip. Who am I? Where do I belong? I found the answers in the back of my closet. These boots still fit perfectly. I'm the one who sailed those early seas in search of what I meant to be my home. I'm the one who left dark Scotland shores and Poland's plain and England's grassy lea, and torn from black Africa's strand, I came to build a homeland of the free. On the 19th of April last year, I laced up these boots once again and I went to Chicago's Immigration and Citizenship Center to become an American citizen. In the room where people wait to become Americans, there is a big rug. On it there is a large, colourful map of the United States of America, and each state on this rug is represented by a different, vivid colour. In the moment immediately before I swore my oath of allegiance, I looked at the rug. Upon it there were children whose skin and hair and personalities were as colourful and varied as the map below their feet. The children were all playing peacefully, and one of them was my son. My friends, this is America. Yes, it's about the blood that runs in our veins and the places that are written on birth certificates, but it's also about values in hearts, ideas in minds, and fires in bellies. I chose to become an American. Why? There are so many things happening in America that are bad and wrong. But let me tell you that when I swore my oath of allegiance, I felt the tide of hundreds of years and the hope of millions of dreams. It felt assuring and inspiring. It felt good and it felt right. I became an American because I owe it to the boy in the boots. I owe it to my wife and my sons, who gave me a shot at living out the dreams I brought with me from Scotland. Life in America is about creating yourself. She may be imperfect, but let us never forget America's purpose nor her promise. They are perfect. They are worth the fight. They are worth your fight. You owe it to the boy or the girl in the boots that lives inside each one of you. So America, as I put my Scottish shoulder to the wheel, I say this: let America be America again, the land that has never yet been and yet must be, the land where every man is free, the land that's mine, the poor man's, the Indians, the Negroes, the immigrants, me, who made America, whose sweat and blood, whose faith and pain, whose hand at the foundry and plough in the rain, must bring our mighty dream again. And oh yes, I say it plain, America was never America to me. And yet I swear this oath, America will be. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Gus. Let me just say that Aaron Douglas heads up our hospitality committee here at St. Andrew Society of Detroit, and they're the ones that have last night, and today, and at lunch, kind of laid out this room and this display of food, and are prepared for the reception. And we ought to give them a hand for all the fine work they've done. The reception will run to 6, so take your time, enjoy yourself. The beer and wine at the bar is free. If you wish something a little stronger, that may cost you a little bit, but feel free to indulge. But we are adjourned, and enjoy the reception. And as Joanne said, tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock here. Thanks.